Good morning, America. So good to see you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Paul Ingracia, and we are in the beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada today at Sunset Park for a big Trump rally. President Trump's first rally since his conviction in New York City, and we're going to talk all about that and also some breaking news coming in from New York this past week. Good morning, America. So good to see you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Paul Ingracia, and we are in the beautiful Las Vegas, we are in Nevada today. President Sunset Park for a big California last night for a big fundraiser, and he made his way over to Las Vegas in New York City. We're going to talk all about that and also some thousands of people standing in line waiting to see him this morning. Again, I'm joined by Paul Ingracia. This is your first time with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So good to have you. But again, we are in Nevada today. President Sunset Park for a big California last night for a big fundraiser, and he made his way over to Las Vegas in New York City. We're going to talk all about that and also some thousands of people standing in line waiting to see him this morning. Again, I'm joined by Paul Ingracia. This is your first time with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So good to have you. But again, we are in Nevada today. President Sunset Park for a big California last night for a big fundraiser, and he made his way over to Las Vegas in New York City. We're going to talk all about that and also some thousands of people standing in line waiting to see him this morning. Again, I'm joined by Paul Ingracia. This is your first time with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So good to have you. But again, we are in Nevada today. President Sunset Park for a big California last night for a big fundraiser, and he made his way over to Las Vegas in New York City. We're going to talk all about that and also some thousands of people standing in line waiting to see him this morning. Again, I'm joined by Paul Ingracia. This is plenty of water that they're passing out, huge fans, lots of tents, lots of shade. So I hope everyone will be okay. They're well prepared for this. We want to remind you that with tough times ahead and people struggling to prepare for their future or even save for the future, I talked to these great guys just last week over at Birch Gold, the Birch Gold Group, helping me. They can help you as well. Invest in gold. Turn your IRAs, 401ks, an easy transfer that not to be taxed on any money you may already have. They can definitely help you with that. Invest for your future with the Birch Gold Group. These are experts who are willing to help you, a conservative group of people who really care about the American people and where our economy is right now and also where we could be headed. And so it's a scary thought, Paul, to think about, people having a tough time just saving and not being able to save for the future. But that's where the Birch Gold Group comes in. Again, they can help you out. Get on the call with them. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you. They'll come up with a plan that's just perfect for you. And they'll also send you a free information kit. So they'll get you on the right path to some financial freedom. Very easy to do. Text the word Trump to 989898, and an expert will call you. Very nice guys over there, a great team, and they really care about the American people. Conservative group, Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump, 989898. Again, we're in Las Vegas, Nevada, and President Trump's first rally since being convicted in New York. So I'm excited to see and hear from him today. We're going to show you the crowds. The crowds have already lined up. It is 7:30 in the morning here in Nevada. President Trump does not take the stage until noon. You can see a lot of patriotic gear and people wearing their patriotic hats and costumes of sorts. The line wraps around this park already this morning. People have umbrellas. Good thing we have a lot of trees along the walkway here.
A little nice and shady, which is good because, it's hot. But the Trump supporters come out in any weather. I mean, I was there in New Hampshire when the temperatures were below freezing, in Idaho, Iowa a few months ago in January. They come no matter the temperature, freezing, hot, they're all here to support their favorite president, the next president of the United States. This is incredible. It seems like with every rally now, I was just there in Wildwood, New Jersey last month. They just get bigger and bigger. They break records each and every time. Today it's only 7:30 in the morning Pacific time, and you already have thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people lined up to see the next president. A sea of red hats, and this is a huge park, Vanessa. I mean, we just got here a little while ago, and this line wraps around probably almost a mile long. So it's incredible to see, and the people are alive, they're enthusiastic, and they really want to show their support for the president, because right now the country's going through very difficult times. He personally is fighting and putting so much on his back for the American people, and it's great to see them come out in droves to see the president. And I'm sure a lot of these people are from Nevada, a state that is now in play, a state that President Trump is leading in all the polls by several points now. But I'm sure they're from all over the West Coast, because he's making his West Coast tour right now. He was in Newport Beach yesterday, in California, and now he's here in Nevada, where he has a very significant presence.
Yeah, 6 electoral votes up for grabs here in Nevada. It is a swing state that we're watching. He is making moves in this state. We're going to talk to several people throughout the morning, some people who are campaigning for Trump as well, and talking about how they're really getting out and pushing for the Hispanic vote. There's a big initiative being launched today for Hispanics and Latino Americans. We'll talk to some people about that here in just a little bit as well, and President Trump making moves with minorities and also just independents. Paul,
right.
He's doing really good in the polls and really good in the swing states, Nevada being one of those. And so we're going to start and just talk to the people. The people here are excited, and we're excited to see them. I like this guy's shirt. You see a lot of shirts on the campaign trail and then these rallies, and I've never seen this one. Cutesy time is over. How are you? What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Rob from Las Vegas, Nevada.
All right, so you're right here at home. So tell me about Las Vegas. How do they feel about President Trump?
We love President Trump here. It's the unions, I think, that don't. But we love President Trump.
Let's talk about that. Explain what you said about the unions.
Everyone, you can't blame everybody because they've been listening to mainstream media for too long. They are brainwashed. They are brainwashed. Yeah, it's hard not to get angry, but when everyone mainstream is telling you one thing, and they can't all be lying to you, but they are. This guy right here, Bongino.
Dan Bongino, yes.
He's always 2 weeks to 2 months ahead of the news cycle. Listening to him for a couple of years now, and cutesy time is definitely over.
So do you think Las Vegas is now Trump country?
I think it's definitely in play.
What about Nevada?
It's those 2 blue counties we worry about. But, Biden, if he was to show up, he'd have, 8 people in circles, social distance.
Still social distancing at his rallies, but he can't fill an auditorium. He can't fill a basketball arena at a high school. Not even halfway.
Not even. It's no comparison. We're looking forward to flipping Nevada back red again.
Let's do it. And whenever you think about President Trump versus Biden, what is it about Trump that you see such a big difference in the administrations?
He has always 100% tried to do exactly what he told us he was going to do, met with resistance the whole way, and everything Biden has said is literally a lie. There's factually incorrect all the way through. So, I'm going with a guy who's doing what he said he's going to do. He's trying his hardest to do what he can do, and I'm not used to being on TV, so.
That's all right. You're doing a great job. I have one more question for you. Let's talk about voting in November. What is the urgency for people to get out and vote in Nevada?
Vote early, vote whenever you can, but you got to vote. Use all the methods available to us. Take a friend with you. Take 2 friends with you. Take everyone that can vote. Take them to vote. And if we can get voter ID out here in this country, a lot of things will change.
Absolutely. Tell us your name one more time. You're from right here in Las Vegas.
Right here in Las Vegas. My name is Rob Franz, right here from Las Vegas.
Well, thanks for being here today. Great talking with you.
QC time is over.
It is over. No more. We're going to change that in November, right?
Absolutely.
All right. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. All right. So we're going to continue to make our way up the line. Paul,
sure,
let's
go. Do you guys want to speak to RSBN? tell us where you're. Okay, we'll talk. We'll go up. You want to do a quick interview with us, RSBN?
Sure.
What's your name?
Kent.
Where are you from?
I'm from Henderson, Nevada.
What brings you out today? What are you excited to see?
Excited to see Trump, like everybody. Yeah.
Absolutely. Do you think he could win Nevada this election?
100%. Yeah, I do.
And what do you think are the key issues that are driving out voters in the state of Nevada?
I think the border is number one.
Yeah.
And then crime, border and crime are probably the top two, in my opinion. But yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit more maybe about the border? What's happening? Is there a crisis of illegal aliens coming up?
100%.
And
Yeah.
what are the concerns for you? What are the issues that Nevadans are worried about?
You know, no one's vetted properly, so you could have potential, potential problems there. Also, just work and we don't know who these people are coming in from all different countries. So, yeah.
Many people are saying this is the most important presidential election in history. I mean, we have one candidate who stands for tyranny and Joe Biden, who's weaponizing the Justice Department, trying to imprison President Trump, and of course President Trump, who's standing against that for the American people. Do you see it that way? Do you think this is a very important election for our country?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Something's got to change. So, 100%. Yep.
Well, thank you so much. Tell us your name one last time for the viewers.
Kent. All right.
Thank you so much, Ken. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to show you these signs over here, Paul, and to the people at home. We have some signs set out for people to read and probably buy or purchase whenever they want to. So it's just a bunch of signs that say things like do not follow others like sheep. A nation of sheep will regret a government of wolves. Wake up and save America. Vietnamese for Trump 2024. Take America back. The government you elect is the government you deserve. A quote from Thomas Jefferson. You get what you vote for. Wars, new slaves, high inflation, gas prices, crime and homelessness, higher mortgages, food shortages. Enjoy the communist demon rats utopia is what that says. Going on further down the line, it says Democrats don't want to impeach Trump to save America. They want to impeach Trump to stay out of prison. Keep following along with me here. Today we have politicians that don't seek office to benefit our communities and country, but to seek personal gain by selling out their countrymen. Justice in America is dead. We firmly believe that as well, especially on the heels of what happened in New York City. People are more powerful than politicians if they exercise their right. And also politicians are people's servants, not people's masters. Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
What is your name and where are you from?
I'm American patriot. I'm from California.
Okay. And so is this your first rally, or do you come to rallies often with these signs?
Often. But this is the first time I'm honored to meet
RSBN.
RSBN, sorry. Thank you for your loyalty to our country.
Absolutely. That's why we are here, is because we love our country and we are loyal.
Remember President Roosevelt said, patriotism means to stand by the country, not by the president or any public official. We are living in the time not left versus right. We are living in the time wrong versus right. The evil versus humanity. Thank you.
It really is. It's evil versus good and wrong versus right. When you put these signs out, what is the response from the people standing in line?
I think I like it. I think they like it, and many want to take picture. But you know why? The founding fathers taught us a well-informed citizen is the best defense against tyranny. I risked my life to escape from the communists. I understand what is going on in America now. People keep saying, I know, we know, but they do not understand the difference between knowing and understanding. Knowing means repeating from hearsaying or from brainwashing or from indoctrinating. Understanding means we living through or experiencing through the under the communism. This is the constitutional republic, not democracy. Because as I understand, under the communist, democracy is the euphemism words. They use that to deceive people. Democracy means communism, not America. Thank you.
And I like how you said, because I really want to touch on this, you escaped communism. You're not the first person I've talked to on the campaign trail who has done so. And you're seeing a lot of similarities in where our country is heading. And I talk to people who have escaped other countries where there's a communist rule, and they're fearful of what's happening right now because they see a lot of similarities. Can you talk about that?
I think I escaped only Vietnam communist, but now we are under the globalist communist right now. They want to build a one-world government. They want to make us become slaves. You know? I see exactly what they are doing right now. President Trump. Either you like him or don't like him. It's so wrong. It's pure communism. You know, honestly, I do not want to talk much. When I came here in year 2006, I didn't speak English. So this country gave me free education. I went to the US out. After that, I went to marry some politics for a while. The liberal professor, teacher, they tried to brainwash me, and I forgive. And they gave me B instead of A. Although they told me, oh, you are still a good student, but they gave me B instead of A because of the ideology. I don't agree with that. That's wrong. Thank you.
That is absolutely wrong. Just an idea of what's going on in our college campuses as well. She's experienced that, and because of her beliefs, she says she earned a B and not an A, which she should have received. But we're glad you're here. Thank you for being here in America and being a great American citizen, and we're going to turn this country around together.
You know, I'm very, very, very proud American. If America fails or falls, it's not only America, the whole world will go to hell. So, as President Ronald Reagan said, if we lose freedom here, there is no place to escape. This is the only last chance on earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for talking to us. God bless you, and thanks for putting out these signs. All right, keep up the good fight. Paul, we'll send it over to you now.
Yeah, Vanessa, we're going to swing over to this young lady over here. What's your name?
Janice.
Janice, what brings you out today?
I was excited to come out here today because I'm a big supporter of President Trump. I have been since he was on The Apprentice. I am a teacher, so I have a close connection as a teacher to President Trump because when I did my student teaching, the teacher I was with, she knew everything about Trump and taught me about Trump, and next thing I know, he was president. And I am actually now very fortunate to be at a very good school that we actually teach the Constitution to our students. We actually teach civil disobedience to our students, and we need to bring our schools back, and we need to get back on track with our curriculum and our education and have a pro-American curriculum in this country and stop giving communist ideas that are taught in the traditional public schools.
That's incredible. That is so incredible because really the breakdown of our society, the justice system, everything comes down, ultimately traces to the education system. Do you teach, so where do you teach? Are you from Nevada?
Yes, I am originally from Michigan, transplanted to Las Vegas here, and I teach at a charter school.
So as a teacher, I'm interested to know, what are the most important issues affecting the school system? Obviously, there's the agenda being pushed by the left with, critical race theory, the woke stuff that's poisoning the children. So how do we combat against that as a teacher?
Well, the number one things that I saw, I'm an English teacher, is we need to teach handwriting. Handwriting is so important. You cannot read the founding documents if you do not know how to read cursive. There's a reason. There's a reason why slave owners in the South did not teach their slaves how to read and write. So we need to teach our kids how to write. We need to teach them cursive. Get them off those computers because it rots your brain. They are not good for you. It's a tool, not a substitute for a teacher, not a substitute for writing. They need to know how to have discourse. They need to know how to have conversations. They need to know how to react with logic and critical thinking and not emotions. They need to know how to read. Bring back classical literature. Bring back Nathaniel Hawthorne, Milton. Milton was a Republican. Maybe that's why they don't want you to read Paradise Lost, written back in the 1600s. Ask yourself questions. Kids need to know how to read. They need to know how to write. They need to know good, strong math skills. We're building skills on sand, and it's crumbling because they don't have foundation. They don't have skills. They don't know how to talk.
And also, you're talking about teaching English, teaching handwriting. many illegals are now flooding into our country. They don't know English. They don't assimilate. They don't understand our values, our Constitution, our way of life. And that's been obviously a disaster for our country, because you have these people in many cases voting, and they wind up voting for people who are selling out our country to China and to other places. So what you said is so true. What school, could I ask what school you teach?
I'm not allowed to.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's
But
fine.
can I also bring up one other thing? When I went to Wayne State University in Detroit, and I remember my one professor said, always remember, there was never supposed to be a national federal Department of Education, which was instituted in the 1980s. Each state is supposed to be responsible for educating their own citizens, so we need to get rid of the Department of Education at the federal level.
Well, Janice, you are leading the charge in that, I'm sure, and you're a great educator. You're a great role model for how teachers should be. Thank you for braving the heat to see President Trump today. Do you think Nevada will go to President Trump this cycle, this November?
Considering, can I talk about the machines?
Well, you can talk.
I hope so. I believe so. If we get enough people out there in person, I do know there's a lot of great things going on in Nevada with getting people out, especially in the smaller counties. So I think that it's going to be through the God and through the grace and through the people in the rural counties of Nevada. You're going to have to carry us, because as you know, us big county here in Clark County, we have, as he was saying, a lot of illegals. We have a lot of problems here. We're going to do our best to turn this state red, because Nevada is a Trump country. Nevada is a red state. We need to make sure that it's reflected like that.
Yes, it is. And listen, he's leading in all the polls, 5-6 points in Nevada. He's doing really well here, at least based on what the polls say. So I think the momentum is definitely behind him. And, Janice, thank you so much for coming out. I hope you really enjoy your day today.
Thank you. And thank you for talking with me. And I hope I didn't talk too much.
That's fine. God bless you, Janice.
Where can I see you guys?
We're Right Side Broadcasting Network, so we're streaming all day long, and, we'll be available everywhere.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much. I think we're gonna head over here now to Vanessa.
Hello, I am here with one of my friends I met back in Iowa, always on the campaign trail with us, and first time in Nevada. This is Nathan Lucas. So good to see you from Minnesota. First time in Vegas.
Great to see you, Vanessa. Super happy to be here. It's a very different climate here than it was when we were in Iowa. It was cold that day. We were freezing. We had hand warmers out, but for President Trump, we've been through the wind, the rain, the snow, the hail, the sleet, and now the intense heat. And we'll like Vanessa said, we'll walk through glass to vote for this president. It's going to be too big to rig in November, and this rally is pure evidence of that. I mean, it's massive. Nobody has any idea how many people are here right now.
You must have seen us the other day, either watching us online or on social media when I posted that. I will walk 10 miles on broken glass to vote in November. So, yes, when we were there, it was freezing temperatures, negative temperatures. Now we're looking at triple-digit temperatures today, so how times have changed just in a couple of months. First time to Vegas. You're excited to see President Trump yet again. Tell us your experience yesterday. You saw some action with law enforcement, and people were saying President Trump was arriving. We did see that he did arrive yesterday.
Yeah, well, early in the day, so I'm from Minneapolis. I flew down here to Vegas yesterday. First time in Vegas, came here for the Trump rally. But I was out on the Vegas Strip yesterday, made my way over to the Trump Hotel. I wanted to go there because I'd seen earlier on Insta, Marjorie was there. And everyone wants to see Marjorie, and I knew she was at the Trump Hotel, so I wanted to go there to see her. But I get to the Trump Hotel, it's like late at night, like 9, 10 o'clock, and there's like all these people gathered outside with MAGA hats on, and they can't go in. And then I look like, why are people going in? And you can see in the lobby, like everybody's locked in, no one can go outside. The building was on lockdown, and they were blocking off the entrances too. It's because President Trump was arriving, and everyone wanted to see their favorite president coming to his hotel in Las Vegas. So it was just awesome to see all the support and all the Trump supporters there. Everybody loves President Trump there. It was a great experience for me being my first time on the Vegas Strip too.
Awesome. That's something you'll remember, that your first time in Vegas, not only are you coming to see President Trump today, that you saw all of the action yesterday in front of Trump Hotel. Okay, let's talk about what happened with the verdict in New York. A lot of people still mad. We want them to be carry that anger that they received and that they felt the day the verdict was handed down to carry over into November. Are you still feeling a lot of that animosity, that anger toward the guilty verdicts?
Well, it was just so clearly rigged. I think more so, I mean, yes, there's anger, and there's definitely anger that you can sense when you talk to people here, but it's wanting to know what truly went on behind the scenes and just how rigged exactly was this. Were jurors paid, to just automatically do a guilty verdict on 34 counts? That's one question people want to know. Another, word on the street that I'm hearing, I haven't seen this personally, but numerous people have told me this, that there's potential that it might be a mistrial because some of the jurors apparently were clearly anti-Trump from the get-go. It wasn't a fair, honest, jury of President Trump's peers by any means. I think it would have been a very different story if the trial would have been held somewhere like here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as opposed to I think we're in Manhattan where the trial was held. It's actually the most blue county in the entire nation, or the second most blue. So this was not a jury of President Trump's peers by any means.
Right. He tried to get a change of venue, a change of location. That was denied. He was put under a gag order where he couldn't talk, but the other side could talk against him. So it did seem unfair from the start. And then also, as you mentioned, in a very blue district, he received less than 10% of the vote in 2020. So, yes, You want to believe that our justice system is fair, but was it? And a lot of people think that it wasn't.
Yeah, and not only that, there was also Trump says it all the time, a conflicted judge, because not only has the judge donated to Biden's campaign on numerous accounts, but his daughter was fundraising and making money off of this trial for people like Adam Schiff and for Democrats. And it just makes me wonder, was the jury automatic? Granted, many of them are Democrats and voted for Biden to begin with, but were they paid to just automatically come up with guilty on 34 counts? I mean, 34 counts is something that's deliberated for, days and days, especially in a trial where people didn't even know what the crime was. People still don't even know what the crime was.
Absolutely. And I saw this on another network. I believe it was Fox, and I'll let you, come up with your own decision on this, is that you had two attorneys on the jury, and they work in Manhattan, in that county. And if they were to find President Trump not guilty, would that have affected their job and their career? And so it's almost like their hands could have been tied if they came down with a not guilty verdict, because how do you go back into work on Monday morning and say, hey, we found President Trump not guilty in a very blue district?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a question I think people should really look into. What I want to see is how fast, the appeal process will go through. How fast will an appellate court or an appellate judge step in and see, the people, like I said, the people here have already noticed many reasons for mistrials. So it'll be interesting. It'll be, I think, a true test of the judicial system to see how quick they're willing to act, on behalf of the president for the sake of all Americans for this upcoming election, because certainly this influences the election heavily. And I think part of the reason why we're all so grateful to be here, on such a hot day is because we know that sentencing is coming up on July 11th, and we don't know what exactly that will mean for President Trump. We know that Judge Merchan is a very, very conflicted judge who's very, very biased and very, very skewed, and we don't expect him to act fairly based off of what we've seen so far with the way that he's presided over the case. So Americans are here today to make their case known that they truly do support President Trump. We know that President Trump is innocent. We don't think it was a fair trial, and we don't think the jurors were fair either.
And you look at all of the other cases going on as well, and so far so good for President Trump when it comes to the Mar-a-Lago boxes hoax in Florida, the Fani Willis trial going on in Georgia, also what's in D.C. Those cases may not go forward or move forward until after the November election. But we'll talk more about this in a little bit. But there was some breaking news just last week of a Facebook post, is what you were just hitting on. The Facebook post, which Judge Merchan sent to the defense and the prosecution, both teams, which said that apparently came from a cousin of a juror who said, my cousin serves on the jury, President Trump will be convicted tomorrow. And so he knew ahead of time. So, that's all that the letter said to the prosecution and the defense. But if this is a case, I almost believe that this has already been investigated because time has passed since the verdict was handed down. And I believe, in my opinion, that this may have already been investigated, and they take this very seriously, and serious enough for them to send out that letter. If it is in fact true, that's a absolute 100% mistrial.
Oh, absolutely, 100% it is, and thank you for explaining the story and giving the backdrop on that, because that's the reason why the people here in Las Vegas think it's absolutely a mistrial, is because the jury seemed to know ahead of time. That cousin knew ahead of time that it was going to be a guilty verdict. They knew with absolute certainty they were going to get their guilty verdict, despite what the prosecution did, despite what the defense did, despite the fact that President Trump had to spend 6 weeks in a cold courtroom, is what everyone's saying. So it's absolutely a mistrial, and we can't wait to see how fast the judicial system is going to act to overturn this mistrial.
All right, Nathan, so good to see you. I know you're on Instagram and people want to follow you because he's very MAGA, very conservative, loves our country, a true patriot. How can people follow you on Instagram?
Well, first, before I say that, I do want to say the reason why I knew about this and was able to make plans to come to Vegas was because of Vanessa. Everyone should follow Vanessa Broussard on Instagram, because I saw her story saying there was going to be a party in Vegas this weekend, and I knew I had to come down. But if anyone wants to follow me, my handle is _Nathan Lucas. Lucas spelled with a K in the middle, _Nathan Lucas. So please follow me. Look forward to connecting with MAGA and American patriots all over the country. God bless.
So good to see you. Yes, we'll talk to you soon. Love you too. Good to see you. All right. How are you doing over there, Paul?
I'm doing well, Vanessa. We have an incredible story to tell. Why don't we walk a little bit over here just so we're not interrupting them. But this is Mark, for your audience. He is from North Vegas. And Mark, you have a story to tell regarding illegal immigration. Why don't you explain your story to the viewers?
Well, if you look at the side of my jaw, I have a scar that goes from my chin to my spinal column. And I had this hand lopped off in 3 chunks, blocking my head from decapitation. So my body was hacked into multiple pieces, and the last one caught me in the throat while I was running away with a left-handed swing. The front of the machete got me there, and the back of the machete got me here. What happened was
can I just interrupt really quickly, just to give our audience context, that you were basically attacked by an illegal who crossed the border. 3 illegals at once ambushed you.
Yep. I stumbled upon them robbing the mailbox cluster for 25 homes, which is unfortunately located in my driveway. And when I came outside, they were wearing ski masks in August 18th of 2002, and dressed entirely in black and looked very out of place. And when I noticed they were my neighbors and recognized them, the guy with the machete and a holster like El Cid fielded his other 2 friends to keep me from getting back in my house. And they spent the next 15 minutes chasing me up and down Daisy Field Avenue, where my house is and their house was, and hacking me up.
It's horrible. I mean, you hear so much about the crisis of the illegals, our borders, and the worst situation it's been ever in our history under Biden. 10 million, 20 million are expected to cross over between now and November over the 4 years of Biden's term. So you're living with the real world consequences of how devastating an open border is on the American people. You're living proof of that.
Yes, and I'm living proof that the mainstream media lies too. The whole time that I had my throat cut and I couldn't talk, I was in the hospital getting my hand reattached. It died and they lopped it off again. So I lost it twice in 2 weeks. At that point, the police came in and attempted to arrest me, saying that I had attacked them with my keychain and that they had to defend themselves with 3 guys with a machete hacking me up for 15 minutes against my keychain.
Wow.
And
Wow.
The mainstream media castigated me, especially Channel 5.
Right. I mean, the mainstream media never wants to cover this issue. They never want to cover the border. I know that firsthand. God bless you for making, it seems like, a strong recovery, a full recovery.
Yeah, when I got out of the hospital, they all had to leave their houses and split, and the police let them flee back to Mexico, where you can't extradite them for anything but bank robbery or murder. And they didn't quite manage murder.
So could you give our viewers a sense just how bad is the illegal crisis affecting the state of Nevada?
Well, right now there's at least 2,000 people living underneath the city in the sewage drain from the floodwater channels.
Wow.
And they have they have sweeps every time there's bad weather to try and get them out of there and get them someplace safe. But by the time the bad weather's over and they're back in again, there's rampant crime.
There's crime. They probably don't deport. I'm sure they don't deport them, or they might transport them across the state like they do in New York, where I'm from. But it doesn't seem like they're willing to deport anyone at all under Biden.
And one of the big things that happens, especially on Boulder Highway, is they steal the copper out of the electrical lights.
Right.
And they've kept Boulder Highway in the dark and caused the death of several pedestrians so far.
So, all right, I mean, that's incredible. It's a travesty, and that's why we need President Trump back in so much. I mean, we're in a desperate situation. So what other issues, what are you most excited to see today, aside from, obviously, this is a very important issue, but what?
See the huge crowd, and I like to see the fact that it's really going to be too big to rig.
Absolutely. I mean, Will, maybe you get a shot of this crowd. We'll do one after we speak to our friend over here. But we have thousands of people already lining up bright and early. I think tens of thousands of people. I mean, this line goes on for, I'd say, over a mile long. I mean, you're familiar. You're a native of Las Vegas. Have you ever seen a crowd this large for any event?
Not for any political event, especially. One of the biggest venues here is entertainment, and this actually tops even the entertainment venues.
So
I saw a woman that was getting signatures for voter ID, and she said she needed 140,000 to get it on the ballot, and she had picked up 60,000 today.
Wow. Unbelievable. Well, that's why this state is shifting red, and it's shifting red decisively. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your story. God bless you. God bless all the Nevada Trump supporters coming out today. We have to make it too big to rig. As you said, we got to make this election too big to rig, because that's the way we're going to win in November.
Yeah, Biden's going to play the games he always did with ballot dumps, mail-ins, hundreds of thousands of duplicates, weeks to count them, when Columbia can count them in one night.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. It was so nice speaking with you. I know you got to catch up to your wife over there. We're going to swing back over to Vanessa right now.
All right. Yes. Let's talk about Mike Lindell over at My Pillow, a big friend of RSBN's. We love Mike Lindell. He is a true patriot who is also fighting for America. He's fighting for election integrity, and he has done so since the 2020 election. He's used a lot of his personal funds to fight for election integrity. So we need to support Mike Lindell, and you can do so right now on mypillow.com. When you are at checkout, make sure you type in the RSBN code. Help Mike Lindell, help his business grow, help him succeed in his fight for election integrity. Mike Lindell, just a wonderful man, and when he comes to these rallies, the people love him. They go crazy. They're excited. They scream, they yell, they want selfies with Mike Lindell, because the people of America know that he is also fighting for them. So let's fight for him as well. You can do that on mypillow.com. He has a huge sale going on right now. I don't know if you've seen the commercials running, but he has commercials running of the big sale he has going on right now. But not just that sale, you can get extra savings again with the RSBN code. That's mypillow.com. Add to your shopping cart. Keep stocking up. Help Mike Lindell. And then when you go to checkout, type in the RSBN code for a bigger discount. All right. You know the saying, the road goes on forever and the party never ends. Well, that's fitting, Paul, for Las Vegas. Take a look at the people. The line has started to move, and the line goes on forever. And
Really
we can't
does.
even see the end of the line from where we're standing, because it just wraps around this park. Again, we're at Sunset Park, about 10-15 minutes away from the Sunset or the Vegas Strip, that is, the Vegas Strip. And the people here are excited to get the line moving. They were kind of excited whenever the line started moving, so that means that they're making some headway here. So, yeah, lots of people here. And again, I'm looking as far as I can see, and I just don't see, Paul, where the line ends, which is a good sign.
I don't see it ending either anywhere soon, at least from this vantage point. And we're not even, at the start of the line. We're kind of in the middle over here. There are thousands of people kind of congregating closer to where the actual scene will take place, where the actual rally stage will be. But, we're here. We're seeing this line. I mean, this line has to go on for at least a mile long. You have MAGA caps, as far as the eye can see. As Vanessa said, we're only about a 10-minute drive from the Vegas Strip, and, the enthusiasm here is through the roof. I mean, the last gentleman I was speaking to, he said, Vegas is considered to be the entertainment capital of the United States, of the world, and he said he's never seen, any entertainment event, let alone a political rally as large as this event is today, this Trump rally is today in Las Vegas. So, with each indictment, with each conviction, it seems like the enthusiasm just increases more and more. I mean, his rallies over the past month or so, especially, I mean, he's always had big rallies, but especially over the past 4 or 5 weeks, have been record-breaking, all of them. New Jersey, I mean, he had the rally in the Bronx where he had 25,000 people in the deep blue borough in the Bronx, in the heart of New York City. I mean, he's been able to generate, union workers there at 6:30 in the morning in the heart of Manhattan. And here on the West Coast, the enthusiasm is just as high, if not even higher. So it's an incredible sight to see. And again, just, it's 105 degrees out today. It's not exactly ideal conditions to be standing outside all day long, but the people come out, they want to show their support for President Trump, and they understand just how important this election is.
Absolutely, and it's also the first rally since he was found guilty on 34 counts in Manhattan. So the people, they're not happy with that verdict. They're upset about the verdict. They're angry, and that has given them a bigger push to get to the polls in November and actually get here to this rally as well. I was speaking, as you saw minutes ago, with a guy from Minnesota who said, I came here to Las Vegas because he's not happy with the verdict. That's what he wanted to talk about, and he came to Las Vegas just to see President Trump. So, what's so funny is as I'm walking, Paul, through the lines, I hear people say Nevada or Las Vegas is Trump country.
Yeah.
And it is. However, everywhere we go in the country, they say this is Trump country. People love President Trump no matter where you are in different parts of America. But we want to know where you're watching from. What area are you watching from? What area is Trump country where you live? If you're in the chats right now, make sure you tell us. We love to see where people are watching from. Let us know where you live and which part of your area is Trump country. Now, I met a woman during the Nevada caucus who works for the local campaigns here, getting people registered to vote. Just happened to see her, gave her a big hug. Hadn't seen her since the Nevada caucus. And she said that she's still registering voters today. We've seen many people out here registering voters. I asked her, how's it going? And she says, we're actually getting a lot of people from California. And I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because, they're working Nevada. And she says, well, it's good for California. I agree with her because I think that the Republicans in California are still the silent majority. And you know how it is. If you live in Hollywood and if you're an actor or a model, you have to stay quiet if you're a Republican just so you can have a job. Mm-hmm. And so the people there, however, are getting fed up. They don't want to stay quiet any longer. And so California, we see you, we hear you, keep being vocal, come to these events. Sign up. President Trump was just in California last night for a huge fundraiser.
He was. And listen, I agree with you, Vanessa. California, many Americans don't realize there are more registered Republicans in the state of California than any other state in the United States, in the Union. There definitely has been a change in sentiment in the state of California. The president was in Newport Beach. They had a boat rally there, and it looks like thousands of people showed up just to see the president wave their Trump flags on their boats. Those famous boat rallies are coming back now that it's the summer season. He did a fundraiser, as you spoke to, in Silicon Valley. Now, in 2016, and even 2020, no one in big tech would ever, there was only maybe one or two names that came out out to support President Trump from Silicon Valley. Now you're having 12, 15, 20 people, coming out there in terms of billionaires, offering their donations to President Trump and other financial means to President Trump. So, there definitely has been a significant shift in the way many Californians are thinking, and really that applies to every blue area in the country. I think right now you're dealing with record level crime, the illegal crisis. I mean, you can't avoid that. People are devastated by that. The gentleman I just spoke to is living proof of, how much damage that has wrought on our country. I mean, he had his arm hacked off by an illegal. It's horrible. It's devastating. But you're seeing that across the board. Crime is through the roof. The economy, Bidenomics, inflation, homelessness. No one wants to live in a country like that. We're really becoming a third world country. And then to top it all off, our justice system is becoming just like the banana republics to our south, just like socialist Venezuela, just like communist Cuba, just like the former Soviet Union. And people, especially people with memories and who have family ties to those regions of the world, see exactly what is going on in the United States, and they don't want any of that to happen here. And they realize that the 2024 presidential election has freedom, has justice on the ballot. Really, this is the choice between tyranny and a weaponized system of justice where you go down a very dark route of prosecuting political opponents, or you go the way of freedom, go the way of preserving our Constitution, go the way of preserving our Bill of Rights, our God-given rights. I mean, that's really what is on the line. It's a stark contrast between good and evil, and the American people see it, and that's why they're out here in droves. These Trump rallies are much more than just about a single man or just about the movement. It's about preserving the United States of America, our way of life, to pass it down to the next generation. So I think that's really what drives these people out here. Again, Sunday morning, early, Las Vegas, 105-degree heat, and these lines are historic. I mean, the way they are unprecedented. I've never seen. I mean, these lines are just incredible. They get bigger and bigger and bigger each and every time.
Yes, they do. And it's just exciting to see. And going back to what we were talking about is that it really doesn't matter where these people are registering to vote, where they live, as long as they're registering. So if you have not registered to vote, please do so. Someone sent me an email just the other day asking, hey, it was either a niece or a nephew is turning 18. Where can I register them to vote? And I believe it's your county registrar's office. But get with your county, your area's government, and they can definitely help you out and lead you to the right place to register to vote. But get registered. That's the most important thing to do. We need to make this too big to rig. They have people out here every couple of feet with clipboards and registration cards getting them registered. So make sure that wherever you live that you're registered to vote, your loved ones are registered to vote, because there's just really no excuse not to be. That is our right that we and our veterans have fought for. So make sure you're registered. You have a little bit of time before the November election, but can't complain if you don't vote.
No, not at all. And listen, reach out to your state, your local, your county Republican state chairperson. I mean, they could probably provide more information about voter registration. And it's important that even if you're registered to vote and your family is registered to vote, you go out there and register people who aren't registered. I mean, I'm sure you have friends, many of our audience here today, I'm sure have friends who either were registered no longer or were a former Democrat or independent and need to get registered as a Republican. That is so important. So, if every person in our audience could register just 5 people, that would go such a long way towards tipping the scales and tipping the balance, especially in these critical battleground states.
I like that. Paul gave you some homework. Go register 5 people to make sure that we up the number and save this country come November. All right, we're going to step aside here real quick and show you as people continue to walk in. The line is moving more toward the front, and the people are still walking into Sunset Park, which is just a couple of miles from the Vegas Strip. It is 8:17 local time here. President Trump comes on stage at noon. Pre-programming starts about 10:30, so stick around for that. It's always a big pep rally before President Trump takes the stage. So we're just going to watch the crowd, let them come in, and we'll be right back here with you as we are live in Las Vegas, Nevada for President Trump's big rally today.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Las Vegas, Nevada for a huge Trump rally today. The people here are coming out in droves by the thousands. They are upset about what happened in New York City with that sham trial, and they are livid and they want to show their face today and support President Trump. And it is just 8:26 local time. The pre-program starts at 10:30. President Trump takes the stage at noon, and these people here are fighting the heat, but they don't care. They want to see President Trump. Hey, you know, we went through a pandemic, and we just don't know what's to come. You never know what's up the sleeves of the Biden administration and even what's going on in the world. So be prepared no matter what in case something unknown happens. Dr. Peter McCullough, who works closely with President Trump and also some of his other team members, have put together a emergency medical kit. Make sure that you have one of these in your house. Be prepared. This medical emergency kit comes in handy. I know personally because I have one and I've already put it to use. So make sure you get a medical emergency kit. Pharmaceutical companies make billions, that's billions with a B, every single year off sick Americans, which means Big Pharma needs you to be sick. They rely on you to be sick. And just like Big Pharma, Big Government wants you to feel powerless as well. Like they're in control of you. Does that sound familiar? Don't let that happen. So say no thank you. Get yourself a medical emergency kit that has multiple medications inside, so if something strikes your family, you will have that firsthand. You don't have to wait on a doctor. You don't have to wait on a prescription. You'll have it right there in your house. Dr. Peter McCullough has been preaching the importance of early intervention treatment since 2020, so don't wait any longer. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. That's makecaregreatagain.com. Use the code RSBN to purchase your kit with $45 off. Save $45 and you'll also get free shipping. Whether it's the bird flu, monkeypox, COVID, cyber attacks, or drugstore shortages, you won't have to worry. You'll have what you need. no matter what. Safeguard your health today. Go to makecaregreatagain.com. Use the RSBN code at checkout for $45 off, and again, free shipping as well. These kits are only available in the USA. All right, we're going to send it over to Paul now, who has an interview standing by. Paul, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Vanessa, so, it's getting rowdy in a good way here. We got more people coming up. They're waking up. They're excited to see the president. We have Mark here. Mark, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Happened to be in town from New York in Las Vegas for the World Series of Poker. I saw Trump was going to be here at the same time. I'm like, I got to go see the GOAT again. I've seen him in plenty of different states since I'm a truck driver, and the place is packed. The parking's already full, and the doors haven't opened yet. The line is circling all the way around. We're going to have a huge turnout for the GOAT today. Everyone's excited to see him, including myself.
That's great. What are you most excited to hear from President Trump speak at this rally today?
I mean, anything he says is going to get the crowd excited. Obviously, he's going to talk about the sham trial in New York, where I'm from, which I'm embarrassed because the justice system is in question right now. They're attacking Trump. They're attacking Steve Bannon. They attacked Giuliani. They attacked everybody. They're trying to silence our voices, but we're not going to be silent, and we're going to have a roaring crowd letting people know that we still support Trump, even more now than ever, despite the sham trial in New York.
It's really become a two-tier system of justice, and I think many Americans, that's why there you have bigger rally size than ever before, with President Trump, as you mentioned, Mayor Giuliani, our hometown hero, Peter Navarro, so many others, the January 6th political hostages. They've weaponized the justice system to attack political dissidents at a rate that's unprecedented in American history. We've never seen that before. We're quickly devolving into a banana republic, and I think a lot of people realize that, and that's why they're coming out today in record numbers.
Yeah, definitely. They want to silence us, and it's more important now than ever to have your voice heard. They want us to be scared to speak out. They're trying to make examples out of the leaders in our country, but we're going to stand by our leaders, and we did it peacefully. When the left doesn't get their way, they riot, they cause crimes, they burn buildings down, they burn churches down. We don't do that. We show up and support peacefully. We donate. Trump has raised money in record numbers, and we're donating. We're peacefully making our voices heard, and that's how we do it, because we're on the right side of history.
Now, you're here for the World Series of Poker. You're a New Yorker, but you're in Vegas, spending a lot of time here, I'm sure, talking to a lot of people who are native, and people from Las Vegas and Nevada in general. What are you seeing on the ground? Or in your conversations, do you think Nevada is a state that will go for President Trump this November? Now, it wasn't a state in 2016, 2020, very close. Maybe there were some issues, but this now he's leading 5-6 points in every single poll. Is this a state that President Trump will win to expand the electoral map this November?
Oh, I think so. I think we're going to flip some of the 4 congressional seats here. We flipped the governor's seat a couple of years ago, so it is a red state now, and now it's time to flip the congressional seats and pick up the electoral votes for President Trump.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Mark, for speaking to us today. God bless you. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. I'm definitely going to enjoy my day, and so are the other fellow freedom-loving Americans here today to support Donald Trump.
Great. I think we're going to head back over to Vanessa. She might have another interview or another.
Yeah, we recently had some monumental news that no one is talking about. For the first time in history, the interest we pay on the national debt has surpassed every individual budget item except Social Security. The U.S. now spends more on interest than on national defense or even Medicare. And it's only getting worse as big government continues to spend like drunken sailors. We talk about it all the time. That's exactly what they do. That's why savvy investors, central banks, concerned savers are turning to gold, and you should as well. Something not tied to the inflated U.S. dollar. You can do that too with the help of Birch Gold. For over 20 years, Birch Gold Group has helped thousands of Americans protect their savings by converting on IRA, 401k into physical gold. So to learn more, all you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Claim your free, no obligation information kit on Gold. Birch Gold has earned my trust with their education first approach, their thousands of happy customers, and their countless 5-star reviews. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. That's the Birch Gold Group. Look who we have here. Our friends. We have the Trump Latinos, and we have Forgiato Blow. Hello, welcome to Vegas.
Hey, how's it going? We're out here having a great time. We're good to see you. Black Donald Trump, Trump
What's up,
Latinos.
everybody?
Yes, tell us about what's been going on. You've been busy. You've been on the campaign trail with President Trump. Let's start in the Bronx. You were there recently. What was that like?
We went to the Bronx. It was amazing. A good crowd came out. People they thought would never come out. We took over AOC's background. We were in Wildwood. There's 100,000 people in Wildwood. It was crazy. Vegas, it's already packed. People are packed out. There's no parking. I mean, it just shows you the more they indict, the more we unite. Everybody's behind Donald Trump.
Absolutely. And you talked about Wildwood as well. Tons of people there, tens of thousands of people. Now we're in Vegas, the first rally for Giotto since he's been found guilty on 34 counts. Are you still mad about that like you were day one?
Mistrial. Somebody already commented that he was going to be guilty before they came out with a guilty verdict. So that's going to get thrown away. Hopefully it gets reassigned anywhere, somewhere else too. Maybe like Alabama or something. But at the end of the day, Trump's going to run from the cell. Worst comes to worst. Nelson Mandela pardoned himself, come to president. I think Donald Trump can do that all day. The people are behind Donald Trump more than ever right now, and that's driving them crazy. I just saw he was over in California yesterday before we got here. The streets were packed. Saw like 5,000-6,000 people on the streets. It just looks crazy. There's so much support for him right now.
Absolutely, and it keeps continuing to grow and grow. Let's talk about your teams here. Y'all got lots of new music out. I feel like every time I turn on to social media, I see you guys. Very busy. Love what you do. Let's talk about some of your new music.
So we have a new song called I Stand With Trump. Right, it's me and the Trump Latinos. Their album is out right now. It's actually on that album, America's Voice. These two been working real hard, got a lot of good music. They were in the Bronx with me too. This another new artist, Black Donald Trump. He's got a song called Keep It in MAGA that's out right now. Black MAGA, Donald Trump's first president, black first president. Right?
I've never seen you before on RSBN, so I want to introduce you. We've seen the Trump Latinos, and of course we've seen Forgiato Blow here on Right Side. Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about you.
Real Black Donald Trump, St. Petersburg, Florida native, born and raised.
All right. What is it about Donald Trump that made you decide to start rapping about him?
I actually been loving Trump since day one. It's not even about the rap. It's about what he's doing for the country and what he's doing for the people.
So let's talk about your music. How do you portray saving this country into your music?
We basically put it all in one perspective. I just get in, he goes in, and we just do our thing.
How can people follow you? Again, new to RSBN, so good to see you and meet you. How can people follow you?
At Real Black Donald Trump, IG, everything else.
I'm going to have to do that. I'm going to get you, both of you real quick. Love these guys so much. Always on the go. How can people follow you and download your music?
Trump Latino 24 on IG and all platforms.
All right. What's next for you guys? What's coming down the pipes?
Another album. Y'all just get ready.
All right, we're ready. Love the MAGA tattoos. I know we've seen it before, but if you're new here, look at those MAGA necks. That's hardcore right there. Forgiato, we're not going to leave you out. If our camera guy can pan down real quick, he's got those gold official Trump sneakers on. I'm so jealous of you, Forgiato.
You don't got to be jealous of me.
You know, let me tell you the truth. I was actually online when those went on sale, and I said, oh, I'll come back later and get some. Let me think about it for a little bit.
Slept on Trump.
I slept on it.
Slept on Trump.
And then when I went back, they were sold out.
Thanks. So.
Yes, but that's okay. I did get the perfume that was on the website. So I haven't received it in the mail yet, but I did get the perfume. But I did sleep on the
make
sneakers.
Sure it gets sent to you.
Thank you, thank you. But yes, good to see these guys. Good to meet you. We're going to definitely follow you as well. Make sure you follow them. These are good, patriotic rappers who love this country. They love President Trump. They want to save America. So make sure you give them a follow and support them as well. All right, Paul, what you got going on over there?
Thank you, guys. I mean, this is an incredible, incredible site. You know, they're launching their Hispanics initiative, Latinos for Trump initiative today. They're really making a strong push here, especially because Nevada has such a large Latino community. Do you guys want to talk a little bit more about that, the drive among the Trump campaign, the inroads they've made with Hispanic Americans, especially in a state like Nevada?
It's been nothing but love, man. I mean, we're Trump, and a lot of Latinos out here are waking up. A lot of patriots are waking up, the youth as well.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, Trump always talks about how these people, obviously they share his values. They're traditional, they're conservative, they're hardworking Americans, they're business owners, they're entrepreneurs, and, they're fed up with what's going on here. And a lot of them have come, a lot of, Venezuelans, Cubans, recall what it's like to have a weaponized system of justice, a communist-type system of justice, and they're seeing that happening here in America with Biden and his Justice Department, his weaponized Justice Department.
Well, America's supposed to be the land of the free, so, we see what's going on, and we're ready to make a change, and Trump's the one that's going to make a change, so we're going to vote for him even if he's a felon. We ain't worried about 34 because we're repping 47.
Right, absolutely. Well, guys, it's great talking to you guys. Stay cool, because this is a hot rally for sure. I know we had a little bit of a medical emergency over here by our side. Just if you're here at the rally today, be sure you hydrate. It's drink water, drink the Trump water. What is that? I want to one more question. Who do you guys want to see to be Trump's VP? Do you guys have a favorite? What are you guys thinking about that?
Man, I like General Flynn.
You like General Flynn?
And Vivek.
General Flynn.
Same.
Yeah, we gonna stick by that. General Flynn's our brother, our partner.
Last question: does Nevada go for Trump this November?
They about to.
Look at it. Where we at right now? Look at it. It's packed.
I mean, I was at Wildwood in New Jersey. I think this rally beats it. The crowd size.
Let's go.
And it's only the beginning. It's still early.
Listen, in the Bronx, he had 25,000 people. In a state like Nevada, I expect 100,000 people coming out to support.
We were there. Yeah, we were there.
So how does this compare to the Bronx rally? What's the feel?
It feels hotter. That's about it. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. That's about it.
Well, I'm sure the president will be so excited to see all you guys and see everyone come out here today. You guys enjoy. I don't want to keep you for too much long, but yeah, absolutely. You enjoy. I'm getting a little sweaty right now, but yeah, absolutely. You take care. That Trump water. I've never seen that before. The Trump water bottles, and that's perfect for a day like today. Why don't we get another shot of this audience, this crowd here? Look at this. And after that, we're going to hand it over to Vanessa.
From Wheel of Fortune, but I'd like to solve the puzzle, sir.
Would you like to buy a vowel?
I'd hit the jackpot if I could solve that. Yes. Would you like to buy a vowel? Yes, and solve the puzzle. Good to see you. What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Joe. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'm proud to be here.
What's your name and where are you from?
Dylan, Las Vegas, Nevada. Proud to be here.
All right, let's talk about Vegas. We're at your home turf.
We don't like the heat either, so you all come on out. Yeah.
Notice I'm kind of bending down to get some shade. It is hot. It's just going to get hotter as the day progresses, but that's okay. The people are still out in full force. Thousands of people here already.
Yeah, you could. I wanted to wait till it was good and cold to come out, but I thought today would work instead.
There you go. What is it about Trump that you love so much? What makes you brave the heat to come out here and stand for President Trump?
I have no filter. He has no filter. The interview he just did the other day with Dr. Phil blew me away. It was the most presidential I've seen him maybe in the last 8 years. I'm super excited to vote for him for the third time and the fourth and fifth if I have to.
There you go. Let's talk about that Dr. Phil interview. It was a wonderful interview, and people in the audience who may have been undecided or have confirmed that they hadn't voted for Trump in the past, they're voting for him this time.
Absolutely. I thought it was, I think he played that right down the middle the way that he needs to unite this country. I don't think we're that far apart. I think the right and the left are far apart, but the rest of us are right here in Trump country.
If you haven't seen that interview, make sure you go online. It was a great interview. And again, if you're watching and you're undecided, there were so many undecided people in the audience, and Dr. Phil even mentioned it as well. There's people in his circle who have been undecided and have now switched over. So go watch that interview and decide for yourself, because President Trump did a wonderful job and persuaded some of these undecided voters to vote for him. Vegas, is it Trump country?
Vegas, baby, Trump country, more than they think.
Yeah. And let's talk about the state in general. I was talking to someone from Las Vegas earlier, and they said there's really 2 counties that they're worried about that really decide, it's the deciding factor. However, we can still get out. The more the merrier. Too big to rig come November.
Well, the blue counties in Washoe County and Clark County, if you go anywhere outside of Clark County and talk to the people of actual Nevada, we're as blood red as the rest of the world is. Clark County's got its issues. I just volunteered to be a poll watcher. I'm not letting them cheat anymore. I'm not letting them put up more mortar boards. I'm not letting them do this to our country again. So.
There you go. I wish this little one behind us. If you have 4 feet, can you vote? There's a dog behind us. People have their pets out here as well. Yes, all 4 hands. So let's talk about the momentum. Have you seen more momentum in the last few months for people ready to vote in November?
I have, and I have in the past canvassed and done things for local politics, but I've seen one Biden-Harris flag in the entire city of Nevada. Or Nevada, city of Las Vegas. And I have seen Trump flags, aside from my own, everywhere I go. I mean, people are excited. People are done with this. This is crazy what they're doing to our country. It's just not right. I think those of us that care and have the power to stand up and do something about it are about to. And I'm proud to be a part of it.
Very good. And you've also registered to be a volunteer, which is amazing. What was that process like? Because I was just saying earlier, people are still asking me, I get emails, how can I register to vote or register a loved one, family member to vote? What was the process like to volunteer? Was it fairly easy?
Well, actually, I volunteered again today. There was a lady with a clipboard, and I gave her my phone number, my email address, and I'll pick up the call. I didn't volunteer to knock on doors because I'm a little bit heavy to go walking, but I did volunteer to make some phone calls and put some time in and watch some polls. So, and I think if you ask any of these other people right here around me, I think they'll all say the same thing. I mean, it's time to do something. We can't stand by anymore.
You got to be loud. We are not the silent majority any longer.
No, and I think we have been for far too long. And if the Republicans don't come with us, we're going to drag them kicking and screaming.
Well, it's so good to meet you. Thank you both for being here, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to send it back over to Paul. Paul, how are you doing over there?
Great, a little entourage over here of President Trump supporters. Why don't you tell us your name for the audience?
Robin. Cheryl.
Cheryl, what's your name?
Kim.
And where are you all from? Nevada?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Are you from Las Vegas?
Anderson.
Okay.
Las Vegas.
Okay. And so what are you most excited to see from President Trump today in Nevada? This is a state that he's up in all the polls, 5-6 points. I think you can tell by the size of this crowd that Vegas is Trump country. So what are you excited to see?
He's going to win. He's going to win.
He's going to win. We want Trump back. We need him back, and he will win Nevada.
What she said? Yeah, and we're all purple. Let's go red.
Excellent. I'm going to kind of go rapid fire since I'm interviewing all 3 of you at one time. Tell me, what is the most important issue this cycle for you? Maybe if there are two or 3 issues, you could name those as well.
The border and the economy.
Yes, and the economy, absolutely.
The border and the economy.
I mean, I've heard so much. I mean, it seems like Nevada is sort of the epicenter of this illegal alien crime. Really, every state is at this point. Given Joe Biden's border, 20 million have crossed over the past 4 years, adding to the tens of millions that have already been here. So obviously, this is a central issue, a key concern for all Americans. What do you think of this whole conviction, the weaponized system of justice against Trump?
No, it's a sham. It's a sham what they did. I don't even see how it could even be legal to do that, what they did.
It's illegal what they did.
It's totally illegal. It is a sham, and we got to fix this because we need him.
Right, we do. I mean, you have Americans who emigrated here from the former Soviet Union, from Latin America, from communist countries down there, and they're seeing what is going on here. We're becoming a banana republic. We're becoming a communist type system. We're becoming a tyranny, really, under Joe Biden, where political dissent, where having an opposite opinion from that approved by the government is becoming illegal. So this is a concern for all Americans. I think many people are waking up to that reality.
I believe so, too.
Wake up.
I think after the conviction, a lot of people started opening their eyes and seeing what it's really about and all the criminals.
That's right. That's right. We've got to get this fixed and I believe that Trump is the only one who can do this.
I believe in Trump, and I'm a Christian. I totally believe in him. And yes, go Teamsters, because we're all turning red and not listening to our union hall.
That's great. All right, so one last message. What's your message to President Trump today?
We love you. We love you, and you've got us, Nevada. Hi, Mom. Hi, Bruce and Patriot family.
We love you, and hi, Dad. We love you, Trump. And you get him. Go get him.
Nevada for Trump.
Go Nevada. Nevada for Trump. God bless. God bless all of you ladies. Stay cool today. It's 105 degrees, and I hope you enjoy your day today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you as well. Nice meeting all of you. You stay cool. I think I'm going to swing back over to Vanessa. I mean, look, the crowds here are incredible.
So we are right on the state line with California. We are here with Natalie and Lori, who are very big in the Republican Party in California. Delegates fighting hard. Welcome to Las Vegas on this very hot day.
This is awesome to be here. It's my first rally. I got to sit with a lunch with Trump, but I have not been to a rally, so I'm thrilled. And as a delegate for California, we're for Trump.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And I'm a teacher in Tehachapi, California, and I went through the whole resisting the COVID mandates, and they ended up firing me. And so now after that, I ran for the school board, and I won, and the person who swore me in was the same one that fired me. So,
well, how lovely was that? If that isn't the best karma ever, right?
Yeah, that's right. And now I'm fighting for parents' rights and protecting children and making sure to get the books that are sexually explicit out of the classrooms. And we're all for Trump. He loves teachers, and he loves kids, and he's loving parents, and he's all about parent rights, too.
Let's talk about that. Let's hit on that just a little bit more and talk about COVID. That proves that the parents back your beliefs,
yes.
Not the government's beliefs, not Governor Newsom's beliefs. They back your beliefs because you got fired for standing up for the children, and they voted you onto the school board.
That's right. Absolutely. That's how I ran my campaign. I said, I'm not going to give up, and I'm going to put my foot down.
And she's pushing a book policy right now for parents' rights in our county, in Kern County. So she's not giving up. She's still going.
How can people follow your initiative?
How can people call my initiative?
How can they follow you?
I'm on Facebook under Lorena Cisneros, and it's public, so they can follow me. It's for freedom.com. Yep.
And as a delegate for the California GOP, I put a resolution on Trump's Agenda 47 to celebrate our country, the founding of our Constitution, under God our rights, for the 250th anniversary of our country. It was voted unanimously, and it was voted unanimously on the floor. The only resolution to pass was Agenda 47 from California MAGA. So I encourage everybody to check out California MAGA because California loves Trump.
And I love hearing that because when you think California, you automatically think Governor Newsom, Hollywood, but people are coming alive in California. They're becoming more vocal. We haven't seen that in the past, and it's really good to see.
It's wonderful. And I think everybody in their neighborhood should be flying a Trump flag, so get them out. Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think California could be in play?
Oh, for sure. Of course, I'm jaded. I don't think what happened before happened, but the people are going to come out for Trump.
So let's talk about Governor Newsom and his policies real quick. Letting these illegals in, and yes, tell us. Yes,
bringing the recall. I'm one of the people that's bringing the recall against Newsom. We want the entire country to know he is not good for our country. So whether this resolution gets to the ballot or not, we want you to know living under his tyranny is not good for our country. Please do not allow Newsom to become a president.
Right, and he's stopping local control in our school boards and our county boards. He's trying to stop these policies that we're trying to enforce. So he's just, he's overreaching with his power, and he just needs to go.
Including intimidation of school board trustees while they're making decisions on their school boards.
You just walked up. I didn't get your name. What is your name and where are you from?
My name's Catherine. I live in Lancaster, California.
Okay, let's talk about your fight to save California.
I'm the Executive Vice President of the California Republican Assembly, And these are some of my great leaders of the organization. I'm also on the national board as well. So we're the most conservative organization and the largest conservative organization in the state.
And the heart of the Conservative Party in California is the CRA. We're the heart.
Have you seen in recent months, or especially since 2020, a lot of people really making a move in California? Like, what's the vibe like? What are people saying?
Well, you know, we had an exodus happen. There's no doubt about that. We have an influx at our border. But the people that are standing for our conservative values are getting stronger in number up and down the state. The leaders, I probably speak to leaders that reach about 500,000 people on the regular. And we are not just determined, we are not going to give up. You know, when it says never give up, you know, what we love most about Trump is that he stands no matter what. And who does he stand for? The people. So we're going to do the same in return. He deserves our respect and support.
I was going to say something too, because California is the #1 ag state, you know, and we provide ag and oil, and we know Trump supports farmers and water and all the things that we need in California to make things happen. So all up and down the state, in the center of the state, we're for Trump.
#1 supplier of carrots and almonds in the world comes from our county. Our oil basin, our natural gas, our natural resources are in Kern County, and Newsom is choking us out. Yeah.
That's what he does, and you know, and then they want to California the rest of America, and we just can't let that happen. Not right now. We need to save California.
Yes, save America.
It's such a beautiful state. I used to visit California often, and I love California. We just need to get some new leadership in there.
That's right, and we're on a mission to get it. So let's do it.
There you go. So tell everybody to make sure that they get their votes out there. Make sure their neighbors vote. Make sure their family members vote. If they have people that cannot get out to the ballot box or mail in their ballots, make sure you take it for them.
Check your registrations. Like, get on it now. Just email your local county elections office, plug in your address and name, and it'll immediately come back to you. In California, the DMV is flipping people off of the Republican Party onto the no party preference. If you go in to do your tags on your car or do your renewal on your license and you don't determinedly click, I want to register for my party, they kick you off your party.
Watch that closely. They won't tell you that, do they?
Flipping. So watch your registrations. Yeah.
All right, so go check that out right now there in California. Of course, we love California. We love the fight that you're putting up. We know that the fight is hard, but you ladies are doing a great job.
We're not quitting. No quit. No quit.
Trump. Woo! Go Trump!
Also, if they want any information about the California Republican Assembly, they can go to cragop.org.
Yep.
cragop.org. All right, there you go. Get involved, California.
Trump.
They love Trump here in Vegas, coming from California. Okay, we're going to switch it back over to Paul now. Paul, how are you doing?
Okay, so we're here. I mean, that's incredible. That was an incredible sight. I mean, these people are stoked to see their president come out today, and we're still hours before he takes the stage. Sir, let me tell our audience what your name is and how are you doing today.
I'm Chris. I'm from the PAA podcast. I'm very, very hot. I was planning on staying out here for 8 hours, and I don't think I'm going to do it. I'm live streaming, but I'm going to go around and say hi to people and then just boogie, I think. It's nasty out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's hot out, but people are still coming out. They're spraying themselves down. They got their iced coffee, their waters. But listen, you've gone all over the place. You were telling me just a minute ago how you've been to pretty much all these West Coast events that President Trump has done. His Las Vegas. He had another rally here at a church in Las Vegas back in January. But how does this crowd size now compare to even just a couple of months ago?
This is massive. This is like the gathering of the MAGA-los, like some sort of insane clown posse tour. All the fake merchandise, the fake Trump merch, and all the people we never see at county meetings, none of the people that are involved in campaigns, but what'll show up for Donald Trump is amazing. I've never seen as many people. Usually just the insiders get to go, but yeah, it's when they have it outdoors at a park where they don't have to pay for it, as many people as can show up as possible, it's going to look great.
One of the things that the people we've been speaking to all morning long have been saying have been driving them out this election cycle is the illegal immigration crisis, the crisis at the border, Biden's border, which is basically wide open now, tens of millions of people crossing over. I think that's an issue that has really galvanized the people of Nevada. Also, I was corrected by your wife before. It's Nevada, not Nevada. I'm sorry. I'm trying to learn the pronunciation. As a New Yorker, we're never taught how to pronounce the West Coast states. But this issue obviously has really mobilized the people out here. And do you see that as that reflected sort of what you're also seeing?
Yeah, we're in bad shape. We're being invaded by foreign armies from all different countries. So yeah, I would say that probably is a concern for people. Even if there's going to be an election in November, they could activate all those people. Like, it doesn't take a large group of people to disrupt society. We're on thin ice as far as like electricity or any of our infrastructure being messed up. So yeah, a bunch of people that we don't know coming across the border, of course, should concern people.
People are worried about non-citizens voting this cycle. I mean, that is a serious concern for a lot of people, especially in a state like Nevada. Now, what are you most excited to see from President Trump today? What issues do you want him to speak about? Are you looking forward to him talking about?
Oh, I'd like to hear him say that he'd pardon Julian Assange and Edward Snowden and audit the Fed. Those things would be nice. But that'd be a Ron Paul speech, though, so I'm probably at the wrong place for that. But yeah, I'd like to hear those three things.
Our last question for you. What do you make of this whole weaponized justice system that has targeted President Trump, that has targeted so many of his key allies, and really that has targeted the American people who voice a view contrary to this current government?
Yeah, no, we're in a third world nation now. So yeah, I would expect at some point that it'll break out into violence. I mean, at this point they're using the courts against their opponents. We've seen that before. So we know what's next. So yeah,
it's the same playbook. Despotism follows the same playbook. And whether you're in the Soviet Union, whether you're in socialist Venezuela, communist Cuba, it's the same exact playbook. So thank you so much for talking to us today.
Thanks, dude.
And stay cool, because listen, it is hot out here today, Vanessa. But the American people are coming out strong. They're not just from Nevada. They're coming from all over the place. Although obviously the majority of people here are from the Silver State. But I've seen people from New York. I've talked to East Coasters who traveled out here, who are doing the World Series of Poker, who happened to see that President Trump was in town and wanted to come down here. I'm sure a lot of people are also coming in from California, a state that we were talking about just a minute ago, or just a few minutes ago, that really has a strong silent majority of Trump supporters there. So it is an incredible sight to behold this morning.
Yes, I just spoke to a wonderful group of women, as you saw, from California. That silent majority in California is no longer silent. They have awakened the beast there in California, and the people are really coming out in support of conservative values. Speaking of conservative values, we have a company with us who, if you're dealing with back taxes or just have not paid your taxes this year, they can definitely help you out on Tax Network USA. Go to that 1-800 number on your screen. That is 1-800-357-1415, 1-800-357-1415. You can also go to tnusa.com/RSBN. tnusa.com/RSBN. They are licensed in every state, so no matter where you live, they can help you. They have experts standing by to help you. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. So no matter the size of your issue, that's fine. They can handle it for you. They are experts in this field, and they want to help you. Get with this conservative company, Tax Network USA. Again, whether you have back taxes or you filed an extension on your taxes for this year and just don't know when you're going to get them done or how you're going to do it, don't think about it any longer. Get with the experts. Again, they're licensed in every state. No matter where you live, they can help you. Tax Network USA, 1-800-357-1415. All right, Paul, I want to walk around. We've been in this little area for a while, so we want to start showing some of the crowd as we continue to wait for the gates to open.
Thank you so much.
Live television. I saw you guys cover Trump the other day. Yay, go Trump.
Where are you from?
Las Vegas.
I can tell you're excited. You look like a Las Vegas girl. What's your name?
Ty. We've been here since 5-something this morning, and we're out to support Trump. Go Trump. All my kids.
Hey, How old are your kids?
16 and 13.
Why is it so important to start them young to learn about conservative values here in America?
Because right now, their conservative values are under attack. And so we have to start with their kids while they're young because the liberals are trying to snuff them out. So we really have to start now and get their feelings of patriotism and supporting Trump and things like that, conservative values. So
I love you. You're so energetic. Yes.
I'm a subscriber on your YouTube channel.
Thank you. Thanks for supporting RSBN.
Yes, it does.
You love so much.
That he didn't cause inflation.
There you go.
My toys cost much more.
All of her toys cost much more. I can vouch for that. I have a 2.5-year-old at home, and toys are expensive. Diapers are expensive. Milk's expensive.
Everything's expensive.
Everything is expensive. Inflation under the Biden administration. We just can't afford to live anymore.
Right, and I know even some Democrats who have jumped ship because of the inflation, and they've come over to the right side. So, yes, go Trump.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So, is this your first rally?
No, I actually saw President Trump when he was running the very first time, and that was the coolest experience ever. So when I heard he was coming, I knew I had to come and bring my girls this time.
They look excited too. So good to see you. I need some of her energy. I'm gonna start jumping around and being excited. I'm always excited to see Trump, but she's a bundle of energy, as you can see. Vegas, Trump country.
Trump country 2024, yes.
Thanks for watching RSBN and thanks for being here today. Thank you, girls. Okay.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to continue to walk around here and look at more of the crowd as we can see that they are wrapped around the bike racks here, waiting to get inside and find a good seat, hopefully. We're expecting a overflow crowd like we usually see, Paul, at these Trump events.
Listen, one thing that's standing out to me today is I think this is the most sophisticated merchandise you're ever seeing on these rally attendees. I mean, that hat that woman and her daughter was wearing was beautiful. You had all the bling. You have the Trump gold sneakers, limited edition gold sneakers. I saw a few of those crowd. You have the MAGA caps, the classic Make America Great Again cap, but you have many different versions of it. Absolutely. I mean, listen, the Trump merchandise is just through the roof, and the people here in Nevada have great sense of style. I'll have to say that. In Las Vegas, wonderful sense of style. You have the costumes, the patriotic gear, the Trump MAGA flags, and look at this guy here. Look at these guys.
I've seen these a lot.
Free Trump shirts.
We feel like the administration right now has to go, right?
What administration?
Right.
They're fraudulent. Fraudulent Biden, that's what his name is.
What is your name and where are you from?
I'm Brian, and I am from Las Vegas.
All right, we see a lot of people on home turf today.
Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. Yes, let's talk about old Brandon. He's not doing too well. He was just in Normandy last week for D-Day, and
He was there.
No, he was talking. He was. I'm not sure, but stumbled over his speech that was written for him, and fumbled and mumbled. Didn't know whether to sit down or stand up. Jill had to walk him off the stage, but that's typical of.
Heard about the new Joe Biden doll that just came out. When you put the batteries in it, it shits itself.
There you go, people at home.
Smells Kamala.
Oh Lordy!
Puts it on her.
That's okay. Anything goes here on Right Side, but that's if that's what he thinks. Hey, I haven't seen that yet, but I'll look it up.
Trips going up the stairs, can't complete a sentence, ruins our country. I mean,
what are the people saying in Las Vegas? What are the people saying in your neighborhood?
I wear my Trump hat everywhere I go, and I get compliments on it all the time. I have not seen one single person with a Biden hat on. Not one.
We never see this for Biden or any Democrat.
He doesn't see himself, even when he's looking in the mirror, I mean.
I can't recognize it. Who am I? Who is that guy? Yeah, it's really getting to be really pathetic.
You got to look at the back of this shirt.
Okay, let's see it. I love this. Finally, someone with balls make liberals cry again. I like it. He looks like a biker for Trump. Are you a biker?
Yes, I am. See, that's where it came from, Sturgis.
Gotcha. All right.
You ever been there?
I have not.
You ever heard of it?
I have.
Oh, okay. We go there every year.
So
yes.
It's like, I gotta have one of those.
All right.
Sir, could people buy this anywhere, or is this like custom made?
No, it was up in Sturgis, and I saw a guy with it, and I searched the whole town of Sturgis until I found one, and he only had one.
He only had one. One
A
limited
custom
exclusive.
jacket.
That's it.
All right, well,
That's
it's good to
amazing.
see you here today. Thanks for all you do. We have another joke. Let's go.
Joe Biden's sitting in a dentist chair, and he's going, oh. And the
hear
dentist
it.
comes over and he goes, what's wrong, Mr. President? He goes, well, it really hurts when I suck. The dentist looks at him and says, sir, you must be in constant pain.
I like that joke better. I think that was more. I will. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the right to use it, because I will. Thank you. All right. We are continuing to move
right.
along. You hear it. We have talked to a lot of
so,
people
yeah,
here
we
from
have,
Nevada,
yeah.
and they are fed up with the current
That's for
administration.
sure.
They are
You
Trump
have the bikers, you have
supporters.
the motorcyclists, everyone. Thank you. Thank you all. I mean, it's incredible, Vanessa. And these crowds, these lines are amazing. I mean, they get bigger and bigger. It's truly the case. And as the day goes on now, we're seeing thousands, definitely tens of thousands of people here, and that is without exaggeration. I mean, I've never seen a political rally this big before, and Trump just keeps breaking records each and every rally, and the people are galvanized as a result of this weaponized system of justice against them. They don't like what they're seeing with Joe Biden representing us on the world stage. He's an embarrassment for most Americans, for anyone with common sense. I mean, this guy makes a fool of himself when he is out there on the world. You saw the global community, so to speak, rally their support for President Trump in the aftermath of the news breaking out last week. And look at this. Look at this. Look at the support.
People over here, Paul. Let's
go
say
over
hello.
here.
How are you all doing today?
Great. How are you?
These glasses, MAGA 2024. Did you make those?
I did.
You do that. What did you use?
Just a marker.
Just a marker. Okay, good to know. I'm voting for the convicted felon. Yes. How do you feel about that New York verdict?
Oh, it's a sham. Come on. Yeah, no. We know he's not really anything that's going to be up there in jail. Are you kidding? Come on.
Would you vote for him if he was in jail?
Oh, heck yeah. Are you kidding?
Everyone says that. Yes.
Yes, he's for the people. Come on. Come on. It's
President Trump, if you're watching right now, no matter what happens, the people.
24. Yes. Got it.
Where are you all from?
Vegas.
Vegas. Everyone from Vegas today. A lot of people from California. Washington State. Good to see you. So let's talk about Washington State. We haven't met anybody from Washington yet today. So how is it looking up there?
Getting better. Our county is completely red, so we're just moving, talking and moving and sharing and
Trying to flip other counties.
absolutely, and just people that just aren't aware. They don't want to be aware, so you make them aware. You share.
And it's really sad in this day and age, and especially what we're going through, that people aren't aware. Like, are they sleeping under a rock? Like, what?
I think denial is a strong program that a lot of people run. But when you get to a point and you see this country and what's happening, you can't support your own denial anymore. You have to stand up and take a look, and that takes courage. And courage is paramount right now. We have to have it. We got to have it.
So when you talk about Washington State, what are you seeing there? The momentum for people turning red and really wanting to...
All the shirts. People are waking up. And it's time. It's about time.
Do you think it's because the left has gone so far left and it's almost loony? It's almost, like if you look, it is.
Mental illness. That's how I see it. My family are all Democrats, so it's hard push because you have to make a decision. And if that means you stand alone, so be it. We stand alone.
Stand alone. I love it.
Stand alone. I'd rather stand alone and be on the right side with all these beautiful people. Just amazing people. The energy here is terrific. Everybody we want our country back, and we're going to take it. And Trump, he's our warrior.
He's a fighter.
Oh my gosh, I'm so blessed to be.
If anyone can save this country, it's President Trump, right?
It sure is, pretty girl. It sure is.
It's only
So for
President
the
Trump.
undecided voters, those in maybe Washington or those watching right now, what is your message to them?
This country will be over, and everything they think they're living that they don't realize they're actually not living will be done. Their way of life will be over. So they have to pay attention. They must wake up to what's happening. And you got to suck it up when you're wrong. People don't like to be wrong about what they thought about something. I love being wrong because I'm right now. So wrong, who cares? Bring it.
There's more room on the train for anyone who wants to join us, right?
There always has been. He's always said that. He's for everybody in this country. He loves everyone in this country. He's never lied. He hasn't wavered. He's done everything he said he's going to do, and there's more to come. And God bless him.
Absolutely. God bless President Trump. He has the Lord on his side.
You know, absolutely does. Yeah, absolutely. So we're here. We're supporting you and everything that you're going to televise on this great event. And Trump, of course, and everyone here that loves you and what you both are doing. It's an immense responsibility. And you guys do it so well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Tell us your name.
It's Andra.
Andra from Washington State. So good to see you. Thank you all.
Incredible.
Thank you for being here. All right. You see a lot of Trump supporters.
Let's get a
here.
shot of these shirts. I love this. Don't care, still voting Trump. No matter what, the American people are behind President Trump. Against what the mainstream media is saying, his numbers are going to go up even more no matter what they do to him. Look at this shirt. Jesus is my savior. I love this one. Trump is my president. You have the Trump shirt right here. Beautiful. USA, USA, USA. The Trump bear, the famous Trump bear. And look at that. Build the wall, deport them all. So I love this. I love the variety in these shirts, these signs, the merchandise, the caps. You have the gold, Make America Great Again, MAGA cap over there. So listen, the American people are mobilized, stronger than ever. And I want to speak to you a little bit more about what we're talking about regarding how everyone at this point in this country, if they have their head on their shoulders, is for President Trump.
Definitely, 100%. It's like I said, you know, it's not about color, it's not about race anymore. Now it's about the country, and everybody is united for that because we see what's going on right now.
Absolutely. And you're from Nevada?
Yes, I'm from Nevada. I'm Cuban, so us Hispanics are also for Trump. Yeah.
There's been such a drive, especially today. I see it with the Latinos for Trump initiative. I mean, he's made such inroads with this community. In states like Nevada, Florida, I mean, his numbers are above 50, 60%.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I'm from Florida originally. Obviously, I'm here today. Family's over there. Everybody's same way. We're all supporting him. Yeah, it's 100% across all Latinos. We are for Trump, 100%.
And a lot of Latinos, especially older ones who have memories of what it was like living under a communist regime, a banana republic, know exactly what's going on in this country with the weaponization of our justice.
Yes, 100%. I mean, you know, we came from Cuba a very long time ago. We see what's going on. I mean, ever since, unfortunately, COVID, we see everything that's going on, how they're trying to take away the rights of us American people. And everybody's very much aware, and that's going to change. This election, it's changing.
It is changing, and you see it just by not just the crowd size, but just the support, the enthusiasm, the poll numbers, the voter registration. People are registering. A gentleman was saying 60,000 voters over the past couple of days. That's incredible.
It is. It's amazing because, again, it's just like that veil has been torn and everybody's ready for the change. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. God bless you. Stay cool. Enjoy the day. And President Trump will be, I'm sure, excited to see everyone here today.
100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And why don't we get another shot of the crowd? Do you want to speak to us? Right? Yeah. What's your name, sir?
My name is Tom.
Tom. And are you from Nevada?
No, I'm from Tehachapi, California.
You're from California. We have a lot of people from California coming out here today. You're from, yes.
We turned to California red, man.
Yeah, I mean, there was that boat parade yesterday in Newport Beach, I believe, to see President Trump. They had thousands of people in California coming out to support him. They say there's a silent majority in California. Is that what you're seeing?
There's a lot of people in California just scared. You see all these people with the Trump hats on? There's people like that everywhere, but they don't wear them on the streets. They closet supporters, I guess you can call it.
Right. Well, they need more brave warriors like you coming out, proud to show the
riders.
Absolutely. So what are you most excited to hear from President Trump today?
Anything. I just hope we get in, you know.
I know. These lines are long. This is massive.
Okay, we prepared for it.
Is this your first Trump rally?
This is. Yeah.
You enjoy the day, sir. This is your family over here. Unbelievable. Well, God bless you.
I could have went in a long time ago, but I'm staying with them in line.
Well, you're a patriot. You're a trooper.
Behind.
Excellent.
Everybody behind.
Excellent. What's your name, sir?
Tom Nunley.
Tom. God bless you, Tom. Enjoy your day. Thank you. What's that?
Armenian for Trump.
Armenians for Trump. Every group's for Trump.
Yes. Trump, the best or nothing.
Nothing, that's for sure. Because if we don't have Trump, we're not going to have a country.
No, we're not. We're going to lose it. And if people think they're going to be better off, they're going to. And they want to go to cryptocurrency. If they want the government to see everything they've got or take whatever they want, that's the way to do it. Don't do it. I'm serious. They want to control too much right now.
Trump 2024. God bless America.
Bless him. Yeah.
Bless. And you're so right about that. They're trying to do central bank digital currencies. They're trying to do away with cash. I mean, this is really, it's another form of tyranny. It's another way of controlling the American people.
And that's very, very scary. That's kind of what I've been watching because I find that very scary. We have a lot of people that, being a baby boomer, that are going into retirement, already retired. And those are the things we have to watch out for because we've all got kids. I got 2 great-grandkids. So we got to watch out for ourselves.
Absolutely. I mean, our next generation will depend on the outcome of this election. But here today, you have baby boomers, you have young people, you have whites, you have Hispanics, blacks. Every single demographic group is coming out here to support.
That's right. They are. And I think we saw a really good shift in the Bronx. Yeah. The rally he held in the Bronx, that was a fabulous shift, and especially for them to have it on television like they did, it was a boost.
It was a huge boost, and obviously this is the first rally he's had since that Manhattan conviction, the news of that sham witch hunt show trial. But I don't want to keep you guys going for too long, but thank you so much for
so much.
Yes,
and thank you
the station, watch it all the time.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you for sharing your opinion.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
God bless you. Thank you.
All of you. Thank you so much. So yeah, I mean, listen, we're seeing it. Every single group is coming out to support President Trump. You know, you don't see Biden supporters anywhere. You don't see the Biden signs. There are no Biden lawn signs. There are no Biden bumper stickers. Everyone is pro-Trump, and these rallies just confirm that. I mean, these people are incredible. There's such enthusiasm. There's so much life and happiness on the side of the MAGA movement. That is not what you get on the left. The left is always mean, miserable. They want to tear everyone down. They're so negative about the state of the country. They want to destroy our history. Here, you just have people who want to preserve our values, preserve what's best in terms of our American traditions, and pass that on to the next generation. And you have it here. You have older people, you have baby boomers, people even older than that. She was just a great-grandmother talking about how concerned she is about the state of the country that she's passing on to her grandkids and great-grandkids. So that's really what unites and galvanizes this movement. It's so important. It's so incredible. And there's so much love. You know, maybe we'll get another shot of the crowd, Vanessa.
Yeah, so we'll keep watching the crowd. The crowd is getting longer by the minute as far as we can see from both sides. Trying to get into this rally, waiting for the gates to open. Just to let you know, it's 9:20 local time, Pacific time. The pre-program, which I like to call the pep rally of sorts before President Trump, that starts at 10:30, and then President Trump is set to take the stage at noon. We hear that he is already in Las Vegas, arrived here yesterday after a big fundraiser in California yesterday evening. So after that fundraiser, he made his way over to Las Vegas, and he is ready to rock and roll today with the people here battling the heat. When President Trump takes the stage, we'll be around 100 degrees, if not higher, but that's okay. These people here are ready for it. They're willing to risk it all. Right. And stand in the heat for President Trump. And, you know, the Trump team is doing a really good job of keeping shade for the people here, the supporters, the voters, and also providing lots of water, fans. And so they're trying to make it as comfortable as possible, Paul.
Right. I think Biden should be shaking in his boots knowing that all these people, Vegas is a playground for America. It's the entertainment capital of the world. And you have people who are putting aside, their weekends to come out to a Trump rally in 105-degree heat, tens of thousands of them. They're not going to the casinos today. They want to see President Trump. Their entertainment is President Trump, this rally, because they understand that the future of the country is at stake. And listen, it's a festive environment. What we're kind of commemorating today in terms of obviously the news has not been good in terms of the conviction, but, the American people that come to these rallies are always there's so much spirit, there's so much life, there's so much support and love, and that's really what drives, I'm sure, the president and the movement of MAGA at large. So, it is an incredible sight to behold. As I keep repeating myself saying that, but it truly is something that you really get a sense of how much support there is when you're on the ground, when you're talking to the American people, when you're here seeing the support, seeing the MAGA caps, just seeing how much love there is for the president and how much concern there is for the future. So
all right, so we are about to head inside here shortly, but we want to remind you that you need to teach your kids about President Trump and all of his accomplishments in the White House. Go to freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee is behind this. It's a great book for the kids, lots of pictures, and it teaches about the government as well, the stages of the government and what they do. And so it's a great book to teach the little ones, start them young about our freedoms and our Constitution and President Trump. That's freetrumpbook.com. Once you go there and you order your book, all you have to do is pay a small shipping and handling fee, a little processing fee, but that's it. The book itself is free. So if you have kids, grandkids, make sure you order one of those books for them today. That's freetrumpbook.com. All right, I'm going to go ahead and head inside and set up inside to see what's going on there. Paul's going to hang out here with the crowd and continue to talk to the thousands of people here who are having a great time here in Vegas, just a couple of miles from the Vegas Strip. They say the Vegas Strip is the party area of the world, but I think this park has
the new Vegas Strip.
Yes, this is the new Vegas Strip. This
today.
has beaten the Vegas Strip today. We're here at this park, and I think there's more people here right now than there is on the Strip.
Absolutely, I think so. Thousands of people have already entered the venue, Vanessa, but this line, we can't see the end of it. There's still thousands more waiting outside. That's always been the case with Trump rallies. They can never let in everyone because there are just so many people coming to support him. But it's an incredible, incredible line today. Hopefully everyone gets in, and it's going to be a very good day ahead.
Well, stick with us. I'm going inside. He's going to stay out here, Paul is, and talk to the people. So we have lots of coverage coming up. Again, President Trump takes the stage at noon, and around 10:30 we'll have pre-programming starting, and we have some great guests today too. Stick around for that, and lots of breaking news to talk about as well when it comes to the trial in New York City. Steve Bannon being sentenced last week. We have so much to talk about once we get inside, so stick around for that. We'll see you soon. Paul, I'll let you take it over.
Sure. It's going to be quite special day ahead. Why don't we go over here, guys? Would you guys want to speak to RSBN? Where are you guys from?
Born and raised right here.
Right here. Yes, sir. And what are you excited about seeing from President Trump today?
I kind of want him to touch on what he plans on to do after the conviction and what his plans are going to be after that.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a crowd this big for a Trump event? These crowds seem like they're getting bigger and bigger and bigger over as we get closer and closer to the election, as Americans realize just what is at stake this cycle.
Say that again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, brother.
Go ahead, guys. Listen, the line is starting to move a little bit. That's fine. I think it's actually a good chance just to see, look how many Trump supporters there are online and how incredible the enthusiasm is today. It is remarkable. So the president, again, will be speaking in just a few short hours here in the great silver state of Nevada, the entertainment capital of the world, a state where President Trump's poll numbers are now 5-6 points ahead of Biden. Again, this was not a state that President Trump carried. Look at this.
You bet, RSBN. You guys are great.
Thank you so much. What's your name, sir?
Bruce.
Bruce, and what brings you out here today? Are you from Nevada?
Yeah, Mesquite.
And what do you think Nevada will go for President Trump in November?
Absolutely.
What's your main issue this election cycle? What's your main concern?
Well, election integrity, probably the border, number one.
We've heard so many people talk about the border, how that's such an issue. I mean, I talked to someone who had his arm chopped off by an illegal alien coming here. I mean, it seems like Nevada has been, ambushed by this issue, by Biden's disastrous open borders policies that have let 10, 20 million people come in over just the past 4 years.
It's crazy.
What do you think about the conviction? Because I know you have to move.
Makes no difference whatsoever.
Absolutely. That's what we're hearing.
Mandela, there's been lots of great people that have been convicted felons. He's going to be a great leader.
I think more people will turn out to support him as a result of it.
Yep.
Well, thank you.
No difference.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, sir. I don't want to hold you up. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the support. We appreciate the support. We're out here, 105-degree heat. I know there are a lot of people commenting on the suit. I do it for the folks at home because, listen, we have to look our best for the president. That's always the case. We always want to look good for the president. Why don't we get another shot of the line over here? We'll keep walking. Let me just grab my thing over here. But, sorry about that. Why don't we keep walking down here a little bit more? You can't see the ends of these lines. I like this sign over here. Ask me how 74 million voters to love you. Sir, could I ask you about your sign? Sir, could I ask you about your sign?
I'm sorry?
I'm from RSBN. What is this? Talk to us about your sign.
This is about corruption here in the Valley.
Okay.
Social Security disability fraud.
Okay.
And I've been trying for a year and a half, and not a single politician has done a thing to lift a finger to stop it. They all are kicking the can down the road. So I'm hoping coming here with this sign, Trump takes a look, and he's about business deals.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why he's been so successful in politics, because he brings that entrepreneurial spirit.
I want to make a deal.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. What other issues are bringing you out here today for this rally?
Just this Social Security disability fraud.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your time. How about you guys? You want to speak regarding? Why are you here today? Are you from the?
Support Donald Trump because for a lot of reasons. I don't like what they did to him from day one. I pretty much identified what his problem was. I believe, I hate to say this, but I believe his biggest problem is the LGBT. I don't think they wanted him in office, and I believe the LGBT is behind a lot of his problems today. And I'll leave it at that.
So you have the button, Make America Great Again, Trump 2024. Do you the momentum has shifted so much in the state of Nevada, just even over the past 4 years. He's up by 6 points in the polls. Do you think this is a state that he could win in November?
I would hope so. I know I'm voting for him. I'm down for Trump because I don't like what happened to him from day one. And I like all his principles. I don't like the democratic principles in this country anymore. They're not it's not what this country was founded on. And Donald Trump, I think he holds the values that we all hold dear, and we need to support him and protect him because I think he's in trouble.
Were you always a Republican, or did you switch over from?
I didn't care about politics till Donald Trump. I didn't care about the apprentice thing, you know what I mean? I had no feelings about him until I seen what they tried to do to him. And it's gotten this bad. That trial was no good.
It was a sham show trial, and everyone sees it.
Trumped up charges, I would have to say.
Trumped up charges, fake charges by a radical judge who is basically a communist who had a major conflict of interest with his daughter working for a firm where Joe Biden is the client. I mean, she's making tens of millions of dollars, the judge's daughter, from this case. So, that in any other situation would disqualify that judge from being on the bench, from overseeing this sham show trial. And that's just one of many conflicts that were present.
Throwing spaghetti on the wall to see if it'll stick for a lot of years now. And That's why I'm here. I've never been into politics, but I'm down for Trump. I'm a soldier in the army of the Lord, and I believe Almighty God's in his corner. I know I am. So.
Well, God bless you, sir. I mean, we have many soldiers in the army of the Lord, and that's exactly why we're here, because that's the side that we represent here.
Yeah, and I'm concerned about his well-being, because if they can't put him in prison, I'm afraid they might do something worse.
Well, we got to keep the president, his family in our prayers, and God bless you, sir.
And God bless you.
Absolutely.
All of America.
Excellent. Well, that is incredible. All right, so we're going to head back now. We're going to cut back, I think, to Vanessa, right? And we'll switch it over to her now, who she's setting up there in the press riser. So we'll take it from here.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm Matthew Alvarez with RSBN, and joining me right now is Philip Patrick with the Birch Gold Group. And Philip, you know, we got a lot going on, of course, with Bidenomics, Bidenflation, BRICS nations coming against us. So what is the solution for the American people?
I mean, it's a big question. First of all, the solution is a change in executive in 2024. So we've got to push for the election. It's the most important one of my lifetimes. But the reality is that there's a lot of problems, as you mentioned, right? We have inflation burning at 30-year highs. We have a world actively de-dollarizing. And I think it's very tough in this climate to find ways to protect and preserve. And that's what we specialize in at Birch Gold Group. If you look at the problems, even the ones you've mentioned, gold is a very good solution. Inflation drives the value of gold up, as does de-dollarization, which is why we're seeing central banks around the world buying more gold today than any other years in history.
So the question is, can the Fed cut rates still while inflation is so high?
Look, it's a very tough situation. You know, the problem that the Fed have now is, number one, we're likely facing a recession. If you look at the economic indicators, alarm bells are now starting to ring. The Fed's instinct at that point, of course, would be to cut interest rates. The problem being, of course, this dumpster fire of inflation that the Fed are really struggling to sort of work down. So they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. If they want to save the markets, the economy, they're going to have to drop interest rates. But that's going to lead to another spark in inflation. There's almost no direction to turn at the moment. It's very tough for the Fed.
What are your thoughts about the BRICS nations and plus, right, in the sense of so many countries are adding on to Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa? People are starting to really realize that they're trying to devalue the dollar. So the solution is gold, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Look, we have made, I think, a series of poor decisions through aggressive sanctions, through huge money printing domestically. We're making the dollar unattractive on the international stage. The BRICS now are seizing the opportunity, right? They've realized that their dollar holdings, if they make a decision that we disagree with, could become liabilities overnight. So they're now aiming and pushing to de-dollarize. The problem that the BRICS have, though, is that amongst them, they don't have a currency. Yes, China wants to dump the dollar. They don't want to be forced to hold Russian rubles or Indian rupees. And that's where gold's coming in. See, the more gold they buy, it allows them to de-dollarize. They're dumping dollars. And of course, gold gives them the stability that they need for an international currency. So I expect that train to continue.
And I've also heard that it was said before that the higher interest rates are the only thing standing between the dollar and a total collapse in value. Is that really true?
It is. From a global perspective, you're absolutely right. We have been printing massive amounts of money. When Biden got into office, the national debt was 28 trillion. Today, we're approaching 35 trillion. It's a 24% increase in 3 and a bit years. And, you know, we have to understand what an unimaginable amount of money that is. That's 20% more than the US spent fighting World War II, adjusted to inflation. Now, the problem that we're having is, since the dollar doesn't have intrinsic value, it trades globally based on supply and demand. Well, a 24% increase in supply without the equivalent increase in demand means lower value. And that's one of the reasons the world is rushing to de-dollarize.
And then the central bank with the gold just replaced the euro as the number 2 reserve asset. What's going on there?
It's same type of thing, right? So it's not so much because demand for euros are waning. It's because demand for gold is sort of increasing significantly in 22, 23, and now the first quarter of 24. They've been the single biggest years ever in history for central bank gold buying. And as we mentioned earlier, this is part of their aim to de-dollarize, right? They don't have a currency to usurp the dollar, so they're using gold as a vehicle to do it. Ultimately, the more gold they buy, the less dollars they hold, and we know what happens from there.
And can you break it down a little bit in layman's terms for people that are trying to follow what you're saying? They say, okay, well, I've got, 10,000 in the bank, maybe 40,000 in the bank. Maybe I don't have much right now. Is there something that people like that can also do with Birch Gold Group?
The answer is yes. Look, we talk about central banks protecting buying power using gold. And what we have to understand is the same thing applies to us. They, like us, as individuals, we use dollars every day, and we're seeing the purchasing power of those dollars reduce. Every time we go to a grocery store or to a gas pump, we're feeling the pain. Well, gold grows. These same problems, inflation, currency devaluation, they drive the value of gold up. So the idea is, you leave your money in dollars, you see that purchasing power reduce. By putting it in gold, that same inflation drives the value of gold up. They'll sell it for many more dollars, is the hope, and preserve buying power. So what applies to the big guys, it applies to us as individuals, just at a smaller scale.
And there you go, everyone. Folks, Philip Patrick joining us with the Birch Gold Group. He's doing great things for our country and the world. Let's be real. The U.S. dollar is not only used here in the States. So if you want to do some great things for the country, all you have to do is text Trump to 9998. That's Trump to 989898. I'm Matthew Alvarez for RSBN.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
We are now inside the gates here in Las Vegas, Nevada. So good to see you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard.
I'm Paul Ingrassia. Yeah, it's a great day today. Thousands and tens of thousands of people are showing up to see their 47th President of the United States. Very exciting, and the momentum and enthusiasm is through the roof.
It really is. And if you've been watching us throughout the morning, people have lined up here since the early morning hours battling the heat. We're in the middle of the desert in June in a park outside with the sun bearing down on us. But the people say, we don't care. That's okay. We love President Trump, so we're going to stand out here. And what's so interesting, Paul, is that some of these people have gone to other rallies as well where it's been the opposite, and it's been snowing. So it goes to prove that people don't care the weather conditions. They're going to be out here supporting the president.
I mean, you've had rallies in Iowa where it was like 30 degrees below zero. Now you have 30 degrees above 100, practically.
Yeah, the feels-like temperature.
But, you know, I'm actually surprised to see grass here. I wasn't expecting to see a park in the middle of the desert in Las Vegas with some grass. But, you know, they did a great job putting together this event, this venue. There are still thousands and thousands of people outside waiting online to get in. Secret Service always does an incredible job here, but you know, it's incredible. The people have their umbrellas. They're trying to brave the heat. They're warriors. A lot of these people are from Vegas, are from Nevada, so they're used to it. But it's going to be an extraordinary day. I mean, they had a rally. President Trump did a rally here in January, May. Some of your viewers may recall, but it was at a much smaller location. It was at a church, and it doesn't compare to the size of this rally. These rallies are only getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and a lot of these people are just galvanized by the conviction of President Trump. They want to show their support. They want to defend him. He's been defending the American people for so long throughout his nearly 10-year time that he's been in politics. Now the American people are stepping up and saying, we're here to support President Trump and be his defense against the weaponized system of justice.
Yes, absolutely. And if you look at here in Nevada, Nevada is in play for President Trump. When you look at the caucus, he won the caucus and had a big celebration that night in February on the Vegas Strip. And then a couple of days later was the primary, which is insignificant, and Nikki Haley decided to run in the primary. President Trump did not, because it didn't give any points, whoever won the primary. And Nikki Haley didn't even win the primary. None of these contestants, or none of the above ended up winning. It was none of these candidates is who won. So the people of Nevada are speaking. They really want President Trump.
Right, exactly. And a lot of these people who come out to support President Trump at these rallies are first-time Republican voters, or they weren't interested in politics prior to President Trump entering the political arena, so to speak. Former Democrats, former independents, now totally on board the Trump train. And I think that explains sort of the primary results here in the state of Nevada. It also explains why he's doing so well across every demographic group. I mean, with Hispanics, he's now close to, if not even over 50% among that demographic. So he's made substantial inroads across the board, including his own base. I don't want to forget about his base that has been there since day one. Many American patriots are still stronger behind him than ever before, and those are the people who also are well represented at these rallies as well.
And I'm glad you mentioned the Hispanics, because this is a big rally for President Trump, launching a new initiative. We've heard Latinos for Trump. This is Latino Americans for Trump. They're kind of changing their outlook and their rebranding of sorts. So you'll see a lot of that today. Latino Americans for Trump. Some people wondered why now, and it's because of the trial going on. They were going to launch it earlier, but because of the election interference, they weren't able to do that, and they will be launching that today. Let's talk about the trial. This is the first rally that President Trump is having since being found guilty on all 34 counts in a Manhattan courtroom. And the people are mad. The people of America are upset. They say no matter what happens on that July 11th sentencing, they're still going to vote for President Trump. But Paul is joining us today. He was the eyes and ears set in the courtroom watching the testimony, the people, the jurors who testified and gave their, accounts of what happened and literally what didn't happen, and also the day that the verdict was read. So, Paul, tell us, what was it? Let's start with, what was it like?
Well, I mean, I was in the press room with most of the mainstream fake news media. I had Joy Reid in there, Anderson Cooper, also a lot of the architects of the lawfare against President Trump, like Norm Eisen. He was there. I don't know why those guys were there in the first place. To me, that just spells corruption and just how corrupt this show trial has been from the start. This is a judge who is highly conflicted between his daughter. His daughter was president of a political consulting firm. Get this, a political consulting firm with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris as their client. So she's profited tens of millions of dollars through her firm off this trial. And of course, by proxy, the judge has a financial stake in it as well. I mean, breaking news over the past couple of days is this revelation that potentially a cousin of one of the jurors knew about the verdict 2 days before it was announced. There's a Facebook post in which someone commented, now we don't know if it's a hoax or not, but someone commented that Trump was found guilty, and I know this because I was told by my cousin, who is a member of the jury, that they reached that verdict. So if that's the case, Vanessa, immediate mistrial. Although even if that's not the case, there are so many other grounds for a mistrial as well, given how corrupt and conflicted this judge has been.
Let's talk about the courtroom, inside the courtroom. What was Trump's demeanor like the entire time?
Trump, he was resolute. He was stoic, I think. He really is a warrior. He's a trooper. He takes what comes at him, better than anyone. I mean, no one else could withstand this type of opposition, this rigged a show trial, than President Trump. So he remained resolute, and he campaigned during it as well. He found opportunities to campaign, in Manhattan, in New Jersey, while this 6-week trial was going on. So he's strong, and he's in a very good spirit.
Were you able to see his reaction when the verdicts were read?
Actually, he remained stoic. I was in the overhead room, so I wasn't quite in the actual courtroom when the verdict was read. And actually, they are having technical issues where the video cut out. So I didn't quite see how he looked there, but he's strong. He's always maintained a very strong demeanor all throughout.
All right. That's Paul's take. He was inside the courtroom during the trial. We're going to step aside here just a second to show the gates have opened here and people are starting to come in. So we're going to pan the crowd and remind you that if you're trying to invest for the future, invest in your savings, that we encourage you to contact the Birch Gold Group. We recently had some monumental news that no one is actually talking about. For the first time in our history, the interest we pay on the national debt surpassed every individual budget item except Social Security. That's right, the U.S. now spends more on interest than on national defense or Medicare. And it's only getting worse as big government continues to spend so much money. That's why savvy investors, central banks, concerned savers, they're trying to turn to gold, and you should too. Something not tried or tied to the inflated U.S. dollar. So it's not tied to the inflated U.S. dollar. You can help with Birch Gold Group. Get the help you need. For over 20 years, Birch Gold Group has helped thousands of Americans protect their savings by converting an IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. To learn more, all you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Claim your free no-obligation info kit on gold. Birch Gold has earned my trust with their education-first approach. Their thousands of happy customers and their countless 5-star reviews with the Better Business Bureau, A+ rating. Protect your savings today. Text the word Trump to 989898. You can see people with their umbrellas trying to get some shade here in the sunny desert of Nevada, here in Las Vegas. I'm Vanessa Broussard with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We talked about the New York City trial. Paul mentioned that there was a Facebook post. Judge Merchan sent a letter to the prosecution and the defense teams just last week regarding that Facebook post. I would assume that that's already been investigated before the post was sent out to the teams. And they're taking it seriously, and I hope that something is done about this. And if it is, that means it's an automatic mistrial. Right. Because jurors are not supposed to be talking to loved ones, friends, watching news. No. When a trial is going on, and Paul, you can elaborate more on this. Yeah. When a trial is going on, you almost have to seclude yourself.
You do. I mean, we know from the start that this jury, they're drawing from a jury pool in very liberal Manhattan. So this is a borough, again, that voted for President Trump 90% to 10% in 2020. So, you know, the venue itself is grounds for removal, for grounds for mistrial, in my opinion. But all that aside, this latest revelation with the Facebook post is just the icing on the cake. Because, again, you had the judge's daughter, Lauren Merchan, in charge of this political consulting firm. Not only that, his own wife used to work for Letitia James. She worked for Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York State, who campaigned specifically on getting President Trump. Your viewers might recall, you know, when she ran for Attorney General in her latest race, she said, I don't care, I'm just going to get Donald Trump. Show me the man, I'll show you the crime. They don't have a crime against him. And they never had a crime. They never had a criminal charge against him, but they wanted to prosecute him. His hand is not in this verdict, in this trial. He has nothing to do with this. This is a state case. Wrong, wrong, wrong. You had one of his DOJ appointees, number 3 at the Justice Department, relegated to Alvin Bragg's office, specifically tasked with prosecuting President Trump. That's like, Vanessa, just to give your viewers a sense of perspective, this guy being in the Department of Justice in the post that Matthew Colangelo was in is like being in the New York Yankees and then downgrading yourself to the Long Island Ducks. It doesn't make sense. No one would ever do that unless given the opportunity or the task by Biden to prosecute President Trump. So those are just 3 instances how this trial has been extremely conflicted and corrupt. You know, they weren't allowed to bring in key witnesses from the Federal Election Commission. I mean, they're prosecuting Trump on a federal issue in state court. How does that make sense at all? They're using state statutes to get him on a Federal Election Commission charge, and they didn't even allow you know, an expert on federal election law from the FEC, a former commissioner, to go in there and to discuss the complex nuances of federal election law. This judge has no idea what he's doing. There's a very heavy burden of proof to meet. It's beyond a reasonable doubt to convict someone on the charges, on the trumped-up charges they did in this trial. It was an example of pretty much throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And there was no law here. I mean, they were making up laws as they go, and it was just, I mean, it was sad to see just how low and how corrupted the justice system, the criminal justice system in New York State has gotten. But it's indicative of what's going on across the country, sadly.
Right, and President Trump always says, Paul, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in the way. Yeah. And if they can do this to President Trump, they can do this to every American, because if they can make up laws and you know, charge people for a crime years later after, you know,
right,
after
exactly.
the accusation, then, you know, that means they can do it to anyone,
I
and
know.
it's really scary that that's where we are in our judicial system.
Exactly. And, a lot of people say, I'm voting for the convicted felon. A lot of Trump supporters say this over the guy in the White House who's a true criminal. But Trump is not a convicted felon. There was no charge. There was no crime here. All these counts against him are totally baseless. They say 34 counts. It's a repetition of the same groundless charge over and over and over again. The American people see right through it. They're worried. They're truly concerned about the justice system in our country because, listen, America was founded on due process. America was founded on the rule of law. The Constitution is the law of the land. And when you have liberal judges who clearly don't understand the First Amendment, who clearly don't understand the textual meaning of our founding documents, and those are the people tasked with applying and administering the law, it's not a good situation we're in, and that's why we're in the situation we're in. You're seeing prosecutions, not just of President Trump, but all of his acolytes, all of his allies, from Michael Flynn down to Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon just this past week. There's just so many, and it's not a good thing. And, of course, they're also weaponizing it against the American people in terms of the J6 defendants and really just parents who stand up against school boards for teaching woke curriculum and for teaching degeneracy to their children. So we need a major course correction in this country, and that's why this 2024 campaign is so important. It's his most important presidential campaign to date of the 3 times that he's run for office, and that's just really what's at stake this cycle.
Absolutely. And, you look at the other cases going on with President Trump. We've talked about the New York trial. And just to remind everyone at home, sentencing is set for July 11th. $141 million was raised in May for the Trump campaign. A lot of those new donors as well, and small donors, your average American donating. We also have what's going on in Georgia, the Fani Willis case with her improper relationship with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade. The appeals court is now looking to disqualify her from the case. That's going to take place in October, so it makes you wonder if any of this will happen before November. Fani Willis was wanting all of this to happen just like New York, Paul. They were wanting it to happen before the election. They're all trying to get Trump before the election. Well, when her improper relationship with Nathan Wade came about, and now an appeals court is looking to disqualify her from the case, this could go well past November. Then you have the Mar-a-Lago raid, the boxes hoax. We just heard recently that the FBI was prepared to use deadly force upon entry. Trump, of course, fighting to dismiss that case as well.
Right. It's so sick when the more and more you learn about these cases between Fani Willis, the lover Nathan Wade. They were flying on trips across the country, profiting off the Georgia taxpayer millions and millions of dollars. This guy wasn't qualified to be a traffic court prosecutor. He couldn't even do that. They appointed him to be prosecutor of one of the most significant criminal prosecutions in the country. That is the case against Trump. Again, yet another example of a case where there is no case. They're just trying to get him to interfere with the election. But there's so much corruption there that's been exposed, and it's extraordinary.
We'll continue to watch these trials.
Sure.
and what's going on,
Yeah.
and hopefully that they do the right thing if they confirm that
Exactly.
these Facebook posts that they've been monitoring, especially the one that was sent out by the judge, if it is confirmed to be true, automatic mistrial. And then, of course, we know the Fani Willis is rigged as well. Boxes hopes from Mar-a-Lago rigged. D.C. case rigged. It's all election interference. The American people are not dumb when it comes to that. Okay, we want to tell you about this cool Epic Minerals Zeolite Extra. If you're prepared for what's coming, or if you're not prepared for what's coming, remember how difficult it was to get medical care during the COVID psyop? Well, sick people were left to tend for themselves, fend for themselves, unable to receive the help they needed. You remember the pandemic, we just couldn't get the help that we needed. Now, with another election year upon us, the deep state knows that justice is coming. Like all animals, they will be at their most dangerous as the election nears, and we need to prepare our bodies for the final psyop. So it's very important to take care of yourself in case anything happens. So look at your screen right now. We're introducing the Zeolite Extra. It's a spray from Epic Minerals. Your ultimate defense against heavy metals and other toxins that compromise your health. This is very important. Our powerful formula, it detoxifies your body, eliminating heavy metals and other poisons. And the coming crisis, the ability to cleanse your system could mean the difference between life and death. So make sure you get this today, because it is very important to cleanse your body. Make sure you're well prepared and healthy in case a disaster strikes again or a crisis strikes again. So don't wait until it's too late. Arm yourself with Zeolite Extra spray that is, and ensure that you're prepared for whatever the deep state throws our way. Stay vigilant, America. Stay healthy. Epic Minerals, your defense against a toxic world. Detox prevents heavy metal poisoning with Zeolite Extra Spray. Go to that website on your screen, epicminerals.net. That's epicminerals.net. The promo code, of course, is RSBN. Save 10% off your order. Epic Minerals, 10% off your order. I love this type of stuff because, you know, Paul, when you think about what we're eating every day and what we're putting in our bodies, this type of stuff cleanses us, and it also prepares us in case sickness arises.
Right. I mean, the American diet, you know, there are a lot of problems right now with our country, but one of the issues is with the American diet, many of us aren't getting the proper nutrients. So obviously something like this is so important to cleanse ourselves. You know, we have to be in the best shape possible to take on all the challenges we're going through as a country. And, you know, Trump supporters especially need to be in very good shape. So obviously getting your nutrients in every form is so important going into not just this election year, but every year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially braving this heat and these temperatures, you want to be well nourished because, listen, your body's burning a lot of calories just standing here. You know, President Trump always talks about how doing these rallies is like a form of exercise, just being here talking, you know, talking with the crowds, and it truly is. It's a workout, and you want to be nutrient fueled in order to tackle an assignment like that.
Absolutely. So make sure you visit that website today and type in the RSBN code for a discount. Prepare yourself and just take care of your body. God gave us one, and it's up to us to take care of ourselves. All right, we talked about some of the legal battles that President Trump is facing. What we haven't discussed is Steve Bannon set to be sent to prison, turn himself in on July 1st or before to serve a 4-month sentence. This all stems from January 6th. He was set to appear before the January 6th committee did not went to trial, and they told him that he must go to jail for 4 months.
Right. I mean, listen, he has this one that he's facing on July 1st, you know, and also they assigned the same judge, go figure that, Judge Merchan, to his case coming up in New York City, the state case in September. So it just goes to show it's the same people, same actors in charge of weaponizing our justice system. You hate to see weaponized justice against anyone, and of course those who are closest to President Trump they target with the most force because they need to derail the campaign. It's a form of election interference. Steve has his show, he has a big voice, and obviously they want to take him off the airwaves between now and November because he's a very powerful voice for the president.
And isn't that just an eye-opener? They put a gag order on President Trump. They want to throw him in jail. They want to convict him on all these different cases, these bogus cases. And then you look at Steve Bannon, like Paul just mentioned, he has a show. He has a huge following. People love him. He's a huge ally of President Trump. He speaks the truth. He wants to save this country. So what do they want to do to him? The same judge? Throw him in jail. They want to silence the people with the biggest voices, and once they're done with them, then they're coming after us, the American people. So it's plain as day. Like I don't know how anyone can't really see what's going on because it's so obvious.
It's amazing how this judge, and I'm talking about Merchan again, I mean this is different from the July issue with Steve, but this judge is assigned, he's an acting judge. He's been an acting judge since 2009 in New York City, and he's assigned to every single Trump case or Trump-related case. I mean, how do you figure that? How do you figure that? And it's really because the guy is so conflicted and so corrupt and in the bag for Biden and controlled by Biden. So that's what this is all about. They don't believe in the First Amendment. I'm glad you brought that up, Vanessa, because, you know, that gag order, which, as far as I'm aware, is still attached to President Trump. When has a gag order attached to any defendant post-conviction? That's unheard of. They're still not letting him talk about the case because they don't want him to expose the corruption. And, of course, President Trump is the most powerful voice in being able to shed a megaphone and a spotlight on the many conflicts that existed in this case. They're not letting him talk about it in the slightest bit. I've never heard about that before. Gag orders are meant to protect the defendant from scrutiny by the press, from any sort of backlash. They're not intended to be weaponized like the way the judge is using it in this case to squelch and to quash his free speech rights. So that's how it's being deployed. That's how they manipulate our system of justice and then use it against political opponents. It's really, really such a shame, such a disgrace, and they don't want anyone on our side speaking.
Absolutely. And, you know, They gave him a gag order. They issued one to him, but you know what? They can't silence us all. So we were there supporting him on social media and all around as well. Also, let's talk about the Hunter Biden trial going on right now. You don't see a lot of this being talked about, Paul, in the media. It's almost kind of hush-hush, but we'll talk about it here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Accused of lying on paperwork to purchase a firearm in 2018, clearly addicted to drugs, cocaine. His laptop has been put into evidence, and it was shown to the jury, his cell phone as well. And I'm thinking that, it's still unknown if Hunter Biden will testify in his defense. And if he doesn't, this case could go to the jury this week.
Right. Yeah, that's really the last shoe to fall in this case, whether Hunter will testify or not. But it seems like this case is leading to a conviction, leading to a jury verdict that will result in a conviction. This is a guy who was on drugs, on illegal drugs, on cocaine, not just in the period from 2016 to 2020. We know about all that cocaine that was found in the White House during Biden's term as president. You know, it's amazing how the left likes to act like they're the good guys, they're the adults in the room, they're imposing morality on the rest of us, and they hector us about morality all the time. Meanwhile, they're some of the most immoral people, rule-breaking, law-breaking people in America. And this trial just goes to show he was addicted to drugs at the time, and doing a lot of other bad things as well. At the time he made this illegal gun purchase, and it's probably heading for a conviction. That's what it seems like.
And that's what a lot of people are saying. Legal analysts are expecting a conviction this week in that trial. So we'll definitely keep you posted here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, we're not sure at this time if Hunter Biden will testify in his own defense, but we do know that if he doesn't, then the closing arguments will take place either Monday or Tuesday, and then it will go to the jury. But again, you can continue to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network for the very latest in that case. Also, TikTok. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, everyone. Never been a fan of TikTok. Just haven't. However, when President Trump got on, I had to get on.
It's
I had to do
incredible.
it. And so to watch his numbers skyrocket, 5.4 million followers in just 4 days.
4 days. 5.4.
Biden has been on for months. He has been on for months and only has 300,000.
That's why they're trying to make this app illegal, because Trump's on there for 4 days. And obviously a lot of young people are on TikTok. This isn't, the baby boomer generation on there. This is people under the age of 30, which Trump has made significant inroads in cutting into the Democrat lead there. And listen, his numbers skyrocketed. He's probably at close to 6 million now. Biden's been on that app for months and months and years, and he can't generate any support at all. It's actually really, really incredible to see that.
It really is. And so he's covering all of his grounds on social media. I believe he's on everything now. And so, of course, his first TikTok was from a UFC fight.
Yep.
And so the people love that. Of course, every time he walks into one of those fights, the whole arena goes crazy for the man in the arena.
That was in New Jersey as well. I mean, this is obviously, again, a state that is reputedly Democrat. Democrat, but he's able to carry massive crowds wherever he goes. You know, I'm not on TikTok. I'm really not familiar with how it uses, but I'm told a lot of young people are on it, and they love President Trump, obviously. I mean, this is another demographic that's going to be so critical to swinging this election and President Trump and handing him the landslide victory he deserves this November. It's a very smart decision by the Trump campaign to do this, and you know, Biden has no enthusiasm whatsoever.
None. Zero, zilch,
Zero,
nada. Hey, the enthusiasm is here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Paul and Gracia, and we are having a great time with the wonderful people of Nevada and also people from California, Washington State, and all over the country. They are here. They are on the ground. They are here for the first rally that President Trump is having since being convicted on those 34 counts in that sham trial in New York, Manhattan. But we're having a great time. We're about 15 minutes away from the pre-program starting. Of course, we'll have some speakers come out, and then President Trump will take the stage today. And so we're excited that you're joining us here on Right Side. Make sure you're following us on all accounts. We're all over social media. You can also sign up for our newsletter. That's on RSBnetwork.com, RSBnetwork.com. If you're on Truth Social, I'm there at Vanessa, just my first name. Twitter, I'm there as well, Vanessa Broussard. I think it's Vanessa B News. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Instagram. I'm there, Vanessa Broussard News. And I just mentioned TikTok. It's the same as my Twitter, which is X. It's at Vanessa B News. So if you didn't get all of that, if you find one, send me a message, and I'll send you all of my accounts.
Excellent. Yeah, follow Vanessa. I'm at Paul and Gracia on X, on Twitter, on Truth Social, at Paul and Gracia. And I'm on Substack as well, paulandgracia.substack.com. It's frequently retruthed by President Trump. I'm having so much fun here today,
Yes.
Vanessa. We're one of the only press people right now on the risers covering this rally, but you know, it's been so much fun so far, and the rally hasn't even begun yet.
Yeah.
They're playing all the classics, the Trump playlist. You heard Elvis Presley before. Elton John, always a favorite of the
Pitbull.
presidents. Pitbull.
We're in Vegas, so we
We're
had to
in
have some
Vegas.
Pitbull.
So,
But yes, and of course, Elvis. Yes, you were talking about the media here.
Yeah.
We're the only ones live, and
Yeah.
we're the only ones that really show the crowd. So you've been with us since 7:30 this morning local time, showing all of the crowds, the thousands of people that are here ready to see President Trump, and we'll continue to show you the crowds throughout the day. And when President Trump comes on stage, I'm going to move out of the way, and we are going to just pan the crowds, let you see what's going on, and let you see the sights and sounds as people start cheering for President Trump. They are on their feet right now. He has not arrived, but they're seeing lots of law enforcement officers arrive, and they're on their feet excited because they know we're getting close. So thanks for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Enjoy the sights and sounds from Las Vegas, Nevada. the sights and sounds from here in Las Vegas, Nevada. The people here are having a great time, filling up behind me, and we expect an overflow crowd as well as thousands of people continue to wait in line. I can see them behind me, standing in line, waiting to get in. We want to tell you about a bank that just screams American patriotism. Old Glory Bank. Just the name itself is wonderful. It's a bank that you should move your business to. Old Glory Bank, America's favorite online bank. You know, everyone's moving online, and this is an online bank. You probably deal with a bank today that hates you. A lot of them do. That's right. They say, your woke bank most likely has canceled the accounts of people who think just like you. People who exercise their constitutional rights to own a gun are critical of COVID policies or our voting system. That won't happen to you if you move on over to Old Glory Bank. The woke banks also have been voluntarily sharing private transaction data that is very scary with federal agencies. Zero need for a subpoena. Together, they created databases of potential bad actors and merely shopped at Bass Pro, bought a Bible, or wrote MAGA or Trump in their Venmo transactions. That's why great patriots like Ben Carson, Dr. Carson, Larry Elder, John Rich, they founded Old Glory Bank. So that's the names behind Old Glory Bank. Dr. Ben Carson, Larry Elder, John Rich. The nationwide online bank of the freedom economy. These great Americans saw the need for a bank that loves our country, supports our military and first responders out as well, and they also protect our financial liberty. From every state of the union, patriots have opened an Old Glory Bank account from their phone or their desktop. It's very easy to do. It takes just 8 minutes, and you can do that today. Surely on a Sunday you can find 8 minutes to put aside. You'll have access to unsurpassed online mobile banking tools and exceptional, that is, customer service. Of course they're exceptional, based in America's heartland. Go to oldglorybank.com. That's oldglorybank.com/RSBN. oldglorybank.com/RSBN. It's a member of the FDIC. Pretty cool. Dr. Ben Carson, one of the big names behind that. We're just a couple of minutes away, Paul, from the pre-program starting. The back is already starting to get full, which is their front. They're obviously to the back of us. But the front sitting room only is getting pretty full. And then, you know, we can see all the people still waiting in line behind us. They are going to have an overflow crowd like they usually do at a Trump event.
Will. There's still, it looks like there's still thousands of people coming in here. So, I mean, this arena isn't even filled up yet, which is incredible, even though, you know, the crowd is beginning to sit in, assimilate, sit in their seats. Only a little bit over an hour until President Trump is expected to be here. A little bit more than that. But it's amazing how they always custom tailor these rallies to the venue that they're at. I mean, you have the beautiful mountains in the background, beautiful backdrop. Las Vegas is Trump country. I mean, it's a similar template, whether you're in New Jersey, New Hampshire, or in Las Vegas, but it's all a little bit, you know, befitted to the people and to the character of the landscape that you're at. So it's a really, really incredible sight.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we're about to start with our
from the American Christian Caucus, Jesus Marquez, to lead us in today's invocation.
How's everybody doing today? All right. Are we ready to retake our country? Let me hear my Latinos. How many Latinos we have in the house? Go! Somebody was telling me there's no Latinos here. How about that? There's a lot of Latinos here. So we're going to retake our country. But in order to do that, we have to help with the campaign. We have to be in every rally, and we have to seek God. So that's what we're going to do today. They want to take away our president, but we need to re-elect him because we need him to fix our country, to secure our border, and to fix the economy, don't we? So let's bow our heads and seek out the Lord so we can win this election by a landslide. Father God, Lord, thank you for the blessings that you give us every day. Thank you for making a way to salvation, Lord. Thank you for having us here today to support our president, Donald J. Trump. We pray, Father, that you bless everybody that is involved with this campaign, that you protect us against the attacks of the enemy, Lord. Lord, you say in your word that if you are with us, nobody can be against us. And Lord, we believe that. We believe that you are on our side, Lord. So we pray to you, Father, that you will bless this evening, this event, that you will bless our country, that you will bless our president, and you bless us all here today. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Trump Precinct Captain Claudino de Guzman.
Trump 2024. I pledge allegiance to the United States, a flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which I stand, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Faith Advisor and mariachi singer Karina Moreno to sing our national anthem.
Oh, oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage television personality Wayne Allen Root.
How are you, MAGA? How are you, Trump warriors? You know they ripped us off 4 years ago. We got one shot. We got to get 90 to 100 million of you out and make this too big to rig. It is Trump, or we're never going to have another Republican president. It is the end of America. November 5th is it. So for the next 5 months, stretch run. Give everything you got. Drop everything. This is our mission. This is our gift from God. This is the moment of our lives. This is why you were born. This is a 5-month run for the history books. Be relentless. Be tenacious. Be unstoppable. Be superhuman. Fight. Fight like cornered Wolverines. Attack. Attack like General George Patton. Never accept defeat. We will never, ever, ever give up, because this is a battle for the ages, a battle inspired by God, a battle to save the greatest nation in world history ever blessed by God. And I will fight to my last dollar, to my last breath. I will give you my country when you pry it from my cold, dead hands. Will you fight? Will you fight? Are you warriors for Trump? Are you the Trump army? Do you love America with all your heart? Do you love Judeo-Christian values? Do you want to make America great again? Do you support the greatest and largest mass deportation in world history? Are we going to make this election too big to rig? God bless you. God bless Las Vegas. God bless America. And God bless the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nevada Caucus Captain Blanca Fox.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. How many are you ready for President Trump? Good afternoon, President Trump and everybody here in Las Vegas. It's an honor to be here with you today, supporting your campaign and what it represents. President Trump fights for all Americans, especially as small business owners, and that means a lot. I am a small business owner and real estate investor in Las Vegas since 1996. I have seen the city grow a lot, but I also seen a small business struggle with the high cost and tough competition, especially now with prices going up. When President Trump was in office, things felt different. When President Trump was in office, things felt different. It was easier for people like me to start and grow our businesses. That's why I believe in him. I come to America from Guatemala with a dream for a better life, and I made it happen. But now it's harder for others to do the same. We need to make it easier for all Americans to afford for all Americans to afford what they need and to chase their dreams. I believe in your vision for America, a place where everyone can succeed. President Trump has proven himself as a successful businessman and a leader who gets things done. Let's work together and bring back that prosperity. Let's give a small business the chance to prosper again. Join me in supporting President Trump for re-election, and let's make America great again. And hello to all my Latinos. I invite you to participate and vote on these elections, which is very important for all of us. We suffer on this last presidency. So support President Trump to become the 47th president of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Clark County Chair for Moms for Liberty, Christiane Mersch.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christiane Mersch, and I'm standing here not only as a Latina, but also a proud immigrant and a proud American. America has given so much for me. A place to call home, a place to raise my children, and a place that I can pursue my dreams. However, I'm standing here today with a heavy heart. Our America is not the same under Joe Biden. I'm deeply concerned about the future of our children. I'm deeply concerned about the economy challenges we face today. And those policies enacted by Joe Biden and the congressional Democrats are hurting us and our families. In Nevada, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Every trip to a grocery store, you can see that the wages are not keeping up with inflation. A family spending more now, it's $3,514 a year under Joe Biden. We cannot afford more 4 years of these policies, America. As a legal immigrant, I know the values of hard work. But under this Biden administration, they're undermining that. They're destroying our American dream. I believe in America, every opportunity is available for all. And where the free markets thrives, where government intervention is minimal, we can have a better government, not a big government. I fear for my children, their future. They're going to be the ones who have to pay out this debt. I believe in America. And that's why I'm standing here today. Because I believe in pursuing the American dream. I believe in the potential of this nation to overcome any obstacle if we all work together to a common purpose. If we all work together to elect Donald J. Trump, together we can fix this country. Please help us bring back Donald J. Trump back to the White House this November. Thank you, and God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage President of LVPPA, Steve Grammis.
Hello, everybody. I'm sure you'll be able to hear me just fine. My name is Steve Grammis. I'm a police officer here with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And I am the president of the Las Vegas Police Protective Association that represents approximately 4,000 of your commissioned police officers. I was asked to come here to speak about why police officers support Donald J. Trump for president. I'm reminded of 1 October. I was working that day as your president for our officers. It was one of the darkest days that we ever had in this state and even in our country. And within days, President Trump, with his busy schedule, came to our headquarters, came to our city, came to our state to make sure your citizens, our victims, and our officers were doing okay. I'm also reminded of March of this year. Police Officer Diller in New York was killed in the line of duty. President Trump was in New York. Joe Biden was in New York. But only one went to see the family and pay their respects. Joe Biden went to a fundraiser to watch Lizzo dance, while President Trump went to the family's house and consoled them like a real leader does. And I know the Biden campaign likes to talk numbers, so let's talk some numbers. Between 21 and 23, 818 police officers in this country were killed in the line of duty under his watch. That's unacceptable. In 23, 330 police officers were assaulted in the line of duty. You don't hear anything from that campaign. You don't hear them talking about this needs to stop. Let's talk about some more numbers. Let's talk about drugs. Let's talk about things affecting your fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters. Fentanyl is coming across the border at record numbers. Record numbers. In April, 1,300 pounds of fentanyl came across the border and was seized. 8,500 pounds of methamphetamine came across this country. With regards to fentanyl, that's 113,000 lethal doses that are killing our kids, that are killing our families, and it needs to stop. And President Trump's going to stop it. We in law enforcement can't take another 4 years under Joe Biden. We need the support of our national government, our state government. Thank goodness our governor is our former Sheriff Joe Lombardo in this state. And the last thing I have for you all in the Trump campaign, they don't know this, but right here I hold the official endorsement from the 4,000 commissioned officers of the LVPPA showing our 100% support to the Donald Trump presidency campaign. Thank you all. Please be safe. Trump 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Las Vegas business owner Alex Miguel Brito.
Hi everyone, my name is Alejandro Brito, an immigrant from Cuba and a small business owner. I'm concerned citizen, representando a los latinos aquí hoy. 12 years ago, I left from Cuba in search of freedom and opportunity. I left the country where the government manipulates its people and controls every aspect of their life. In Cuba, starting a business means facing government control, repression, and heavy taxation. Sadly, I noticed similar trends in the last 4 years. This country is becoming exactly when I fled from. This administration has raised inflation, affecting restaurants, salons, many small businesses. Family struggle, and my line of business is become a luxury for middle-class family. They can no longer go to eat at a restaurant because their priority is to cover their basic needs. My business and suffer. Instead of supporting entrepreneurs and small business like mine, the Biden administration making a priority those who don't want to work and want to depend on the government. No está bien. Price has been raised by the top of the offices. Groceries are at 21%, rent increased by 20%, and electricity costs are by 28%. It's impossible. This impacting not only my business, also the life of my hard-working community. I had to take out high interest to loans to sustain my 30 employees with trust on me, mi familia, mis amigos, the people the past 4 years has been constant battle to keep my business afloat. This proposal to increase the business tax rate 28% will hurt business even more than can potentially result of the loss of 159,000 jobs. They are not helping Latino businesses. They are coming only in the election times. But we are opening eyes. Abrimos los ojos, los latinos. During the president's terms, material was cheaper, rent, gas was cheaper, food was cheaper, and our life will be better. President Trump understands the challenge business owners face because he is one of himself. He recognizes the importance of reducing taxes and creating jobs. As a Cuban, I have experienced the damage of corruption and oppressive government. Mi gente, es hora de wake up, despertemos. We need a leader like President Trump who wants to improve our life by providing a better economy and empowering us pursue or dream instead depending on the government scratch that only seek indoctrinate us. Ayude all these value, freedom and family values que nuestros padres y abuelos nos enseñaron to pay attention to this reality we are facing today. Enough is enough. For free America, my vote is for Donald Trump. Thank you. Patria vida, patria vida.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage naturalized citizen from Nicaragua, Linda Fornos.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. I'm an immigrant who came to the United States 16 years ago from a country that represents hardworking and humble people, my beautiful country, Nicaragua. I was raised by two amazing women, my grandma and my mother, who taught me values, respect to others, and work hard with dignity. Today, I have the privilege to raise my voice as an American, not only for myself, but also for all those Latinos who are afraid to speak out. I'm not afraid. My life has changed in the past years under Biden's administration. Being part of the Nicaraguan Association and then the president of a nonprofit organization, Corazones Latinos, has made me realize how strong the Latino voices are when we are unified. In 2022, a devastating house fire took away everything from us, everything in material aspect, our business, our belongings, but my kids and I stood strong and together. Thanks to God and the beautiful community of Las Vegas, who organized an event where more than 1,000 people came together to support us. Starting over during a horrible inflation crisis has been far from easy for a single mother with 3 kids like myself. Currently, I work in the life insurance and finance industry, and it's hard to talk to people about how to save money and protect their family when they are struggling to meet their needs. The Biden economy is affecting so many lives. Money goes so fast nowadays, and we can only buy half of what we used to buy 4 years ago. Rent, gas, everything is so expensive now. There are less job opportunities for us, and the education system is failing our kids. My grandma used to tell me, Linda, every time you go to a house to visit friends or family, you have to respect rules and respect people. In a house, there is an authority who sets the rules to live in peace and respect others. If a stranger comes to your house, knock the door, and ask you to let him in, sit in your couch, ask you to feed him, and tell the other members of your house, let's break the rules, whose fault it is? What is going to happen to that house? This is our home. We have to protect it. For many years, I believe in the promises of the Democrats for more opportunities for the Latino community. I have started to realize that those promises are just words. Things are getting worse, and nothing has happened for the better of our country, our home. That's why today, I'm making the right decision in the next presidential election in November 5th. My vote is for you, Mr. President Trump. I believe in you. You need to make this nation to be greater. Make us feel we are living in a beautiful home with dignity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
hid in the kingdom, call out the liars. Got a trail on my heart from the pessimist. Got those nails in my mouth for impressionists. Spent too much money.
Let's go, Nevada! You know, they told me it was going to be hot out here. But you want to know something? I work in the hellhole called Washington, D.C. All you freedom-loving Americans make this feel like a cool day. Well, the reason why I'm here, Nevada, is because my state of Georgia is just like your state. We're a swing state. We're on the verge of being taken over by the Democrats. But are we going to let that happen? Hell no. No, we're fighting. You know, ever since they stole the election in 2020, yeah, they stole it. Do you think they're going to try to steal it again? Yeah, me too. I think they are too. Let me tell you, though, here's our situation. We've got corrupt states like New York. I tell you what, New York should be ashamed, absolutely ashamed. I am especially pissed off at the state of New York, and I'll tell you why. They don't have a justice system. You can't take them seriously. The state of New York, the great New York Police Department, arrested an illegal alien. They had him in there. They arrested him. The justice system of New York refused to prosecute this guy, this monster. Then he came to Georgia and he killed our girl, Laken Riley. So you want to tell me that we're supposed to take the court system in New York serious when they convict President Trump of 34 fake felony counts? No, that's right. It's bullshit. You called it right there. That's not a justice system. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, I like Nevada. That's great. You guys are great. No, it is bullshit. And you want to know something? We aren't going to tolerate it. The Democrats and the fake news media want to constantly talk about, oh, President Trump is a convicted felon. Well, you want to know something? The man that I worship is also a convicted felon. And he was murdered on a Roman cross. We've seen political corruption. We have seen this throughout history. This is nothing new. It's just the first time in American history we have been forced to deal with it. Now, here's how we deal with it, America. Here's how we deal with it, Nevada. You have to tell your friends and family, I'm sorry, friends and family. You have to get over being tired of the drama you see on the news. Because if we do not show up and vote on November 5th, if we do not bring all of our friends and family out, the drama that everyone is sick and tired of is going to get worse. Because I work with the Democrats. I listen to them every single day. They're going to raise your taxes. They're going to destroy generational wealth. That's right, you're going to be broke. And you think gas prices are high now? Just wait until you're forced to drive an electric vehicle. Exactly. Yes. Y'all may become my favorite place to go. America is sick of it. And then this illegal invasion. Here's another problem. We've got everybody in Washington, D.C. all up in a roar about every other foreign country and their foreign wars and their foreign borders. But we have a war on our own border. And it's being waged by the Mexican cartels. But But we have the cowards in Washington that refuse to acknowledge this, and Joe Biden is claiming he's doing something about border security. He's a liar. Well, we know what the theme of the Biden administration is, and it's been chanted here today. Bullshit. Okay, Nevada. Okay, so here's how we clean up the bullshit. On November 5th, get everybody you know to vote for my favorite president, Donald John Trump. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Nevada GOP, Michael McDonald.
What more can be said than thank God we're here in Sunset Park to worship and bring back the greatest president we've ever known in our generation. I've been with this man since 2015 before he went down the escalators. And so many of you in the same place have done it. You have been with this man because when he walked out on stage, you know he's for the working men and women. That's the difference. All the Hollywood actors stand up for me. Not one. All you fake billionaires, stand up for me. None. All you working men and women that are here today to return this country, stand up and yell. That's the numbers. Donald Trump is to make sure that the working men and women have a shot. That is awesome. That is original. That is not rehearsed. That is not some Hollywood script that scumbag actor has to read that was at New York. Let me tell you something. You may play a tough guy on radio or on TV, but these are the real tough men and women that fight every day to make sure we have an America. That's what it's about. You heard Steve Graham has come on up here. I'm a retired Metro. I served with Steve. I served with Joe Lombardo. I served with Stavros Anthony, and I serve with them now. I serve you because you are the voices that will put Donald J. Trump back in the White House and take back America. Now, many of you know I've been bragging about you so much. I love Nevada. I was born and raised in Las Vegas. This is our home. This is nothing. This is a dry heat. This ain't nothing for us Vegas people. But what it symbolizes for the rest of the United States, we will walk through hell to put Donald J. Trump back in the White House and take back America. When he shows up here, you give him the love and the respect that you've always done. Make sure he hears you. Make sure they hear you back in New York. So Robert De Niro, we're going to send you a message, old man. You tough wannabe scumbag. Guess what? These are the real Americans right here. Let them hear you. God bless you, and God bless Nevada, and let's put Donald J. Trump back in this White House.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in this city with these people. And they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
We love Trump. We love Trump. We love Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members. Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
Yes, a hero's welcome for the former president at the Formula One Miami Grand Prix. Trump waved to the crowd and stopped by the McLaren garage. He was at the Formula One race down in Miami at the Miami Grand Prix. The crowd went crazy chanting USA, USA as he was waving to the crowd.
The people that support Donald Trump are more passionate than the people, the 40% of the country that support Joe Biden.
Trump's very warm welcome at the Miami Grand Prix.
That kind of reception shows that President Trump is not only welcome here in Florida, but he's probably welcome around the world.
His driver that he talked to last ended up winning the race.
course, the crowd, of course, as they always do, go wild and crazy for Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. They were on their feet the entire time she spoke.
They were. I mean, they said it best. Passion. Passion is what defines the Trump supporters here today. Marjorie going after New York State, going after the corrupt justice system there, I thought hit it right out of the park. I mean, this is a concern for all Americans, no matter where they live. And obviously just raises the stakes on what is at issue this election cycle. Also, another thing that's been touched on consistently throughout all these speakers this morning is the economy, the state of the economy, devastating Americans. Gas, I saw down the road over here, it's over $4, $5 a gallon. Americans remember how gas was under $2 under President Trump across the country. That's something that's really hurting Americans hard. And, of course, inflation. The president always holds up those Tic Tacs. He might do that at today's rally, showing just how, we've halved the value of everything, or everything has gone up, rather, more than double, more than triple since Biden has taken office. This is the gift of Bidenomics. It's hurt all Americans across the board. GDP growth, I think last quarter was like 1.3%, very anemic. So all Americans are hurting, their pocketbooks are hurting, and they're really feeling it. And that's why that's what's another reason on top of everything else that's driving them all out today for today's Las Vegas rally.
Right. People just can't afford to live. They're living paycheck to paycheck. It's very stressful. It's hurtful for them. They lose sleep at night, wondering how they're just going to make ends meet. And, Paul, I saw, the start of summertime when kids were just getting out for school on social media, parents were asking for advice from other parents on what do you do now that the kids are home and they're wanting to snack all day? Like, how many snacks can we fill our pantry with how much it costs to go to the grocery store? Or just summer activities and summer camps, and they want to send their kids, but they can't afford to send their kids. So it's just really hard because people are really having to make ends meet paying their bills. So whenever they have extras, they just can't afford to do it. And if they can do it, they're barely getting by.
Right.
Another thing I want to hit on when we talk about the economy, the left wanted to high-five Governor Newsom in California when he raised the minimum wage rate. But if you saw in the news just recently, it didn't take long. These companies are letting their employees go because they can't afford to pay their employees more because people aren't coming in to buy from them because they can't afford it. So it's a domino effect. And so what's going to happen is, say, for example, if I want to go shop at a boutique, I can't afford to go shop at a boutique because I can only pay my bills, right?
Right.
So therefore, the boutique is having a hard time keeping their doors open because people can't afford to shop there. So Governor Newsom, he raises the minimum wage for California. So now this California boutique says, well, I'm going to have to start letting my employees go because not only can I not afford to pay them more money, I don't have as many customers coming in anymore. So it's a domino effect. It's not a good thing. Not right now. And people are having to work 2 and 3 extra jobs just to make ends meet.
I know. It's so true. I mean, you already have in a state like California, a state like New York, the highest taxes in the country. You're adding these laws on top of it, these policies by radical left-wing Democrats like Gavin Newsom. And then on top of all that, you flood the economy with illegals who now compete with American laborers for jobs. You already have the supply chains that have been decimated by COVID that weren't rebuilt under Biden. We're offshoring jobs. We're continuing to offshore jobs to places like Mexico, to places like China, India. We're not building up the American manufacturing base, and it has effects all across the country. Americans are really hurting as a result of that. They can't afford their mortgages. These mortgage rates are higher than at any point. I mean, they remember how affordable it was to buy homes under President Trump. And that also is a reason why so many young people are flocking to his corner now, because they want to buy homes just like any other American. They can't afford college. They can't afford rent. So that's why they want to come to President Trump's corner. President Biden is proposing raising taxes. I mean, he's perhaps the first president ever of either party to make it a policy of his platform that we're going to raise taxes manyfold on the American people. They don't want that. No one wants these policies. This is hurting our economy. It's devastating all Americans. And, it's really in need for a course correction. immediately. We need immediate course correction for sure.
Yes, we do. A lot of what we heard from the speakers as well was on immigration. A lot of Latinos spoke, and a lot of Latinos here in the crowd. So what you're going to see is a rebranding of sorts today, from Latinos to Trump to Latino Americans for Trump. And I think, Paul, where there's some confusion sometimes with independent voters and even the Democrats, is that we're against immigration. We're not against legal immigration. Come the legal way. It's the illegals coming in that we're against, and so are the people here who may have come the legal way. So this is the land of opportunity, the land of freedom. You know, looking at our First Amendment, Second Amendment, and the Constitution, it goes on and on, but it's coming in the legal way. And the people who did come in here the legal way don't like what's going on at our border.
Right. I mean, many of the Latinos have been galvanized by, obviously, the weaponized system of justice, but also the crisis at the border. Many of them here, you know, you heard from a speaker who became an American citizen, was naturalized the correct way, went through the lawful process, and they're seeing what's happening right now on the southern border and saying, that's not fair, that's not justice. We went through the system the right way. We assimilated. We learned how to speak English. We fought and we worked hard to pay for our families and our jobs, and we did everything the right way. Why is it the case that many of the case criminals crossing our border, the Mexican cartels that Congresswoman Greene spoke about, why do they get a free pass? Why do they get to come in without going through the lawful process? And obviously it's a way for cheap labor and for cheap votes, or free votes for the Democrats. So that's an issue that really gets Hispanics of any other group. They want closed borders. They want us to secure the border, and it's an issue that really hits close to home for so many of them. That's why they're in President Trump's corner at rates never before seen.
Yeah, and when you look at the polls, what people say is the number one concern for them in our country. You know, you would think that most people would say economy. That's number two, because that is, everyone worries about the economy and paying bills. Everyone has to. But number one is immigration, and it's a problem. And, you know, years ago, it used to be border states were the main concern there. But now all of America is concerned. It doesn't matter where you live, northeast, south, or west, Alaska or Maine, all the way north. They still come to your state, and they're in your state, and they're in your neighborhoods, and they're targeting your kids with fentanyl, drugs, guns, illegal guns. That's their goal. So I think Marjorie said it earlier, it is the cartel that is in control of our border. America has no control of our border right now under the Biden administration. The drug cartel is controlling our border, and President Trump will put a stop to that on day one. And speaking of putting a stop to that, Joe Biden could have stopped this yesterday, the day before yesterday. He could have stopped this years ago. All he has to do is sign an executive order, put pen to paper, and end this right now, but he just won't do it.
He can. And obviously that is by design. So much of the incompetence that we're seeing in terms of the policies, the radical, insane policies coming out of this White House, this administration, is by design. There's no other way of squaring this. I mean, this is, you know, they want to destroy our country. They want to destroy America. What other country in the history of the world has unleashed its borders, has allowed 20 million immigrants to come over without going through a lawful price process? Never. That's never been seen before. The countries that have done that no longer exist, and that's for a reason. So, you know, it's a horrible thing that what we're seeing out of Washington, D.C. Congresswoman Greene said it best. I mean, she obviously is there in the hellhole that is the D.C. swamp, and we need more people like her fighting for the American people. We need more MAGA warriors in our Congress, and that's why this 2024 election is so important, because President Trump, if he goes across the finish line, he carries so many other patriotic Americans and down ballot votes as well. Get them into D.C. to fight and support his agenda.
Absolutely. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a huge champion, and, you know, and it's very sad that these politicians, they'll ride President Trump's coattail to make their name known and let the MAGA movement say, oh, that's our guy, he's with President Trump. But then they get in the office, and some of them just spend their days on Twitter, and they're really not doing anything on Capitol Hill. They work for you. You are their constituent. You put them in office. So if they're not doing what you want them to do and what you voted for them to do and what they promised you that they would do, call them every day. Leave voice messages every day. Email them every day. Make sure that they are doing exactly what they promised to do when they were campaigning. And we see a lot of that in Washington, D.C. And that's why President Trump says it's time to drain the swamp.
Right.
And that means the rhinos as well. We got to get some good MAGA conservatives in there, people who want to save this country and truly fight for this country.
I mean, that's what true democracy is. And, you don't have the Hollywood elites in the crowd. You have everyday Americans, working class Americans. They played the video of the union workers there in New York City coming across, former Democrats, former independents, because they're the backbone of our society. They're the backbone of our economy. They understand the importance of preserving our country and passing it down to the next generation more than anyone. And that's really the constituency of these Trump rallies. That's who is in attendance, everyday, normal American citizens. And, that's true democracy. The left always says, where democracy is on the ballot. Their form of democracy is one that benefits the ruling class at the expense of the American people. Our democracy, true democracy, is what you see here at these MAGA rallies. And just one more point, going back to the border issue, it's not just about closing the border. It's not just about mass deportations. It's about all the other issues that come from an open border. The fentanyl crisis being a perfect example of an issue that has resulted in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of American deaths because of our open border. That has devastating effects across our society, the economy, the culture. So many Americans, an untold number of Americans, are dying as a result of our open border policies. So, it affects us in so many different ways, having that open border. And that's why I think so many Americans put that as the number one issue, even above the economy, which obviously is in basically a state of recession right now under Biden. It's growing at an anemic rate. There's no manufacturing. They're scaring jobs away, and it's not a good time to be a business owner here in the United States under Joe Biden.
Right. Top of the list for voters is immigration. I want to go over some other poll numbers. President Trump doing very well in the polls. I like to follow interactive polls on Truth Social, taking a look at who will win the 2024 U.S. presidential election. The latest numbers came out on June 9th, which is today. Trump, 56%, Biden, 34%. So President Trump with a 22% lead right there. Also, Nevada, looking right here in the state we're in now, Trump, 63%, Biden, 37%. So
it's incredible. And, it's not just in the poll numbers. It's also in the fundraising. He raised $140+ million just in the state, just in the month of May. I think he's raised tens of millions of more dollars in June in the aftermath of the news of that sham witch trial conviction, the Biden trial. So Americans are mobilizing behind him. We talked a little bit earlier about TikTok. He has millions of followers there on that platform. After 4 days of launching it, Biden hasn't even gotten 500,000, and he's been on there for over a year. And then the poll numbers, in other polls, he's up by 6 points nationwide. In the state like Nevada, formerly a swing state, is now up pretty solidly, 5, 6, 7 points in Trump's favor. So the poll numbers reflect it, the fundraising reflects it, the social media following reflects it, and of course the crowd size here at these rallies also speak to that momentum.
Absolutely. He was also in Arizona just last week, and he is doing really well there as well, leading in the polls in Arizona. Another big key race we're following there is Kari Lake for Senate. So we're going to have all of our eyes on Arizona come November as well. So when it comes to these states that we've really been focusing on, the swing states, he's doing good in those poll numbers. But we encourage everyone. This is a big day. Paul, I know you've seen it too, all throughout the park grounds here in Las Vegas. Some of the Trump team and volunteers and just Nevada GOP members are out getting people registered to vote. And not just that, they're getting people registered to volunteer, to be poll watchers. So there's a lot of different things that you can do to help save this country. So I would encourage you to get with your local leaders, your local county, your city, and do what you can to save this country. It all starts at home.
It all starts at home. There are many volunteers here today registering voters. I saw online, getting people to sign petitions for various causes. On the ground, if you're on the ground here in Nevada and Las Vegas at the rally, just make sure you stay hydrated. Very hot day, but that hasn't slowed any of the momentum. And RSBN is the only network that's doing full wall-to-wall coverage all day long. So obviously we appreciate all your support. We appreciate everyone tuning in. And, obviously this is a grassroots movement, and the grassroots are stronger than they've ever been.
Yes, they are. And we want to thank all of the people who have helped us get here today. Excuse me, just a second.
Yeah.
We want to thank all of you.
Yeah, that's fine. But listen, this is such a party. It's a festive atmosphere. You have them playing all the rally hits. You have the Billy Joel music. You have the Elvis Presley soundtrack. They were playing If I Can Dream before. American Trilogy is another favorite one of the president's. They're playing Elton John, Pavarotti. So all of the president's favorite hits they're playing at this rally. It really is such a festive, beautiful environment, and all the people are having a lot of fun. All the people are having a lot of fun.
Sorry, if you know me and have been watching over the last couple of weeks, in Texas we have all kinds of weather and allergies. I had to go to the doctor last week again, and they say everyone is fighting allergies. So,
there's a lot of dust in the air,
and
too.
there's a lot of dust here.
I have
yes,
it on
we
my
are
shoes.
In the desert.
They kicked it up. We're in the desert.
Bear with me. I fight them all the time. But back to what I was saying, continue to donate. We appreciate all of you who have helped to get us here, all of the people who continue to donate. You do the monthly prescriptions. If you just do a one-time only, that's fine too. We appreciate all of you. You can go to rsbnetwork.com, donate, and keep us on the road as we head into November, because a lot of the reason that we're here and we're able to get the momentum going across the country is because of you at home. Another thing that you can do, and this really works, social media is free advertising.
It is.
So if you're watching on Rumble, Truth, X, Facebook, YouTube, share. Subscribe on YouTube.
Follow,
share. Follow,
retweet all the posts that are coming out. Be sure you share it, because that's the way you get the word out. Social media has changed the game, has decentralized media, and it's empowered the grassroots. So it's so important to share everything that we put out here today. Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, X, Truth Social, President's favorite social media platform. We're popping off all day long on all the social media. And TikTok. Can't forget
TikTok now. Yes, Trump's on TikTok now, so that's a lot of fun and reaching to the younger crowd. We are now at 11:30 Pacific time, local time here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thanks for watching and choosing Right Side Broadcasting Network, your campaign headquarters for the 2024 election season. Having a great time here. The people are listening to music and they are on their feet, awaiting 45-47 to come take this stage. President Trump arrived here last night after having a big fundraiser in California last night, and also taking some time to wave to voters who are having their own little private Trump boat parade.
Yeah, I mean, you had a boat parade in California. You had a huge motorcade car parade on Long Island in New York. So from coast to coast, the troops are coming out. The MAGA troops are coming out, and they're making their voices heard. It used to be the silent majority. Not too many Americans are silent anymore. They're fed up. They're angry with the current state of affairs coming out of Washington. They realize the swamp has to be drained once and for all. And that's what this election is all about with President Trump's 2024 historic presidential campaign. Another thing, he was asked this past week, by Dr. Phil, who's, he's not a dyed-in-the-wool conservative. He's more centrist, kind of out of politics. But he's like, are you going to get back on your political opponents? And Trump had a perfect answer. He said, the best form of retribution is success. I want to unite the country. I want to, bring us all together as a movement, bring us all together as a country. I'm the president for everyone. And you're seeing that reflected in the crowd today. Former Democrats, independents, young people, Hispanics, blacks, they're all coming out to support him.
Right, and that's what is scaring and the fear that's being instilled into the Democrat Party, because they've run on this lie for so long that we help the African Americans, and they're seeing now that is absolutely not true. So President Trump's poll numbers are coming up in the African American community. They're going up in the Latino community, and you get there by doing your own homework. Don't listen to the mainstream media. Don't listen to what your friends on social media are saying. Because if you look at Facebook, the conservatives were silenced for so long, and still may be, into a sense, because they would go to quote-unquote Facebook jail if they posted anything. And so people started realizing, wait a minute, something's not right here. And then I think when they saw the contrast, the sharp contrast between President Trump's administration and Biden's administration, that no, the Democrats aren't really doing what they say they're doing. They're not really the party for the people, and the Conservative Party is. And so that's why you see, a fighter like President Trump, his poll numbers continuing to go up with all Americans. And I'm telling you, Paul, I wish I was a fly on the wall the day of the rally in the Bronx, in AOC's office and Nancy Pelosi's office and Biden's office, to see. It's not about whether you're black, you're white, you're Hispanic, you're Vietnamese. It doesn't matter. We are all Americans at the end of the day. And so we know that, and you probably know that at home. I hope you do. But the left is the one who tries to divide us all.
President Trump is the only president of either party to go into these deep blue districts. I mean, AOC doesn't visit her constituents.
And when she does, she can't even fill half of a gymnasium.
No, she can't. Maxine Waters doesn't go to her constituency in California. Nancy Pelosi would prefer to stay behind her guarded, gated community rather than see the damage wrought firsthand by her policies on the streets, the crime, the homelessness, so on and so forth. Trump is the only only president to take his message into Manhattan, the Bronx, New Jersey, a state like Nevada that hasn't voted Republican in 20 years now. He's changing the game. He's changing the game, and that's why he's been such an effective messenger for so many Americans. The mainstream media, the fake news, the CNNs of the world, they're going to double and triple down in trying to call Trump, they smear his name, call him a convicted felon. That he's not, and that's why it's so important for us to get the word out, grassroots style, social media, and networks like this, in order to take the message directly to the American people and cut through all the BS.
The more they indict, the more we unite, the more they attack him, the more we stand together. If you look at his mugshot that took over the world, the left was like, oh, we're going to give him a mugshot. This will show him. That united the entire world, not just America. Immediately, people were posting it, making their social media profile pictures. Same thing with New York when the verdict was handed down. We'll vote for a convicted felon. Nothing they do can stop this movement, and it's killing them that it can't be done.
He's gonna win that, that blue wall that he broke in 2016. He's going to win all those states again, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, even potentially Minnesota, a state that Reagan couldn't even win in 1984 during his landslide against Walter Mondale. That's now in play. So he's changing the game. It's incredible momentum that's behind this movement. It's a movement like no other, because this is the only election in American history where the country truly is on the ballot. The country's on the line, and American people see right through that. I think the president today is going to have a lot of energy behind him. He's going to feed off this crowd, and I think he'll be very happy to see the turnout for him here in Las Vegas.
Yes, absolutely. It's a party in Vegas. There's always a party in Vegas, but this is a MAGA party we're having today, and the people are having a great time here as we await President Donald J. Trump. Hey, look, if we want to remind you that if you're struggling to save for your future, worried about how you're going to save not only for your retirement, maybe your kids, your grandkids, that's where the experts at the Birch Gold Group come in. All you have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Convert your IRAs and 401ks into gold. easy to do. I talked to the guys just last week. They're helping me, and I hope they can help you as well. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. You'll get a free information kit. An expert will call you and come up with a plan that's just best for you. They have thousands of satisfied customers, 5-star A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, lots of happy customers. So make sure you're the next happy customer and start saving for your future. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. All right, let's continue to watch the crowds as we count down to President Donald J. Trump.
They're still filing in, and you can't even see what's behind us. I mean, I see people going back hundreds of thousands of feet, lining up, tens of thousands of people. It's incredible.
Yeah, so we'll let you listen to the sights and sounds as we await President Trump. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have the crowd starting to chant, "We want Trump," as the motorcade looks to be arriving here in Sunset Park in Las Vegas, Nevada. You can see that is definitely President Trump arriving here at the park, waiting to speak to this crowd, arriving to speak to this crowd, and the crowd on its feet chanting for President Trump. Las Vegas, Nevada, we are now nearing midday. President Trump taking the stage in about 19 minutes, and we are in the triple digits for temperatures, triple digits. So that's okay. The people here love it. They don't mind it. They say they're used to this Nevada heat and they're used to living in a desert, and they just don't mind it at all. So they are here ready to see President Trump. There's a huge overflow crowd. You'll continue to see the crowds here on Right Side. We always show the crowds to let you know just how loved President Trump is. This is a state that President Trump is really hoping to win in November. 6 electoral votes are up for grabs if he takes home Nevada. And I just think, Paul, he might be able to do that.
I think he will. I mean, it's actually incredible that he's able to defy the odds, so to speak. I mean, this state actually shifted rightward. It's one of the, I think it's the only state in the country that actually shifted rightward with all the rigging and everything from 2016 to 2020. So it's definitely a state that's in President Trump's corner. You know, he's up in the polls. I've said 5-6 points. It could be higher than that now based on the latest polls. He is very familiar with Las Vegas. He has his hotel here. He has his brand here. You know, this is definitely a city that's right up his alley. One that, you know, is definitely in keeping with the Trump brand. And, you know, it's a beautiful hotel. So, you know, he's brought industry. He's brought jobs to this city, to this state, thousands of them himself personally, as a businessman as well as a president. And, you know, I hope Nevada basically takes the lead. And, you know, other states out west like Colorado, Arizona follow their lead because, you know, and even California. I mean, we're seeing so many people from California, Republicans, former Democrats, people who weren't even into politics before, coming here, crossing state lines to support their favorite president, the 47th president, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, you know, you look at the people of California and they just see the chaos that Governor Gavin Newsom is causing there, and he's just demolishing the state. A beautiful state, wonderful people there, and the people there are actually waking up. They're tired of it, and they're starting to stand up and make their names known. I do want to remind you that, you know, if you have filed for an extension on your taxes, or if you are owing back taxes, that's okay. Let the experts at Tax Network USA help you. That information is on your screen. 1-800-357-1415, 1-800-357-1415. That website also on your screen, tnusa.com/RSBN. These are experts all over the country in every state, so it doesn't matter which state that you live in. You can be helped by them at Tax Network USA, a conservative company who wants to help Americans. So don't stress about the IRS and all of the you know, back taxes you may owe or what's to come in the future. Let the experts help you. Just give them a call or log online, and they can do that for you. They have saved their clients over $1 billion, that's with a B, in back taxes. So they can definitely help you too. That's what their expertise is in. So again, contact Tax Network USA. Another thing I want to tell you about also is I have one at home. I've used it. So glad I bought it. Great investment was the medical emergency kit from MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Dr. Peter McCullough works well with President Trump. His team has put together this kit that can help you. But what's also great about MakeCareGreatAgain.com, you can go online and check out all of the different the kits and medicines that they have to offer. So go online today. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. We never know when the next pandemic's going to hit. We never know when the next big thing is going to hit. So make sure your family's prepared. And how it works, Paul, is kind of like just when you go to the doctor. You know, when you're a new patient, you have to fill out all your forms, what you're allergic to, and things like that. It's the same thing here before they're able to send you a kit. So that's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. At checkout, type in the RSBN code and save yourself some money.
Yeah, you can't take anything for granted. You don't know what they're going to pull on you between the elections, between the next pandemic. You never know. So it's very important to be safe and secure. And obviously with the IRS, Vanessa spoke about that point. You know, Biden regime weaponized IRS agents. I mean, that's incredible. So, you know, there's a lot that we're going against as an American people. So it's very important to keep your family as safe and secure as possible in every possible way. But, you know, again, I think, you know, as we approach closer to the time President Trump is set to be speaking just in, not too long from now. It's incredible to see all these people come to the desert of Las Vegas, to see their next president. Las Vegas is a city that has really, a lot of cities like New York, San Francisco have been in great decline. Detroit, sadly, many of our great cities have been in decline. Las Vegas has kind of bucked that trend. I mean, you have a lot of sports teams coming in here. Now you have the Las Vegas Raiders. They have a beautiful stadium down the street. You have Major League Baseball coming in here in a few.
Yeah, they just closed Tropicana.
Right.
Long-time casino here to open up that,
so you
or
have
build
the
that
teams
stadium.
leaving Oakland, California, coming to Las Vegas, coming to a Republican or at least a purple state like Nevada. And, it just speaks to the how much better Republican economic policies are. They bring jobs to their cities, unlike Democrats, which force everyone out, force industries out, are horrible for business. If that decision in New York is allowed to stand, you're destroying business in New York City forever. That's full-fledged communism. And a city like Las Vegas is an exception to that rule, which is a really great thing to see.
Yes, and we are nearing about 15 minutes or less until President Trump takes the stage. He is here. His motorcade has arrived, and the people are on their feet. I'm looking behind me. There's an overflow crowd, and I'm looking even further than that, Paul, and people are still coming through security. They are still coming through the gates. So still people coming in with just minutes away from President Trump. Not only, if you look closely farther down, not only are they still coming through security, they're even being wrapped around.
They're wrapping around.
Lines. Yeah. So lots of people here for President Trump today in Las Vegas, Nevada. So glad you're joining us. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Paul Ingracia. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. Taking a look behind me now just to show the people on their feet, holding signs. Of course, they have their umbrellas out. But what's so good? God is good. He gave us some cloud coverage right before Trump comes on, so it's not too hot.
A nice breeze. Yeah, so it's a little dusty. We're in the desert, but it is good. I like the little cloud cover. It keeps temperatures more manageable.
What we have not hit on today, and I want to talk about, we were just looking at this a moment ago, is the pro-Palestine protest going on in Washington, D.C. right now. Thousands of protesters there and causing what looks like chaos in the streets outside the Capitol and the White House. So, we'll continue to keep an eye out on what's going on there. Our thoughts and prayers.
We saw the Biden White House put up a secure wall in front of them. They say walls don't work. Clearly, whenever there's a massive protest like this, which the left totally eggs on, then they become all pro-wall, pro-borders. When it's right in their backyard, that's when they like the walls. Otherwise, they promote these suicidal policies. But yeah, we'll provide updates, I guess, with regard to the protests going on right in our nation's capital. It's complete chaos and complete dysfunction. But unfortunately, that is what the Biden regime embodies and promotes.
Right. And that has been going on our college campuses as well, disrupting classes, disrupting finals, disrupting graduations. And so, I blame the presidents of the university and the people who are running these universities. You could have stopped that the minute they started. Governor Greg Abbott in Texas stopped the one immediately before it even got started at the University of Texas, Austin. So, these people, they let them run wild, they let them do what they want, and that's just the kind of chaos that you get when you your hands are tied and this stuff is allowed. But again, watching what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now, pro-Palestine protests going on at the White House in front of the Capitol building, and it looks pretty wild out there right now.
You would have never expected something like that to happen in the capital of the free world, but that is exactly what is happening. Protests of, and there, you have all this infighting now on the left. You have like these LGBT pride parade people fighting the pro-Palestinian people, so it's all chaos. I've seen it in Manhattan. It's happening all across the country. Even a lot of people on the left don't like Biden anymore. They're upset with how he's handling the Middle East. They're upset with his open borders, how he's handling the situation in the Ukraine. So it's just mass chaos. And obviously that is in sharp contrast with MAGA, which is about law and order, which is about restoring the integrity of our country, our laws, our borders, and the American dream. So, you can't even compare the two. It's night and day. It really is.
And it's important that you start teaching your kids as well. That's why we encourage you to pick up your copy of this free Trump book. Go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee is behind this book, and he wants your kids to know all about how our government works and how well President Trump did as president. And so teach your kids, because we know they probably won't learn it in school. So it all starts at home, whether it's their teachings about our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence and how important it is that you should stand for our national anthem. All of that is taught at home. God, faith, and family starts at home, because they're not going to learn it, unfortunately, in the outside world. So start with them young at freetrumpbook.com. Read it to them if they're a little bitty and just want to look at the pictures. That's okay, too. All you have to do is pay a small processing fee. That's a shipping and handling fee. And that's it. Get your free Trump book.
So important. Start the kids young, because, you can't have faith anymore in the public school system, unfortunately, in the United States. It's been overtaken by woke communists. So you really have to, the education, the values, the inculcation of traditional American values, God, the Bible, Christianity, everything that this country once stood for has to begin at the home. And that's why so many more Americans are homeschooling more than ever before. But books like Mike Huckabee's Children's Guide to the United States and to President Trump is so, so important. So, I recommend all listeners, if you have children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, it's very important.
Yeah, speaking of Huckabee, that name Huckabee, there's a list of VIPs who made the short list.
Right.
A lot of people are saying it could be Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and the governor now of of Alabama, and so not Alabama, Arkansas. Let's go through all the A's. Right. Arkansas, and so her name has been on that list, right. And so we'll just have to see, because there's a lot of good names on that list.
We'll see if he talks more about that VP list. I mean, it was circulated this past week, reported by several networks. You have J.D. Vance on that list, Ben Carson, Doug Burgum, who I saw at the courthouse with President Trump there this week, Elise Stefanik, Byron Donalds, Marco Rubio, Tim Scott, and a few other names as well. Those at least have been reported. So we'll see if there are any developments, any hints in President Trump's remarks today about who he's looking towards or what qualities he's looking for in a vice presidential candidate. But that'll be an interesting story to see ultimately who he picks.
Okay, don't get mad at me at home, but I'm going to be honest here. I was watching Fox News the other night, and they were going through the VP short list, and someone on the panel said, I don't think it's going to be anybody on the list. I've been saying that from day one. I really don't think it's going to be anybody on the list.
It could be. I wouldn't be shocked if, it's no one on that list. But you never know. President Trump sometimes goes with someone who no one is expecting, who wasn't on anyone's radar.
Surprise!
So if that's the case, I would not be surprised for sure.
Yep,
I think that's a smart insight too, Vanessa.
And he did say that he's waiting toward, closer toward or at the Republican National Convention to make that announcement. So it's coming soon, so stand by for that. Hey, take care of yourself. We talk about it all the time with, the wellness company, but also with Epic Minerals Zeolite Extra. We talked about it earlier. You don't know what's in our foods, what we're drinking, just the lotion we put on our skins. And so this is Zeolite Extra Spray from Epic Minerals. We're introducing you to that today. It's your ultimate defense against heavy metals and other toxins that compromise your health. Stay healthy. I said this earlier, and I'll say this again. God gave us one body. It's up to us to take care of it. And this is where this conservative company comes in. Don't wait until it's too late. Arm yourself with Zeolite Extra Spray. Ensure that you're prepared for whatever the deep state throws our way, whether that's another pandemic or not. So detox, prevent heavy metal poisoning with Zeolite Extra Spray. That website is on your screen, epicminerals.net. Promo code RSBN to save 10% off your order.
Wonderful. I mean, it's so important. You know, we talked again about how Biden has destroyed the supply chains, has offshored so much of our manufacturing. But something that isn't talked about enough is our food supply. So much of, American used to have, Florida oranges. Now they're grown overseas. Same with garlic. They're grown in China. You don't know the pesticides, the preservatives that they put in these things. So more than ever, we have to be extremely vigilant about the food we're eating, and that's why products like these are so important to make sure we get our daily dose of nutrition to combat all the disease-ridden food that we're getting from our woke overlords there in D.C.
Absolutely. epicminerals.net. Another name that's on the short list that we talk about all the time, Dr. Ben Carson. He is one of the names, along with Larry Elder and John Rich, who's behind this Old Glory Bank. It's a banking system that's web-based. We think that you should go to this because it is just absolutely amazing. It's called Old Glory Bank, America's favorite online bank. You probably deal with a bank that may not like you. They may be woke. We just don't know. But we know for sure that Old Glory Bank, especially if Dr. Ben Carson's behind it, is a great bank. The woke banks also have been voluntarily sharing your information, transaction data with federal agencies. You don't have to worry about that with this bank, with Old Glory Bank. For every state of the union, no matter where you're from, patriots have opened an Old Glory Bank account from their phones or desktop. It just takes 8 minutes. I think we have time for 8 minutes today, right?
I think so.
Sunday.
I think so.
So
it's
you
a Sunday
have 8
afternoon.
minutes. Yes.
Take 8 minutes out of your day, sign up, and it's so important. So important.
OldGloryBank.com/RSBN. They're a member of the FDIC. That's OldGloryBank.com/RSBN. So go ahead and do some online banking. Everyone's turning to online everything these days anyway.
They are. And, a lot of people that we spoke to today on the line, they're concerned about central bank digital currencies. They're concerned about being debanked for having political views that go against the approved views of the mainstream media, the fake news media, the Democrats. So, it's so important to have control of your finances, to retake control of your wealth, because, they want to take control. The left, the Democrats want to take control of everything. They don't want you to own anything. They want a nation of renters. They want a nation of people who are poor and broke. Therefore, they could be dependent on the government. So, it's so important right now to invest in your future, in your financial situation, and to make sure your finances are squared away, given what we're going through as a country.
Absolutely. So go to Old Glory Bank. All the information right there. And I love Dr. Ben Carson. Met him several times. He's just a great guy. And I actually met his wife as well in Mar-a-Lago. Right. She's wonderful. Just good people. If he's
a loyal
President
person,
yes,
loyal advocate for
yes.
President Trump since day one, pretty much. Since he left the 2016, he challenged Trump in the primary back then. But ever since he left, he was a loyal supporter of him. Since then, and obviously he served very well for President Trump in his cabinet. And he's just an incredible human being, incredible patriot, and the living embodiment of the American dream.
Yes, so he may be, Trump's pick. We just don't know yet, but he is on the short list. All right, we are hearing from the Trump team about 10 minutes away now from President Trump taking the stage from Las Vegas, Nevada. He is backstage right now meeting and greeting with some of his top supporters, the Nevada GOP members who are hard at work, boots on the ground every single day in this great state, trying to get voters registered and get them involved, making it too big to rig. That means making it a huge turnout to where that election cannot be rigged. So that's who he's meeting with right now in the back, and after that he will make his way to the stage to speak to this crowd here in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world, and this is the biggest political rally, the biggest rally of any kind in the history of this state.
Yeah,
That's
you know,
what
they
many
usually
people,
say the Strip is where the party's at.
Right,
This
it's
is where
here.
the party's at
The
today.
Strip is here today.
Yes, absolutely. It's here at Sunset Park. All right.
Sunset
Still
Park.
looking at the crowd coming in. People are still wrapping around. The lines are moving as they come through security. Tons of people here and the overflow crowd, as there always is. Have you ever seen an overflow crowd at a Biden event?
Never. Biden can't do a political rally. That's why he hid in the basement. That's why, you know, he can't even stand up and talk for more than 10 minutes without having some sort of episode where he has to be escorted off stage. It's impossible for him to do anything like this.
Yep.
He has no supporters. There
No
are no Biden supporters
no
anyway.
energy,
No.
no movement behind him. But that Trump train is going strong. It's got a lot of gasoline to keep on pushing through as we head to November. Hey, we want to remind you that if you're on RSBNetwork.com, please donate if you can. Sign up for our newsletter as well. Again, that's all on RSBNetwork.com. Follow RSBN, share. The more you share us on social media, the more we can reach the masses. So please share us. The more, the merrier. So we can get our live shots and also our articles out. We have great writers who do a wonderful job in the back, and so let's get their articles shared so people can see the truth. So the old days of mainstream media are over. People are waking up. They know it's fake news. So we need to tell them more about conservative networks like Brightside Broadcasting Network and just push it out as much as you can. Flood your feeds with RSBN.
Yes, absolutely. The president is set to take the stage in just a few minutes. And obviously, we're the only network that's doing full all-day coverage from before the rally, interviewing the people there, online, to during the rally, after the rally. So I'm having a lot of fun, Vanessa.
Oh, it has
It's
been
always so much fun at any of these Trump events, and the people are behind him in numbers greater than ever. We see them going back, you know, probably another mile beyond this venue at the beautiful Sunset Park here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, and so also we're happy for the cloud coverage today.
Thank God for that.
Because they said the weather forecast said that the heat of the day is obviously around noon, somewhere between noon and 3.
Right.
And that's right when President Trump takes the stage. But we have a great breeze coming over us and also some cloud coverage. So that's helped some as well. But there's an energy here when you come to these Trump rallies and events. There's hope. There's loyalty, there's excitement, and it's just people who love our country. They love faith, they love God, they love their freedoms, and they just love America. And they love the people who fought for this country and who died for this country. And so that's why they're here, because they're standing up and saying, I'll do whatever it takes to represent my country and save America, because when you save America, you save the rest of the world as well.
It's not about right or left. It's about common sense. It's about the issues that this country has always stood for, preserving our freedoms, preserving the First Amendment, preserving the Second Amendment, preserving the freedom of speech, the right to peacefully assemble. That is what Trump stands for. It's not right or left. It's preserving our country, the constitutional fabric that long made this country, and telling the truth and getting the message across to tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of Americans who have now come around just over the past 4 years even in President Trump's corner. So, you know, it's a miracle. It's really something that has no precedent in American history, this MAGA movement. And the momentum is strong behind President Trump. We need to make it too big to rig. We saw those too big to rig signs, and that is the theme of this rally for sure.
Yes, we're now hearing from the Trump team 5 minutes out. So the countdown is on. The countdown is on as we wait for President Trump. Again, if you're just now joining us, this is his first rally since being found guilty on all 34 counts in that sham, bogus New York Manhattan trial. Right. And so we're really excited to hear from him today and also see him today so he can see that the people are still behind him. We know he knows it, but it's good for him to see it. The people are still behind him. They're still rooting for him, and they've really come out today in full force. But you know what, Paul? That's every rally. That's what they do every time. So, you know, but it's just good to see because, you know, at home I told people when they would ask about the verdict, I would tell them at the end of the day, President Trump is still a human being. He's still has feelings. He still has
Right, he's still a human
heart.
being.
He's still a human
He's a
being.
human being like
so
everyone
that
else.
still hurts him.
Right.
It has to.
Right.
You know, he'll come out and he'll, fist bump and he'll give a thumbs up and the crowd goes crazy because we feed off of him too.
We do.
When I get down and I see him fist bump, then I'm like, yes, we're going to keep fighting. And it's the reverse for him too. So while that guilty verdict may have hurt him because he also has feelings, he's a human being, he sees us and he sees this, and that gives him the fight and the push to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever he might be feeling down and out, these crowds give him, the energy to continue going. And that's why, he was just sitting in that damp, dreary, drab courtroom over the past 5 weeks. He called it the ice box. I mean, this is now
You were
like
there.
the heat
Was
box.
it really?
It was freezing. I think I came down with something sitting in that wedge between all those liberal journalists in there. It was freezing cold. They didn't know how to do the AC. It's an old building, very ugly, no sunlight. So
drab.
This is such a welcoming, friendly, beautiful sight to behold compared to that horrible, horrible courthouse.
Yep, we're about 3 minutes out now. Countdown to President Trump here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Vanessa Broussard, Paul and Gracia. So good to see you. Thanks for joining us and for choosing Right Side as your choice as we continue on the campaign trail. Looking ahead, we also have a programming note for you. We will be in Detroit next week for a Turning Point event, Turning Point USA, and we'll also be at Club 47 in Florida next weekend as well. President Trump is speaking there on his birthday, so he's celebrating his birthday with Club 47, the biggest Republican club in Florida on his birthday. So Right Side Broadcasting Network, of course, will bring you all of the live coverage and live feeds from those events.
Right, absolutely. And obviously, it's President Trump's birthday in a few days, 5 days from now. So happy birthday to President Trump.
Happy birthday,
early
President
birthday.
Trump.
And this is the network for full-day coverage, wall-to-wall coverage of this historic rally in Las Vegas.
Yeah, so that's where he's spending his birthday. We'll be there. Flag Day is
Day.
President Trump's
Patriotic
birthday.
holiday.
Coincidence? I think not. He was chosen to be born on Flag Day. The man who's going to save this country. So, yes, that's his birthday on Friday. We'll be there in Florida with him and also at the event on Saturday as well. So, spend next weekend with us here on Right Side. We are always glad to spend our days with you and hope you're enjoying your Sunday. If you're at home, if you went to church this morning and maybe had a nice family lunch and kick back watching Right Side before President Trump comes on, thanks for choosing us, and get some rest before the week ahead.
Yes, definitely.
All right, we're going to step aside so you can see the crowds as we continue to show this and wait for President Trump. Just a couple of minutes out now from the president taking the stage. Standing room only here in Nevada. Standing room only. Overflow crowds. Right here in the middle of the desert with mountains surrounding us. The heat is on, but that's okay.
You have people with signs. I love all the creativity and the signs we've seen, Vanessa, today. We have one right in front of us saying, Jesus Christ is my Savior. Trump is my president. And really, that says everything. That says everything about the movement. I love the too big to rig signs. You have people right behind him in the bleachers with those too big to rig signs. They have these other signs. Nevada is Trump country. So, and then, of course, the staple, the MAGA cap, the sea of red, Make America Great Again caps, the brand new edition, the 2024 version of the MAGA cap, is in full display here at the rally with these thousands of people. It's always like a rock concert atmosphere at these MAGA rallies. And even though the temperature is hot, it's a beautiful scene right in the middle of the desert. The beautiful mountains as a backdrop, perfect backdrop. And President Trump will be here in just a few minutes. Really incredible. I'm having so much fun too. I thank everyone for tuning in and for all the support you've been giving me for my first broadcast, my first coverage here at the Right Side Broadcasting Network.
We're honored to have you. Glad you're joining us. It's been a pleasure. You've been great to work with. First time for Paul, everyone. So make sure you give him a follow and say hello to us in the chats and where you're watching from. Paul from New York. And
tell us where you're coming from, where you're
Yeah.
watching from. I know we have people from all across the country. People are very excited on the West Coast to be seeing him. And here we go. We got the YMCA.
People are on their feet. They're cheering. They're excited. They know any minute now President Trump will be coming out on stage. And here at Right Side, we show the crowd. So enjoy the sounds from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
It's not too hot out here, right? You know, it's not bad. I heard it was going to be terrible. I heard it was going to be so hot. Did you see we put out a notice saying don't come? So only 20,000 people showed up. There's never been anything like this, but it's great to be back in the beautiful state. You know the state. We love it. And you always have to say it correctly. Nevada. You got to call it Nevada. With thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, and that's what you are. With your help, we're going to win Nevada. We're going to defeat your Biden-loving radical left Senator Jackie Rosen, who's terrible. By the way, she's a terrible senator. We're going to knock off the Biden crime family as a Biden family of crime, including the fact that they've weaponized the Department of Justice like has never happened in this country. We're going to end the weak and failed regime of crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, and we're going to make America great again. For 3.5 years, the people of Nevada have had a front row seat to Joe Biden's evil and criminal obliteration of our southern border. It was criminal what he's done. Did you see the other day he came out with a little plan? Oh, let's make it a little bit tougher because he's getting killed in the poll. We're leading here by like 12 points, you know that. All we have to do is stop the steal, and we have it made. Just stop the steal. We can't let that happen again. Last week, Crooked Joe signed an executive order that is pro-invasion, pro-child trafficking, pro-woman trafficking, pro-human trafficking, and pro-drug dealers. It's a pro-drug dealer bill. It's weak. It's ineffective. It's bullshit what he signed. That's turning out to be like a deplorable. Remember deplorable when Hillary said deplorable? She said deplorable, and that was not good. That was not a good word to use. This word seems to be catching on a little bit, but in a much more positive way than deplorable. That was not good. She actually said deplorable and irredeemable. Do you remember? And I heard it. And I said, wow, that irredeemable is really a bad word. And it didn't catch on. What caught on was deplorable. So what the hell do I know about politics, right? Millions of people will continue pouring in, and they're coming right through the border like they have never come through before. What he signed means nothing. In fact, it makes it easier. In my opinion, it opens the border still further. We have people coming into our country. We're going to end up making, and I say this and I say it all the time, November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. If Joe Biden truly wanted to sign an executive order to stop the invasion, right now all he needs to do is say, I hereby immediately reinstate every single border policy of a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. You know, he doesn't need anything. He could have done this. He's a little late, by the way. Number one, he's late. Number two, it's meaningless what he signed. It's just a PR ploy, as usual. It's disinformation, misinformation, talk. They talk as our country goes down the tubes. Less than 4 years ago, I handed Crooked Joe the strongest, most secure border in the history of our country. We never had a border like that. We built 571 miles of border wall. It was unbelievable. We ended all catch and release. We had the remain in Mexico safe third country. And then we had also Title 42. You remember, everything was so good. If this guy just, he goes to the beach all the time, somebody thinks he looks good in a bathing suit. I don't think so. And he has that little chair that weighs about like 7 ounces. It's meant so children can lift it and very old people can lift it. And you know what? He's not old. He's incompetent. He's not old. He's not old. I know people that are 88, 89, 92. A man named Bernie Marcus, founder of Home Depot. Bernie Marcus is 95, I think. And he's 100, you talk to him, he's 100% sharp. This guy, there's just something missing. And there always has been, by the way. He always had the worst and dumbest foreign policy. There always has been. Under the Trump administration, if you crossed our border illegally, we caught you and back you back from where you came. It was very simple. We had the greatest, think of it. All he had to do is leave my people in place, leave everybody in place, and he wouldn't be going through this right now. I think it's one of his many big problems. I think the Afghan situation was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, actually. He has a lot of bad days. I could name them, but we don't have enough time. We only have a few hours. We don't have enough time. And now, by the way, it's 110, but it doesn't feel it to me, right? So we'll stay out here for a little while. If anybody gets tired, you'll let me know. And if anybody goes down, if you start going down, we have people, they'll pick you up right away. They'll throw water. You know, they were so worried. Everybody was so worried yesterday about you. And they never mentioned me. I'm up here sweating like a dog. Secret Service said, we have to make sure everyone's safe. I said, what about me? We never thought of that. They don't think about me. I'm working my ass off. I'm working hard. This is hard work. Front row Joe. Front row Joe. Under Biden, the invasion is just a disaster what's happened. It's never happened like this. In less than 4 years, Crooked Joe has imported more illegal aliens into our country than at any other time in the history of our country, times maybe 50. There's never been anything like this happening to our country. They're changing the fabric of our country. They're destroying our country. They're doing things that are unthinkable. This open border, so many bad things, but this open border situation where you're allowing millions and millions of people to flood our country, we can't handle it. No country could handle it. It's not sustainable. The entire world is emptying their prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions. They're emptying them out into your state, but they're emptying out into all 50 states. They're coming in, and there's no such thing as a border state anymore. That border is so meaningless. They just walk right through. They go right through the so-called border states, and they end up in Iowa. They end up in Idaho. Remember when Joe said it's great to be in Idaho, and he was in Iowa? He always does that. If I ever did that, it would be over. They'd say that's the end of his political career. He's cognitively impaired. No. You know, I had a second test. I aced it. I aced both of them. Not easy to ace. Biden should have a cognitive test, number one. They say it's unconstitutional. That's a good excuse. He should have a cognitive test, and before the debate in 2 weeks, he should take a drug test, because I'm willing to take one. So Nevada's being turned into a dumping ground, and you are. The whole country is being turned into an absolute dumping ground for what's happening. In Venezuela, here's a statistic that's a terrible statistic. So countries are dumping all of their criminals into our country, right? And also some people that are not criminals but are not productive. They're not going to be productive. They're not exactly going to make America great again. And they're coming in here in huge waves in the caravans, a name I think I came up with. I came up with a lot of good names, like Crooked Joe. Used to be Crooked Hillary. I took it off. Now we call her Beautiful Hillary, because we don't care anymore about that. We call it, because what was better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Okay, let's have a poll. I'll change it. He's both. He's both. He's crooked. Okay, wait. We'll do a poll. We'll go Sleepy first, and then we'll go crooked. Which is a better name for Joe Biden? Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? So in Venezuela, they took all of their criminals, a very heavily crime-ridden country. They took all of their criminals and they dumped them into a place called the United States of America. They're down to about 40% left, and they're all coming. I can't believe it took them so long. If I were the heads of one of the many, and this is happening all over the world, if I were the heads of one of the countries, I would have been totally 100% by now. Their crime rate they just announced is down 72%. So their crime. So next year what we'll do is we'll meet in Venezuela because it's going to be a lot safer. Unless one thing happens, unless you make me president, in which case we'll be very safe. So last year, it's terrible. You know, this is as far as the... Look at all the fake news back there. Look at all the fake news. They are fake. They are fake. Did you see Biden yesterday in Normandy, and he was in France? He embarrassed us so badly, right? Does everyone know that? He embarrassed us so badly, it was terrible. It's just terrible. This is not a representative for what used to be the greatest country. This country is really, we are a nation in major decline, and we're going to stop it immediately. Last year, a father from Pasadena, Texas, came home from work to find that his 11-year-old daughter was strangled to death. She had been sexually assaulted, and her body had been stuffed into a trash bag, thrown in a hamper. He came home to find this, put under the bed, found his daughter. They were looking for his daughter. Everyone was looking. She was dead under a bed, cut up. Charged with the murder was an illegal alien monster who had just infiltrated our border, released by crooked Joe Biden. Came in through the Biden administration. You know, it was very hard to get in through the Trump administration. I mean, you're never going to have it perfect, but we had it about as close as you're going to get. We had the best border in the history of our country. We had the least drugs coming in over 34 years. And now the drugs are pouring into our country. But they let this monster loose to prey on innocent children. He'll probably have a lawyer. He'll get out. Other people don't get out. They indict guys like Trump for what? The election was rigged. The election was a rigged election. Oh, let's indict him for saying that. Whereas you got guys like this. You got guys that kill people, and they're fine. They're just fine. Now, we're screwed up as a country, and we're going to unscrew it very quickly. It's going to take place very quickly. And then you had the horrific case of Laken Riley. I got to know the parents well, the family well. The young nursing student, top of her class. She was from Georgia, and she was savagely beaten, horribly beaten, killed. And Joe set loose this monster into our country, wouldn't have come into the country under us. And then on top of everything else, when I met the family, they were so beautiful, so incredible. And Joe Biden couldn't pronounce her name. He talked about her in Congress, and he was only forced to talk about her, but he apologized to her killer for calling him illegal. He called him an illegal alien, and everybody got angry at him, so he started apologizing, not to the family of Laken Riley, but he apologized to the killer because he called him a killer. This is where we are. Under the Trump administration, we will not be apologizing for all of these people that are coming in illegally, because there won't be many people that come in illegally anymore. They'll come in, but they'll come in legally. You'll be able to hire them, and you'll be able to work with them. But we want people to come into our country. They have to come in legally, okay? So with his border nightmare, Joe Biden is also waging an all-out war on the workers of America, especially African Americans and Hispanic Americans and African Americans are the ones suffering most with this incredible illegal alien group that's coming in and staying at our luxury hotels. And, you know, they're being put up in hotels. Some of them are luxury hotels. And by the way, just in case you're wondering, I got no teleprompters, and I haven't from the beginning. These people. That probably means we'll make a better speech. No, I got no teleprompter. You know, I pay all this money to teleprompter people, and I'd say 20% of the time they don't work. They don't work. The thing's waving around. They can't tie it a little bit tighter. I'm trying to look at... So we're all in this together, everybody. We're all in this together. Just a mess. I had one in Ohio where we had 45-mile-an-hour winds. You were there. This is a front row Joe. He's at everyone. This guy, wouldn't it be incredible? He's gone to 250 if he voted for Biden. He's going to vote for Biden. I don't think so. I think it would be suicide before Biden, right? And then we have the wall. Like we call him the human wall. He's been here so much. And these are great Americans, you know. They're great, great Americans. But we had one in Ohio where that teleprompter was like the sail on a sailing boat. We had 50-mile-an-hour winds, almost 50. And Bernie Moreno, I had to go up and do it for Bernie. And before I started my speech, as I was walking off, as I'm coming down the runway, walking off the runway onto the stage, the teleprompters got blown to pieces. We had 60,000 people, and I was standing up there all by myself. And I said, we got a problem. I got no teleprompter. I got no notes. And we had one of the greatest days, don't you think? You think Biden could do that? I don't think so. And by the way, and Bernie won his primary, and he won it convincingly. So we obviously did a good job, but it was good. And now I think he's going to beat a man named Brown, a senator named Brown. You have a good man named Brown right here, you know. Very good. They have a man that's not so good. They have a man that's not so good. And I think Bernie Moreno in Ohio is going to win, but it's the same thing. So these things are virtually useless. But I'll refer to them every once in a while for notes. It is crazy. The illegal immigrants are turning, and they're turning at a level that nobody's ever seen before. They're fighting our families. They're totally destroying our black population. They're totally destroying our Hispanic population. And you know what else they're destroying? And for you it means a little bit less, but it means quite a bit in this state. They're killing unions. They're killing unions because the unions are not able to survive. They're not able to survive this onslaught. It's making them impossible. They've worked hard. They've worked long to get their salaries up a little bit. They're not able to do it. Virtually 100% of the new jobs under Biden have also gone to illegal aliens. Did you know that? 100%. And you know, these people are so bad. They will correct me when I say 100%. 100% of the new jobs have gone to illegal aliens. Can you believe it? And that's where we are. Meanwhile, real wages of African Americans and the workers from all over the world that came here legally, they're down 6% under Crooked Joe. And, you know, I had an idea because it's not as bad as I thought. I thought I'd be wilting up here. The only thing that pisses me off are the teleprompters. It's so much easier. The only one that can't read a teleprompter is Joe Biden. It doesn't help him. But I thought what I'd do is I'd read, if you want. Should I do it? Should I do it? Because it's about the border. You know, in 2016, we had a great campaign, and mostly about the border. Marjorie would tell you, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's here someplace. It was about the border. Where the hell is Marjorie? Right? It was about the border. Great. She's not from this particular section, but they love her in this section too. But it was about the border, and I did such a good job that in 2020, where we got millions of more votes than we did in 2016, but I couldn't talk about the border. But now, if you look at it, what's happened is unbelievable. What's happened with respect to the border, this border is 20 times worse. 2016 was terrible, but this is a different league. This is a different level. This is the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been, no third world country has a border like that. And no I'll tell you what, no third world country has weaponization where they go after political candidates like we have either. This guy can't get elected anything without cheating. The only way he can get elected is to cheat. And the way they're using it this time, because it's harder to go without the COVID. They use COVID to cheat and lots of other things. But this time they're using weaponization of Department of Justice, go in to see the local DAs, go in to see the attorney generals to cheat. But the border is a big deal, and this is somehow caught on. So everybody wants to hear the snake. Okay. Can you hear me in the back? You know, I wish the cameras would focus on the people here. They never show it. They never take, even the sort of friendly ones, you know, I say semi-friendly. You know, the friendly ones, I do a great show with Sean Hannity or Jesse or Janine or Laura or somebody, and we do a great show, or a lot of great people. And then they put on commercials that are just horrible, and they're false. I say, what the hell are you putting commercials on like that? I do a show, and then they put 4 commercials on. It is so stupid, and they shouldn't be doing that. You know, they shouldn't be doing that. The other side, fake news CNN, which, of course, has no ratings, although they are doing the debate. They'll get some ratings for the debate. They're going to get big ratings. So this is about our border, and it was a song written a long time ago, not about the border. We made a couple of minor changes. But it's very true, and I think it's very true. It's just said happy birthday. Thank you, darling. Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. Thank you. I wish. Thank you. You know, there's a certain point at which you don't want to hear happy birthday. You just want to pretend the day doesn't exist. But anyway, but there's still a big difference. You know, there's still a big difference. It's long, long way. My father lived a long time. My mother lived a long time, and they were happy and they were great. So maybe we're going to live a long time. I hope so. But we're going to turn this country around. We're going to turn it around really fast. We're going to do the things that you've wanted to do. We're going to bring it back to 4 years ago and do even more. We did, you know, people are saying to themselves, were we better off 4 years ago or are we better off now? And it wasn't even close. We had the greatest economy in history. What we did in taxes, nobody's ever done. Even Ronald Reagan gave a big tax cut. We gave the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulatory cut. Nobody did what we did, and everybody was happy. And now they see this person that he doesn't know he's alive. He doesn't know he's alive. I mean, I watched him yesterday with Macron. Macron's a sharp guy. You know, he's for France, right? He's for France. We're for this. And Biden doesn't even know where the hell he is. And especially in one particular instance, that was not good yesterday. And I believe that happened, okay? And he makes up stories. He said something about me that I stood over the graves of soldiers. Nobody loves the military more than me. Nobody. Nobody respects it. And nobody's treated it better. Nobody's done as much for the military as I have. But he said I stood over graves of soldiers, and I said, these people are suckers and losers. Think dead soldiers from World War I. I said this was a made-up deal from a magazine that's failing, Financial Disaster, by a guy that is a horrible radical left lunatic named Goldberg. They made up a story that I said this, and they put it out, and it's been going around for 3 years. And it's just like Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 51 intelligence agents, that phony story, remember? The laptop is from Russia, they said. And they should be prosecuted for what they did. Okay, they should be prosecuted. Let's see what happens. But can you imagine? And now they took an ad using it. They know it's phony. They know it's false. And now they took an ad using it. These are sick people, and I hope the military revolts at the voting booth and just says, we're not going to take it. They can say anything. They're a party of misinformation, disinformation, cheating on elections, open borders, high interest rates, and high taxes. That's all. And you can't get elected like that. So they make up stories, disinformation, a story like that. Think of it from a practical standpoint. I'm standing there with generals and military people in a cemetery, and I look at them, I say, these people are suckers and losers. Now, think of it. Unless you're a psycho or a crazy person or a very stupid person, who would say that anyway? But who would say it to military people, with military? Because as President of the United States, I would say if I made that statement, if I have generals here, I would imagine that most of them would end up in a major fistfight with the president, okay? And you know what? I would have said it was okay in that one instance. They made up a story. They just, out of thin air, just like a lot of the fake stories are made up by these people, because they're among the most dishonest people in the country, the fake news. They're dishonest people. So they made up this story, and they go with it like I said it. And you know what? Some people believe it because they believe it. You know, they hear it from these people. They believe it. It's a shame. It's a shame you can get away with it. But we have to talk. If we don't talk about it, this happened 3 years ago, and my geniuses said, oh, sir, don't mention it because nobody believes. But it just never goes away. I got to mention it. I don't like mentioning it. But for me to say suckers and losers about people that died in World War I in front of military people, it's not a possibility you could say a thing like that. So it's a shame. It's a shame. That's why we have to win. We have to bring our country back from this horrible abyss because we're doing really badly. And this is one of the reasons why. So this is entitled The Snake. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried, I'll take you in and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night. As soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Bite, vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you're so tender and so nice. But you know that if I hadn't taken in, your skin would not look so good, and you would have bitten me. But why? You bit me. Why did you bite me? Please, please, tell me why. Why did you bite me? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before I took you in. And that's happening at our border, you see? Because we're taking in people that are a disaster for our country. So it's all happening at our border. And we're taking in people at levels that have never taken, this has never happened before. Ever, never. And we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let them ruin our country. We're not going to let them destroy our country. So I want to tell you a couple of things, and this is the first time I've ever made this. Shut it. Thank you. Thank you. So this is the first time I've said this, and for those hotel workers and people that get tips, you're going to be very happy, because when I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips, people making tips. We're not going to do it, and we're going to do that right away, first thing in office, because it's been a point of contention for years and years and years, and you do a great job of service, you take care of people, and I think it's going to be something that really is deserved. More importantly, popular or unpopular. I do some unpopular things, too, if it's right for the country. I do what's right. But so those people that have jobs in restaurants, whatever the job may be, a tipping job, we're not going after for taxes anymore. This will be ended. And I announced that for the first time I've brought it up. First time anyone's brought it up. I think it's never been brought up before, and I also think it's very appropriate. So we have a president who is destroying our country. We have a president who wants all electric cars in a very quick start. He wants to have all electric cars. Everything has to be electric. And by 2030, that's in 6 years from now. And you know what? Electric cars are fine. They have a problem. They don't go far. They cost a lot to buy. And they're all made in China. Other than that, I think they're wonderful, right? And I'm going to end that mandate on day one when I get to office. I met with the truckers over the weekend, and great Roger Penske is a trucker. He's also a great Indianapolis. He won it 20 times. Can you believe it? Think of how smart you have to be. Japan, Germany, all these nations, they spend billions and billions of dollars trying to win the Indianapolis 500. And Roger Penske's won it. He just won it again. He's won it 20 times. Think, that's the kind of brain power we need. That's what we want in our military. And we have people like that. A lot of them are shut out because they're woke. The woke stuff will be gone within a period of 24 hours, I can tell you. And go out and buy Pete Hegseth's book, because he tells you about it better than anybody. Pete Hegseth, he wrote a book. He tells you about the woke military. But I will tell you, we defeated ISIS, and they weren't woke. They weren't woke. We have great generals. We have not the guys on television. We have great generals. We defeated ISIS in a record time. It was going to take 5 years. They thought it would. I remember in Washington, it'll take 5 years. I went to Iraq. I met with the generals. I met a General Raisin Kane. His name was Raisin. His first name was Daniel Kane. They called me Raisin. I said, "You mean your name's Raisin Kane? I love that. I love you. I've been looking for you." Anyway, long story. You've heard the story. But we knocked him out in 5 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. He said, "We'll hit him from the left. We'll hit him from the right. We'll hit him underneath and on top. We'll hit him. They won't know what the hell happened, sir. How long will it take?" 4 weeks. Maybe you'll have time left over. I said, "How come they tell me in Washington 5 years?" Because they don't know how to fight, sir. They don't know how to fight. We have a great military. We have a great, great military. So I'm going to end the electric mandate. We're going to end the electric mandate also on truckers. So the truckers come to see me. They say a truck going to California, they like that. Tell them to make the microphone louder. It's terrible. Yeah. He just came up. Are the teleprompters not working, sir? Not even a little bit. Great job. And then I don't pay the company that does it, right? And then I end up with a story Trump doesn't pay. I don't pay contractors that do a shitty job. And that's a shitty job. That's a shitty job. You can't read a word. But you know what? It usually ends up that the speech is better. It's crazy. Then they'll say, "Oh, isn't it terrible? Trump takes advantage of his No, I take great. When I have a good contractor or a subcontractor, nobody gets paid faster. But when I have contractors that do this kind of work, you can have them. Could you imagine if Biden was up? He's no good with the teleprompter. He's the worst I've seen. But could you imagine if the teleprompters went off? Here's Biden. He wouldn't even say anything because he's incapable. he'd probably go pause, you know, pause. How about when he's reading the teleprompter and then they say pause, meaning, you know, maybe you'll get about 3 people clapping, and he goes pause. No, he'd just walk off the stage like this. Oh, teleprompter. Oh. Well, this guy is the worst. You know, I always treated him with a certain respect. I hated the election was rigged and stolen, whether you like it or not. Big. We did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. Got millions more votes. Everybody knows it. They said if you got the same number, we got millions of more votes. Millions. That's by them. That's by them. But, you know, when he indicted me over nothing, they opened up a whole new box. And then I got indicted again and again and again. I was never indicted. In a period of this little tiny period of time, I was like a ping pong ball. Sir, they indicted you here. They indicted you in Georgia. They indicted you in New York. Then they indicted you again in New York, sir. And it was all over. Can I use that word again? But you'll use it. A disgrace. A disgrace. And what they've done is they've weaponized the Department of Justice. The only thing they didn't understand is that we just had the largest fundraising effort in a period of 1 week than anybody has ever had. Did you know that, Marjorie? We took in hundreds of millions of dollars, and much of it was small money donors, what's called a small average $71. Hundreds of thousands of people contributed that they wouldn't have except for the court case. And our poll numbers are higher now than they were before because the people are watching and they know a fake deal. And this guy can't get elected without it. He can't get elected. He's incompetent. He's an incompetent person. But I never treated him this way. When I got indicted the first time, and then it was like, sir, you've been indicted again. I heard they were going to do it someplace else, and they stopped it. They said, we're indicting this guy into office. The people get it. Normally when that happens, they go to the microphone and they announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be going home with my family, and I'll be fighting for my name. That's the last you ever hear from the person. We have higher poll numbers now than we've ever had. Too big to rig. That's what we want. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. Too big to rig. That's what we want. I have higher numbers than we've ever had. We're leading this crooked thief of a president. And I would never have said that before. I didn't speak glowingly. He's a lousy president anyway. But I would never have said he's a corrupt, very dumb person. He's a low IQ individual, and he always was. This isn't age. He's worse now than he was 10 years ago. But if you go back 30 years ago, he was considered the dumbest person in the U.S. Senate. Ted Kennedy told me that himself, who was a friend of mine, which is shocking. Shocking that he was a friend. He was on a slightly different persuasion, Marjorie. But he told me that. He's the dumbest person in the Senate, and he has been from day one. How about this? On the documents. They go after me for documents, and then they find out that Joe has 10 times the number of documents than me. I said, you have to be kidding. And they released him. I said, I don't want to be released like that. They released him on the basis that he's incompetent and he can't stand trial. I said, oh, I see. So he can't stand trial, so they're not going to charge him on 50 years worth of classified documents. He's incompetent. He won't have to stand trial, but he's allowed to run for president. So think of that. You have a guy that can't stand trial. He's not allowed to, by the U.S. attorney, the man doing it, Mr. Herr. Now, I've never heard of this before because he wasn't incompetent. He was never smart, but he wasn't incompetent 10, 15, 20, just 50 years worth of documents. So he got off. In a sense, he got off. I said, I don't want to get off like that. I did nothing wrong. It's Presidential Records Act. I did nothing. You know, we have a deranged individual named Jack Smith. He's a deranged, dumb guy. He's a dumb son of a bitch. And what he did, and I just want to get off normal. Can you imagine, sir, they're exonerating you. They consider you to be incompetent. And therefore, because you're incompetent, they're going to exonerate you. I said, I don't want that. Let me be guilty before they do that. But think of it. They say he's incompetent and therefore he can't stand trial. But
he can run for president. And this is what you're voting for. And I never talked about this guy like this. But you watched him yesterday, and he is so bad for this country. They're all laughing. Everyone's laughing at him. The whole world is laughing, except for the fake news back there that try to pretend he did a good job because they're fake and dishonest. So we have a country that's in trouble. We're going to end the mandate on electric one day. They want to make all boats, too. I went to a boat company in South Carolina. The boat, I said, how is it? He said, it's a problem, sir. They want us to make all electric boats. These are boats that are from 16 to 35 or so feet. Fishing boats, leisure boats. Beautiful company in South Carolina. Beautiful. Guy's been doing it for 50 years. He sells hundreds of boats every couple of months. I mean, really fantastic guy. And they use the Mercury engines and different engines in the back. No problem. They want to take that out. They want to make it all electric. He said the problem is the boat is so heavy it can't float. I said, that sounds like a problem. He said also it can't go fast because of the weight. And they want to now have a 50-mile or a 70-mile radius. You have to go out 70 miles before you can really start the boat up. And you go out at 2 knots. That's essentially almost like 2 miles an hour. I say, how long does it take you to get out there? Many hours. And then you're allowed to go around for 10 minutes, but you have to come back because the batteries only last for a very short period of time. So I said, let me ask you a question. And he said, nobody ever asked this question. And it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight and you're in the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now underwater, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now really got decimated, and other people too, a lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted if the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking? Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted, or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark. So we're going to end that. We're going to end it for boats. We're going to end it for trucks. The trucks on a tank of diesel fuel, a truck goes from New York, a big, beautiful Peterbilt or any one of these great companies. They go from New York to Los Angeles without a stop. With electric, much of the truck is used, the capacity for batteries. The batteries are very heavy and very big, very, very big, many times the size of a tank that carries lots of gallons of diesel. You have to stop 6 times, and you have to get chargers. There are no chargers. The whole thing is, it's the kind of thing that if your 5-year-old grandson were sitting up here and you gave him a quiz, he would say, don't bother with the electric. There's another thing. The truck is so heavy because batteries are very heavy. The truck weighs more than twice as much as a gasoline truck. So what happens, a diesel. So what happens is they have to fix every bridge all over the United States to handle the weight. Every bridge has to be rebuilt because the weight is double and triple that of a gasoline or diesel tank truck. And you say to yourself, who are these people that are destroying our country? Why are they destroying our country? Why is it that they're destroying our country? All of that stuff is going to end. We're not going to have men playing in women's sports. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. The weightlifter. You see the weightlifter? They break a record by like 130. A record stands for 18 years. And they're putting a quarter of an ounce on one side of a barbell and a quarter of an ounce. That's what it is, just if they could beat it by a half an ounce. And they just can't do it. They tried in the Olympic trials. A young woman, beautiful young woman, rather muscular, I must say. Rather strong looking, beautiful woman. She gets up and her mother's in the front row. And her father's in the front row, and her relatives, everyone's rooting for her. Come on, baby, you can do it. She gets up. She can't do it. She can't. She gets up to here. I can't. No, Mom, I'm sorry, Mom. And this goes on and on. Nobody was able to do it. Then this person that transitioned, lovely, he transitioned, recently transitioned. And they said, do you lift? Not much. Are you good? I don't know. I'll tell you after I try. And he goes over it. Did you see this? Boom. Bing. Throws it down. Then he says, why don't I practice a little bit up here? He does it. The whole thing is crazy. Swimming the same thing, running the same thing. It's so demeaning to women. But these people can only want to destroy our country. Who wants open borders? Who wants men playing in women's sports? Who wants all electric cars? And by the way, I'm a big fan of electric cars. And, you know, it'll be a certain group of people that are going to want them where they travel short distances. I'm fine with it. But you have to be able to get gasoline, diesel, lots of other things. Or hybrids. Hybrids actually are, I think, a much better solution. You have to be able to get it. So we're going to do all these things. You know, basically, the Republican Party is a party of common sense. It's a party where we want closed, very strong borders. We don't want drugs coming in. If you really want to get rid of drugs, you go with the death penalty, but I don't think the country's ready for it. I would do it in a second. You know, every drug dealer, and everybody here knows people whose family was devastated by the loss of a child because of fentanyl. But if you went with the death penalty, you would have no drug problem in this country. Instant, if it was a meaningful, not a trial that lasts 400 years. Like China, I was with President Xi. I said, do you have a drug problem? No. He didn't even know what I was talking about. He's got 1.4 billion people. I said, do you have a drug problem? He goes, no drug problem. I said, how do you do that? Essentially, he said, the death penalty. We catch, they call it quick trial. They have a trial, and it's quick. And by the way, isn't that breeze nice? Do you feel the breeze? Because I don't want anybody going on me. We need every voter. I don't care about you. I just want your vote. I don't care. See, now the press will take that, and they'll say, he said a horrible thing. They'll say, he said, you know what they did? I was just doing a little imitation of this horrible, worst president in the history of our country. So I imitated him a couple of times getting off the stage because he's unable to find a stare. Look, stare, 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 stare. All over you have stairs. When he finishes his 1.5-minute speech, you know, speeches last for about a minute, never takes questions. When he does, he picks up a thing and he goes, let's see here. Jill of NBC. Yes, where's Jill? I'm here, you know, right, because they put her there. So she'll read a question. What flavor ice cream is your favorite? And then he picks up the thing, vanilla. Think of it, what they do. You saw me in the White House. It was like war. What they do is they give the guy the question and the answer. They never did that with me. He's reading the answers to questions. He's calling a reporter from NBC fake news, CBS fake news, CNN, ABC. They're all pretty much the same. MSNBC is probably the worst, probably the most evil. They're sick. These are sick people. But they're all sort of the same. They're all bad. And they're all very dishonest. So, no, they know what I'm saying. I love that. I love you people. Where the hell are you from? Wow. I got to find out what was the magic word that got that little. But we're not going to let this happen with our country anymore. We're taking back our country. So when we get in, it's going to go very rapidly. We're going to do a lot of things. We're going to look very strongly at J6. Those people, there has never been people treated more horrifically than J6 hostages. Look at yesterday. They're picketing in front of the White House, and they're marking up the columns with red paint that doesn't come off, by the way. You have to probably sandblast it off. They're hitting red paint all over the place. They're putting red paint all over statues of Andrew Jackson, one of our presidents, actually considered a great general and a very good president. red paint all over the place, representing blood. They're closing up gates. They're stampeding all over the place. And they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. And we're going to change that around. We want to be fair. So we're going to change that. And we're going to change it. And we're going to change it fast. But those J6 warriors, they were warriors, but they were really more than anything else, they're victims of what happened. All they were doing is protesting a rigged election. That's what they were doing. And then the police say, go in, go in, go in, go in. How about Scaffold Joe, the guy on the scaffold? Or how about the big FBI guy or whatever, wherever he comes from? Go on in, everybody, go on in. What a setup that was. What a horrible, horrible thing. And, you know, that blows two ways. That blows two ways, believe me. And we don't want anybody doing something, but what they did to some of those people. They have yesterday a grandmother who's 72 years old who was praying. She was praying. And they arrested her for, I think, 4 years or something, right? 4 years. They put her in jail. It's sick what's happening. And I don't know why a Catholic would be voting for Joe Biden, because they have gone after Catholics at a level that nobody knows what's going on with Catholics. But they're going after Christians. They're going after evangelicals. And we're just not going to take it anymore. We're going to fight, and we're going to win the election. Because this is the most important election. So what we're going to do is very simple, probably in this order, but we can do 3 things at one time, and we can do a lot of things that first week. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to close that border tight as a drum, and we're going to let people come in, but only legally. The second thing we're going to do about 5 minutes later, it doesn't take long, we're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get your energy costs in half. We're going to bring down your energy costs, and that includes New England. New England has, like, energy costs like they're in the middle of an area that never saw energy. We have more liquid gold than any other country in the world. Russia, Saudi Arabia, remember this? We were energy independent 4 years ago. We were soon going to be energy dominant. I was the one that stopped the Russian pipelines called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. Isn't it amazing? The biggest project they ever had. They're building the biggest pipeline in the world. It's going to Germany and all over Europe. I come in and I stop it. And all you hear is, oh, Trump was so nice to Russia. There is nothing you could do worse than that. I stopped it. It was dead. And then I sanctioned a lot of sanctions. And yet I got along well with Putin. I mean, it must have been hard for him. He actually said, if you're nice to me, I would hate like hell to see if you weren't nice to me. And remember, he would have never, and he didn't, he would have never gone into Ukraine. Israel would have never, ever been attacked. Iran was broke. Under my administration, Iran was stone cold broke. There was a Democrat congressman the other day. He was on Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. It's a horrible show, but they're all horrible. Meet the Fake Press. They're all horrible. George Slopadopoulos. Does anybody know George? I saw him interviewing Kash Patel or somebody. Kash Patel, stand up. Stand up. George Slopadopoulos. No, I saw him interviewing somebody, just a nice person. I think actually one of the people running for vice president. We've got a lot of great people running for vice president. By the way, who do we prefer? We have a lot of good ones. They're very good. But I saw George Slopadopoulos. The level of hatred. The guy's just there answering questions. The level of hatred. I said to him, George, I've had you up to here. I've had him up to there. But he is the level of anger and hatred. I say, what the hell? We want to have a country with low taxes, great education. We want to have the strongest military. We want to have no regulation. We want to have a border that's absolutely powerful. And we want to have fair elections, and the rest of it, it's all common sense. And they hate us, these people back here. They hate us at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And there's only one reason I can think of, maybe two. They're either incompetent or they hate our country. And there is a third reason, and I hate to mention it. They're trying to get these people signed up to vote. That could be it, too. And I hope that's not it. And I know your governor is working hard on this. I think your governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general, they're not going to let it happen in your state. They're not going to let it happen. And hopefully no other governor is going to let it happen, including Democrats, but they do let it happen. Because the only way they can get elected is to cheat. The only way, when you have open borders, when you have high interest rates, high tax, they want to quadruple your taxes. They want to increase your taxes at levels never seen before. I've never heard this. As a person growing up, politicians always said we're going to reduce your taxes, right? You couldn't get elected if you said it. They say we're going to increase it by 4 times your taxes. And they get votes? They get votes because they cheat. They cheat like hell, and don't let anyone convince you. Hey, look, they indict me over saying it. When they said they won in 2016, nobody got indicted. Maxine Waters, look at her, what she says, what a fresh mouth. But Hillary Clinton, all of these people, but absolutely nobody has a problem. But when a Republican said the election's rigged, they want to put them in the electric chair, We have 2 standards, and we're going to change that, and we're going to change it fast. We're going to change it fast. So we're going to run a country, and we're conservative, generally speaking, in this group. But I'll tell you what, we have a lot of Democrats. Who's a Democrat that likes Trump in this room, in this area? We have a lot of people. We have a... He goes, let's go, Brandon. That's great. Now we have a lot of Democrats that are coming over because really we're the party of common sense. We're a party of common sense. We want to have that strong military. We have to. I totally rebuilt the military. All of the things that we did, that's what they want. The greatest economy in the history of our country is what we had, and people want to go back. So I ask you to do this. Get out and vote. Don't let them cheat. You watch that vote and watch it all the way. Don't let them cheat. Don't let them do anything. There are a lot of very dishonest people. Now, we had a governor that was obviously not very good. Now we have a great governor. You have a Republican governor who's doing He's doing a great job. The only way they can beat us is to cheat. That's the only way they're going to. We're not going to let it happen because we're going to make our country great again. We're going to make our country greater than ever before. It's going to be special, and the world is going to look up to us with respect. They're not going to be laughing at us. They right now are laughing at us. The world is laughing at us. They're not going to be laughing. They respected our country. Viktor Orban, the great prime minister of Hungary, strong country, took no illegal aliens, none, 0. Helps out with Ukraine because their border, they're right there. But he made a statement the other day. He said, they said, what's going on? The whole world is collapsing. He said, the only thing that's going to save the world is Donald Trump has to get reelected as president, and the whole world is going to be saved because China respected him, Russia respected him, everybody listened to him. He was the guy. He actually said he was the boss. Everybody listened. And I'll tell you, if it doesn't happen, you're headed to World War III. You are closer right now to World War III than you've ever been. And this is no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting World War II, World War. These are nuclear weapons, the likes of, and the power of which has never ever been seen before. So again, I want to thank you all. I want to thank all the celebrities from being here. And we have great celebrities. Marjorie, thank you for coming up from Georgia. Get out and vote. You have a big voting day tomorrow. Get out and vote. And you have some unbelievable people. Just get out and you vote. And I will see you soon. We're going to spend a lot of time in this state. If we win Nevada, we win the whole thing. We win the whole thing. That's so nice. Thank you. I mean, I'm looking back there as far as the eye can see. Get out, vote. We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Going to do it fast. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen,
All right, President Trump wrapping up about a 1-hour speech here in Las Vegas, Nevada. A very sunny day, but that didn't crush the enthusiasm from the crowd and also President Trump. And who needs a prompter?
Who needs a teleprompter? He did phenomenal. You know, the teleprompters went down, but that didn't stop the president. In fact, I thought it was actually an even better speech than he would have given had he been on the teleprompter. He braved 110-degree temperatures, and he gave a phenomenal speech to a state that, if this national election in November, if he wins Nevada.
Yeah, breaking news coming from President Trump. Never said before until today that when he's back in office, if you work in the work in the restaurant industry, he will not tax your tips. Right Side Broadcasting Network, Birch Gold. If you're looking to save for the future, make sure you contact the Birch Gold Group. To 989898. Also, get your emergency kit, your medical emergency kit with the Wellness Company. All you have to do is go to makecaregreatagain.com, makecaregreatagain.com, and then type in your RSBN code at checkout. Also, Tax Network USA. If you're owing back taxes or you have filed an extension on your taxes this year, the experts will definitely help you out there. Tax Network USA. The information's on your screen. 1-800-357-1415. Your free Trump book, freetrumpbook.com. Get the kids started early learning about President Trump and how our government works. Go to freetrumpbook.com. Epic Minerals, Zeolite Extra. This spray is great for your body to put the right right things in your body. Take care of your body. Go to that website on your screen. Make sure you give them a try. That is epicminerals.net. And Dr. Ben Carson is behind, one of the names behind Old Glory Bank. Old Glory Bank. Make sure you go to that website as well and check out this conservative banking system that's online.
Absolutely. And listen, Trump hit the ball out of the park. He talked about obviously securing the border. That was a main issue of his speech today. He also railed against electric vehicles and electric boats. We didn't hear about that previously, so that was something new that he brought into his remarks. In addition, he talked about getting rid of taxes for hotel workers, restaurant workers. So he's going to get rid of your taxes on tips, which is a new policy that we've never heard before. So he definitely brought a bunch of new things to the table today, and he packed a lot in an hour-long speech here in the Nevada desert.
Yeah, and the people are still dancing on their way out. They're having a great time here in Las Vegas. That'll do it for us. So glad to see you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard, Paul and Gracia. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.